Ye Zhuo opened her eyes once again to find an endless stretch of pitch darkness before her. Right then, her nasal cavity was flaring up with a strong alcoholic stench. Even though she could not see anything, Ye Zhuo's sharp senses that she had developed as a prominent tech mogul made her aware that her surrounding ambience was different. It was no longer the world that she used to live in. Where was she? Was she dead or alive? Ye Zhuo used her hands to maneuver around the room, searching for the switch to turn on the lights. Buzz! The room then lit up with snowy white light. Swiftly, Ye Zhuo sized up everything in her surroundings. The curtains were tightly shut while empty wine bottles were scattered across the room, as cigarette butts covered the floor. Every sign gave Ye Zhuo an insight into the house owner's persona. All of a sudden, countless memory fragments flooded Ye Zhuo's mind. Ye Zhuo combed through these memory fragments slowly, and eventually came to a crucial conclusion. She was reborn. The original owner of this body was named Ye Zhuo. The surname Mu was one that everyone was envious of as it belonged to a wealthy family. Nonetheless, despite being born into a wealthy family, the body's original owner was clearly incredibly dumb. She was a typical, ignorant, and spoiled girl who refused to learn anything to the point where she could not understand many simple words despite being in high school. She was a widely known deadbeat and a target of mockery for wealthy families during their leisure time. 3 days ago, the Mu family members accidentally discovered that Mu Zhao was not the Mu family's biological daughter. There was an accidental switch at birth in the hospital back in those years. The surprise came like a shocking thunderbolt that made Mu Zhao's world lose its color entirely in a flash. The Mu family members did not like her from the beginning, so they disliked her even more after the revelation. Their real daughter was named Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo was gentle, polite, and talented. She was a classic model child, and as compared to the dumb original owner, the differences were simply astonishing and too large to ignore. The original owner of the body and the Mu family's real daughter studied in the same school where the Mu family's real daughter was, unsurprisingly, very popular. She was the most beautiful girl in the school and received numerous international awards to go with her good looks. If one were to describe the real daughter as the bright round moon in the night sky, the original owner was even worse than the mud on the ground. Today was the day that the Mu family's real daughter, Ye Zhuo, was supposed to return home. The Mu family members appreciated Ye Zhuo's presence so much that they threw a grand banquet downstairs to serve their countless invited relatives and good friends from rich and powerful families. The flashback stopped at this point. Ye Zhuo narrowed her eyes and thought about how Ye Zhuo would become Mu Zhuo from now on. On the other hand, she would go from Mu Zhuo to Ye Zhuo as well. Apparently, their switched lives would return to their proper paths from this point on. After processing her emotions, Ye Zhuo opened the closet to get ready to take a shower. Her body was still emitting a pungent concoction of alcohol and sweat. It was a genuinely uneasy feeling in the heat of the summer. However, as soon as she opened the closet, Ye Zhuo was startled by the clothes inside. The view of exceedingly revealing clothes came into her sight. There were clothes with plunging necklines, ultra-short shorts, studded pants, fishnet stockings, and the like. Ye Zhuo clearly obtained more information about her current body's original owner by looking at her clothing choice. The worst was yet to come as she was dumbfounded when she saw a photo that was beyond her imagination placed right on the night table. What the f***ck? What kind of person was she? Ye Zhuo searched for a long while, yet she did not find a single ordinary piece of clothing in the closet. Hence, she decided that she would not take a shower for the time being, and just put on a long-sleeved top over her attire. She then strolled downstairs with her excessive makeup. Mom! Dad! Ye Zhuo made her way to her Mu parents. The guests at the scene glared at Ye Zhuo despisingly upon her arrival. It was the day of Mu Zhuo's return. Why would a dog in the manger make an appearance here? Moreover, who was she to address Mu Zhuo's parents as her mom and dad? She was truly shameless. How could she still have the courage to make an appearance? I would have jumped off a building to my death if I were her. What is the point of living anymore? She is an embarrassment. Ugly people are bound to do bad things to get attention. I heard that her biological mother is named Ye Zhuo, and that the family is impoverished to the point that they don't even own a house now. I think she's probably too spoiled and too used to living a good life, which is why she still refuses to leave now. Are all of you aware that Ye Zhuo is the mistress? She doesn't even know who the father is till now. So, it turns out that you're an illegitimate daughter that no one wants, huh? The crowd of people raised a babble of criticism, and their cold, merciless remarks were akin to sharp blades. If another person were in her place, that individual would not even be standing steadily anymore. Yet, there was not the slightest change in Ye Zhuo's facial expression as she remained as calm as the sea. Mrs. Mu Shanrong looked at Ye Zhuo and braced herself to speak. Come here. Allow me to introduce you to your elder sister Yurong. Both of you siblings must be nice to each other from now on. Mrs. Mu maintained the smile on her face on the surface, yet her heart was already burning with hatred at Ye Zhuo in reality. The little b** Ye Zhuo was obviously not her daughter, yet she still refused to budge from their home. She was truly shameless. Nevertheless, it did not matter because the Mu family would still come up with a way to make her disappear from this world. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo looked toward Mu Yurong. Hello. Mu Yurong paid no attention to Ye Zhuo, but instead, she turned her head to look toward Shenrong and asked with reddened eyes. Mom, I thought that I only have 2 older brothers? If she is your daughter, who am I? Even when she was a young girl, Mu Yurong could sense an extremely strange premonition. She sensed that she was not a common person. She hated the dim basement where she lived, and she hated the lowly people around her. She refused to believe that she was a daughter born out of wedlock by a disreputable mistress mother. The truth had proven that she was not as wildly imaginative as she seemed to be. Apparently, she was akin to a princess who was stranded in an ordinary world. She was an inherent royalty. Needless to say, she was overjoyed when she received the news. What a waste that destiny had played a cruel joke on her. She could not forget her miserable past life. She already had a nap hand that she ruined. Yes, Mu Yurong was reborn as well. She was taken back by her biological parents in her past life when she was over 20 years old. After returning to the Mu family, her parents treated her well. They sent her to many training classes to morph her from Cinderella to the magnificent daughter of a wealthy family. What a waste that she was so blinded to marry the wrong man in the end. She took a fancy on a beast dressed like a gentleman. In the end, she was sacrificed as a scapegoat, leaving behind not even bones or a corpse. However, her current life was no longer going to be the same as what it was in the past. The reborn Mu Yurong had the Goldfinger system that common people did not possess. She also carried with her the memories of her past life. Therefore, she would become the brightest, most prominent person in the world in this life. She wanted to make her parents proud of her. On top of that, she wanted to make the Mu family the most powerful family in Yunjing province. Mu Yurong knew from the Goldfinger system that a financial magnate who was so powerful that he could make Yunjing province tremble with just a stomp of his foot would be at the banquet tonight. What a waste that there were too many people at the scene. And she had never encountered the legendary financial magnate in her past life. Fortunately, she had a face so beautiful that put the flowers to shame and outshined the moon. An appearance that could charm the birds from the trees. She would certainly be able to draw the attention of the financial magnate this time. In fact, she would make the financial magnate fall head over heels for her. In this life, she would never allow herself to end up like her past, and let Ye Zhuo die so easily. Ye Zhuo wanted to remain in the Mu family, right? She would fulfill Ye Zhuo's wish then. She wanted to keep Ye Zhuo to become the accessory that set her off to her success. She even wanted to make Ye Zhuo fall for the beast from her past life to add more misery to her life. She would make the hideous swine Ye Zhuo her stepping stone to success. At the thought of this, the corners of Mu Yurong's lips curled up while her face was tainted with a determined expression that was barely discernible. Meanwhile, 2 men were seated at the corner of the living hall. The man seated on the upper corner had a black hat on his head. The shadow cast from the brim of his hat concealed his facial features, while he held a cigarette between his long, slim, fair-complexioned fingers. His face, which was already hard to discern, turned even more clouded from the puffing smoke in front of it. Meanwhile, His other hand held a string of prayer beads. The dark-colored prayer beads contrasted his snow-white complexion and accentuated his fair skin. He was dressed in a plain-colored Chinese robe buttoned all the way to the top of his collar with the same colored buttons. A cold and solemn aura seemed to disperse from his body, so even though his face was barely discernible, it was hard for one to ignore his lofty aura. Meanwhile, the other man had a handsome face and appeared more relaxed. His gaze landed on Ye Zhuo. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would truly find it incredulous that such a shameless person like Ye Zhuo still exists in this world. She is a dog in the manger, a fake substitute. Brother Fifth, your fiancé is too despicable. From an outsider's perspective, Ye Zhuo's shamelessness was truly despicable. Even as the fake daughter of the Mu family, she had the audacity to intrude the debutante of their real daughter. Out of the blue, the man suddenly reacted to the situation and added, "No. The person who is betrothed to you is the real daughter of the Mu family. This fake daughter is totally unrelated to you. An unpresentable object like her does not even deserve to carry shoes for Brother Fifth." The person speaking was Li Qiandong, and he was an influential official in Beijing. Normally, the Mu family would not be able to invite a big shot like him to a party in view of his family's status in Yunjing province. However, the man seated opposite him was the fiancé of the Mu family's daughter. So, he came to accompany the man. Speaking of the man opposite him, he had his lips pursed while his legs were crossed. His cold elegance was tainted with solemnness, and his body was enshrouded in a snowy glow. Li Qiandong heaved a sigh and could not help but continue describing the scene. The real daughter of the Mu family is truly piteous. Her identity was taken by someone else for years for absolutely no reason, and now she is forced to accept this fake sister as her own. No one could accept this matter willingly regardless. Upon saying that, he raised his head to look at the man seated opposite him. "Frankly, I didn't expect the fiancé who you've never met before to be so pretty, Brother Fifth. I was still under the assumption that there would not be beauty in a small place like Yunjing province." The blood of the Mu family flowed in Mu Yorong's veins after all. She was genuinely beautiful. Otherwise, why was she reputed to be the most beautiful girl in the school? In stark contrast, there was Ye Zhuo's excessive makeup. So she appeared even more exquisite. The man took his time to look up. His pair of mysterious eyes cast a gaze so deep that it was beyond fathomable. His complexion was very fair, as if he had not been in the sun for a long time. In addition, there was a red mole on the upper corner of his eye. In short, he looked 30% sickly and 70% cold and arrogant. One could tell that he was a man who was hard to please at one glance. "You won't be regarded as a mute if you don't speak." A nonchalant remark from him in a voice that carried 70% hoarseness and 30% overbearingness was heard. It was a voice that sounded so pleasant it could suffocate a man. Li Qiandong trembled in fear, but he still braced himself to say, "Brother Fifth, the real daughter of the Mu family is the one who is engaged to you." Even though the Tsin family has moved away from Yunjing province over the years, the Mu family and the Tsin family have a tight bond. What if Aunt Xiang and Madame Tsin insist on you marrying the Mu family's daughter? Brother Fifth, do you have a soulmate in your heart? Li Qiandong inquired soon afterward. "What's a soulmate?" The man raised a charming eyebrow. Li Qiandong replied, "A soulmate is a person that you love. You love the person so deeply and dearly that you won't marry anyone except her." The man shook his head ever so slightly. "I don't have one now, and I won't have one in the future either." Li Qiandong did not doubt this man's words even the slightest. They had been acquainted for more than a decade, and he had never seen this man on intimate terms with a woman. To make matters more difficult, the man was a strict vegetarian. He spent his days working on documents in the office and the rest of his time meditating in a temple nearby, listening to Buddhist chants. He would not be surprised even if the man were to become a monk in the future. Mu Yorong continued to behave provokingly and feigned pitifulness such that the public opinion leaned toward her. In fact, she would easily win any fight just by being the real daughter of the Mu family. Whose fault was it that Ye Zhuo was a dog in the manger anyway? Ye Zhuo was well aware of her current situation, so she said while looking at Mu Yurong, "Ms. Mu, I'm truly sorry for occupying your identity as the Mu family's daughter for 18 years. I will leave this place immediately and return to where I belong. The identity of the eldest Mu daughter shall return to its rightful owner, and I shall be called Ye Zhuo from now on." This place was not Ye Zhuo's or the original owner of her body's home. As a result, she would not insist on staying. Nonetheless, Mu Yurong was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Ye Zhuo to propose to leave on her own initiative. Things were a little different in her past life. In the past, Ye Zhuo shamelessly insisted on staying with the Mu family. She was rejected by the people around her, and was even killed by a member of the Mu family in the end. Mu Yurong was prepared to lay out a scheme to embarrass the shameless B*TC. However, with Ye Zhuo's sudden decision to leave, how would she carry out her scheme? The B*TC probably retreated for the sake of advancing her own cause and feigned pitifulness to gain some sympathy. Was she trying to do so fraudulently? At the thought of this, a disdainful look emerged in Mu Yurong's eyes. Was an illiterate deadbeat like Ye Zhuo trying to play a trick on her? That was absurd. She was a phoenix that rose into the heavens. What was Ye Zhuo? She was not even worthy of being a little sparrow. Mu Yurong chuckled softly, and her lips curled into a mocking smile. Return to its rightful owner? Ye Zhuo, you took a life that belonged to me for 18 full years and enjoyed a life of luxury the entire time. Do you expect me to forgive you just by making a statement? The expression on Ye Zhuo's face was nonchalant. Please allow me to correct you. It wasn't me who caused the switcheroo 18 years ago. It wasn't you nor our parents. It's only human that you are resentful, and it's normal for you to loathe me. However, you should be hating the hospital the most. Had it not been for their negligence, our lives would not be switched. Ms. Mu, we were just swaddled babies back in those years. This is neither of our faults, so there's no need to talk about forgiveness. Even though her body's original owner had a bad reputation, she never actually did anything bad to Mu Yurong. However, it was only human for Mu Yurong to loathe her. After all, anyone would be displeased to suffer an incident like this. Nevertheless, Mu Yurong should not be provoking her when she had retreated so willingly. The original owner of her body was but a tiny baby in swaddling clothes back in those years. She did not have a choice. Mu Yurong sneered, and her eyes were filled with cynicism as she uttered, "Do you think that a sacred, strict place like the hospital can cause a switched-at-birth incident?" Mu Yurong's remark was made nonchalantly, yet it stirred up a clamor in the crowd. She was right. How could a hospital possibly cause a switched-at-birth incident? Perhaps someone switched the babies at birth on purpose. Ye Zhuo's biological mother was a mistress with despicable means. Therefore, she was capable of even nastier actions. If an outsider were in her place, the person would certainly be shocked by Mu Yurong's remark. However, the person standing before Mu Yurong was Ye Zhuo after all. She was a mogul who used to stand at the peak of the world at one point. Ye Zhuo lowered her gaze ever so slightly and looked at Mu Yurong casually. Then she responded in an indifferent tone. "Since what Ms. Mu said is so plausible, I believe that there's certainly adequate evidence to prove that this incident is deliberate, right? The laws in this country are fair and righteous. The lawbreakers can't outrun the long arm of the law, so I shall respectfully wait for Ms. Mu to file a lawsuit against me with evidence." Mu Yurong narrowed her eyes. She felt panicked in her heart for no apparent reason as she looked at Ye Zhuo standing before her. This person was obviously Ye Zhuo, so why did she feel threatened? Could it be that she was not a worthy match for a deadbeat? So she calmed herself with great effort and then said, "It has already been 18 years since the incident. Even if there is evidence, it would have been swept under the rug by time. You're just shoving false arguments down my throat."
Ye Zhuo similet.
Without evidence, to put it nicely, you are basically speculating. In less pleasant words, you are making a false accusation. On a more serious note, there's an offense known as defamation in our country too. The strange feeling from before just grew more intense. Mu Yurong could not allow herself to argue with Ye Zhuo anymore, because only the weaker side could gain the crowd's attention and sympathy. She had to do something to capture everyone's attention once again. Hence, Mu Yorong's eyes welled up with tears and she said with a sobbing voice, "You took my place in the family to live a good life for 18 years while I lived in a dark, damp basement with that despicable mother of yours. I lived a life not knowing if I'll get my next meal. Ye Zhuo, who do you think you are to stand here and criticize me?" Upon hearing that, Mrs. Mu's hands were trembling as she held Mu Yorong's hands. They lived in a grand mansion over the years, while her biological daughter was trapped in a basement. Was a basement appropriate for human beings to live in? She wished that she could choke Ye Zhuo to death right away. Furthermore, the rest of the people looked at Mu Yorong sympathetically as well. Ye Zhuo raised her gaze ever so slightly. "Both you and I are victims. I'm not criticizing you, but I'm only speaking the truth. Moreover, I said that I'm leaving this place at once and that my surname will be from now on. I don't have any connection to the Mu family anymore, and there's no need for you to hang on to this matter either." Mu Yorong replied with reddened eyes. "How am I hanging on to this matter, huh? Why do you have to be so provocative then? I'm only finding the incident to be a little suspicious. I know that you're unwilling to part with my family. You were acting like my parents' daughter for so many years after all. I will treat you like my real sister from now on. Oh God. Brother Fifth, your fiancée is too kind. She still wants to forgive the fake daughter after all this." Li Qiandong was moved beyond words, for he had never met a person as kind as Mu Yorong. Upon hearing that, the people in the crowd praised Mu Yorong for being too kind.
Ye Zhuo similet.
"Thank you for your good intention, but this is not my home." Mu Yorong was stunned. What was going on with Ye Zhuo? She had made her earlier remark to keep Ye Zhuo, yet she still insisted on leaving. Mu Dabing immediately waved his hand and summoned someone to bring over a document. "Since you've already made up your mind to leave, sign the severance agreement then." In China, even an adopted daughter had the right to inheritance. Since Ye Zhuo had already decided to cut ties with the Mu family, Mu Dabing did not want to leave his inheritance to an outsider with no blood relations a century later. Ye Zhuo actually signed the severance agreement without the slightest hesitation. The severance agreement was then separated into 2 copies. Ye Zhuo kept one of the copies and then said to Mu Dabing and Shunrong, "Uncle Auntie goodbye." Since the severance agreement was signed, there was no need for her to address them as dad and mom anymore. If she were to address them that way, the others would certainly suspect her of scheming something. Upon saying that, Ye Zhuo got down on her knees and knelt on the floor right away. She gave a kowtow solemnly toward Mu Dabing and Shunrong. "Thank you for your love and tender care over the years, Uncle Auntie. One should not be ungrateful for others' favor." The Mu family raised the original owner of Ye Zhuo's body until she was of age, so Ye Zhuo gave her respect on behalf of the original owner. "No, I can't allow Ye Zhuo to leave just like that." Mu Yorong still wanted to use Ye Zhuo for her schemes. If Ye Zhuo were to leave, who was going to marry the scumbag? Maliciousness flashed past Mu Yorong's face, but it was replaced with a change of countenance soon. "Ye Zhuo, I'm sincerely asking you to stay. It's always easy for the frugal to become extravagant but very difficult for the opposite to happen. I'm worried that you will not be used to living in a basement. Stay, and we can be filial children to dad and mom." Mu Yorong's remark was made exceedingly craftily. On the one hand, she criticized Ye Zhuo for being a merciless, ungrateful child for leaving without even repaying the parents for their love and tender care. On the other hand, she was making a grand display of her magnanimous character before the crowd. Upon hearing that, the people in the crowd immediately looked toward Ye Zhuo with different expressions. She was right. Ye Zhuo was ungrateful, right? She had yet to repay her parents' kindness, yet she wanted to evade the problem by walking away from it. Upon hearing that, Ye Zhuo looked back ever so slightly and said in a nonchalant tone, "Ms. Mu, if I'm not mistaken, my mother has also raised you for 18 years, so why haven't you stayed with her and repaid her kindness then?" Mu Yorong was stunned for a moment. Ye Zhuo did not give Mu Yorong the chance to refute. Instead, she took her sweet time to get up from the ground. Her chin was tilted ever so slightly, while the lighting cast a layer of snow glow on her face. Do not do unto others what you don't wish on yourself. Mu Yurong simply could not believe that the person before her eyes was Ye Zhuo. What the heck was going on? Since when did the deadbeat become so well-versed? Could it be that this was a butterfly effect resulting from her rebirth? Ye Zhuo retracted her gaze ever so slightly in preparation to leave. At the very moment she did so, her vision landed on a pair of deep eyes. The man narrowed his eyes ever so slightly, and an overbearingness was emanating from behind his gaze. Nevertheless, her expression remained indifferent. She was totally unconcerned. The man was dressed in a classic Chinese robe buttoned meticulously all the way to the top with the same colored retro fastening. His well-chiseled lower jaw was as perfect as a statue's, while his complexion was fair and radiating coldness. He had a tall, straight nose and his entire body emitted an aura of abstinence. He also carried the posture of someone looking down at the world arrogantly. Ye Zhuo was skilled in reading people, so she was naturally aware that this man was not some common influential official. She knew very well that this man was not someone to be messed with either. She did not want to be targeted by a man of this nature. In just a moment, Ye Zhuo shifted her gaze without leaving a trace. She turned around and left. The man looked in the direction where Ye Zhuo vanished without any expression on his face. Then his long slim finger tapped on the surface of the table randomly. What are you looking at, Brother Fifth? Li Qiandong followed the man's gaze out of curiosity. In the darkness, Ye Zhuo's silhouette could no longer be seen. Nothing. The man stood up and put out the cigarette that he had yet to finish in the ashtray. Let's go back as well. Brother Fifth, aren't you going to meet your fiancée? When he looked up again, the man's tall and slim silhouette had already made its way to the doorway. Li Qiandong hastily jogged to catch up to him. Wait for me, Brother Fifth. Mu Yurong looked in the direction where Ye Zhuo disappeared. Her eyes were filled with a malicious glow. In this timeline, she was the prettiest girl in school. She was also finally the daughter of the Mu family. Ye Zhuo was merely a lowly pauper. Who was she to compete with Mu Yurong? Even though Ye Zhuo had left the Mu family, she could not escape her destiny of being Mu Yurong's stepping stone in the future. After experiencing her rebirth, Mu Yurong became highly skilled in acting. Moments ago, she appeared as if she could not bear to part with Ye Zhuo. The sight of it made Shenrong's heart wrench in pain. The child was so good in every way, but perhaps her weakness was that she was too kind. Ye Zhuo took everything that belonged to her. Yet she could not bear to part with the good-for-nothing girl. In addition, she proposed to keep Ye Zhuo as her own sister. My good child, I know that you're kind-hearted, and you can't bear to let her leave. However, a person like her is truly unworthy of your kindness. Ye Zhuo is an immature, ungrateful scum. Upon saying that, Shenrong added, Oh right, you're wrong about your adoptive mother. Has she treated you well over the years? I almost dropped out of high school when I was in my freshman year because my adoptive mother refused to pay my school fees. In the end, the headmaster made an exception to waive the tuition fee, and I was accepted because of my outstanding achievements. When I was in elementary school, everyone referred to me as a bastard child that no one wanted. Mu Yurong sobbed upon remarking. In truth, her adoptive mother treated Mu Yurong well to the point where she never had to endure any hardship since she was young. Her adoptive mother doted on her lovingly. Even after learning that Mu Yurong was not her biological daughter, she was still worried that Mu Yurong would be bullied upon rejoining the Mu family, and that she would be looked down upon. As a result, she gave all her life savings to Mu Yurong, so that she could use it to hold her ground. The reason behind Mu Yurong's courage to lie vicariously was because no one here knew the truth. After all, only evilness could set off kindness in this world. Only green leaves could contrast red flowers. Those lowly people lived for the sole purpose of making her stand out. Before Mu Yurong's voice died away, the people in the surrounding crowd assumed furious expressions. According to Mu Yurong's statement, it was not difficult to analyze and come to the conclusion that the switched at birth incident was her adoptive mother's own doing. It was the perfect reenactment of the civet cat exchanged for Crown Prince opera. Otherwise, how could Mu Yurong's adoptive mother possibly stop her from attending school? Her adoptive mother was obviously trying to turn Mu Yorong into an uncultured deadbeat. What a disgusting woman. Shen Rong bawled while hugging Mu Yorong. My poor child. How could she treat you that way? That's truly vicious. Mu Yorong patted Shen Rong's shoulder and spoke in a sorrowful tone. It's fine. I've gotten used to it over the years. I'm not her biological child after all. You've had a rough time, my child. Shen Rong held Mu Yorong with a guilty yet sympathetic expression. From an angle where the crowd could not see, Mu Yorong's lips curled into a proud smile. Her goal had been achieved. Everything she wanted in this life was within her grasp now. Furthermore, she was certain that the mysterious financial magnate was peeking at her secretly from a dark corner. Using the original owner's memories, Ye Zhuo found the address where the original owner's mother, Ye Zhuo, lived. Ye Zhuo rented the cheapest basement in Yunjing province. The place was a chaotic mess, and it was so dark that one could not tell if it was day or night in there. To make matters worse, a gush of musty stench filled the air. It was dinner time coincidentally. The elderly and young children of every house there were having dinner standing at the doorway. The crowd watched Ye Zhuo curiously upon her arrival. It was clearly a slum, so why would someone like Ye Zhuo be here? Ye Zhuo's body's original owner had thick makeup on her face, and her entire body emanated a gloomy, intolerant aura that concealed the brilliance of herself. On the other hand, Ye Zhuo was different. She was a tech mogul that everyone feared. Even if the leader of another world were to encounter her, the person would show respect to her. At this moment, she still possessed the aura of a superior being that others could not replicate despite the thick makeup she had on her. Ye Zhuo knocked on the tightly shut door under the close gaze of the crowd. Thud thud thud. After a long while the door was opened from the inside. Ye Zhuo met a sickly middle-aged woman with a ghastly pale face. She looked just like a modernized version of Lam Mui Mui, that one could not help but love upon seeing. Are you Zhuo Zhuo? Ye Zhuo looked at Ye Zhuo in astonishment. She was dumbfounded for a long while, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Ye Zhuo looked at Ye Zhuo. Mom, I'm home. What? What did you call me? Ye Zhuo's eyes warmed with tears. It was just yesterday that Ye Zhuo went over to see Ye Zhuo. However, Ye Zhuo refused to acknowledge her. On the contrary, Ye Zhuo humiliated her ferociously and said that she did not have such an embarrassing mother. Ye Zhuo was hurt beyond comparison. Yet there was nothing she could do. Ye Zhuo refused to acknowledge her, while the Mu family consented to continue raising her willingly. As a result, Ye Zhuo could only abandon her daughter. Obviously, Ye Zhuo did not expect that Ye Zhuo would actually come searching for her and address her as mom after just one day. She could not have been dreaming, right? Ye Zhuo had a story too. She was pregnant with twins at the age of just 19 back in those years because of love. However, although she was pregnant with twins, the nurse was notified that one of the babies was stillborn during the delivery. After her daughter was born, her lover, who used to be on intimate terms with her in the past, vanished without a trace. He was gone for 18 full years just like that. After reporting the case to the police, she learned the truth. Everything about her lover was fake. Whether it was his family address or name. He was a con man. He was a love rat with a sweet tongue. One should know that it was an embarrassment to the family for a 19-year-old maiden to have a child out of wedlock back in that era. As a result, Ye Zhuo's parents wanted to abandon the child after Ye Zhuo gave birth to her daughter, and even found her adoptive parents. However, Ye Zhuo could not bear to part with her young daughter, so she moved out of the home with her daughter despite her parents' objections. Over the years, Ye Zhuo worked odd jobs while she raised her daughter. A single mother's life was not easy, but she never gave up on her daughter and chose not to remarry. Ye Zhuo looked at Ye Zhuo and hugged her gently. I'm sorry, Mom. I was naive in the past. Please forgive me. I promise that I will stay by you from now on. It's fine. I am fine now that you're home. Ye Zhuo broke into tears of joy as she welcomed Ye Zhuo into the house. Come in quick, Zhuo Zhuo. The house is shabby. I hope you don't mind. As compared to the Mu family's house, the Ye family's dim basement was more than shabby. It was simply slightly less than a slum. The living room was about 10 square meters in size with its white wallpaper aged yellow, and the concrete floor cracked into fine rifts because it was not tiled. Humidity was seeping off the ground indistinctly. Additionally, a three-legged table was placed at the side of the living room, and a broken club was used to prop up the side where the other leg used to be. On the television cabinet that was old beyond recognition sat a black and white television. It was placed in front of the table. Ye Zhuo had never expected to see an old antique like this in this thriving era. Nevertheless, on the positive side, the living room was kept in good order, and there was no strange stench in the air. She could tell at once that Ye Zhuo was a neat person. Zhuo, have a drink. Ye Zhuo fetched her a glass of water. Thank you, Mom. Ye Zhuo received the glass in her hands and took a sip of the water. Ye Zhuo observed Ye Zhuo's action of drinking the water. Ye Zhuo's hooded, upturned eyes, which looked exactly like Ye Zhuo's, were filled with shock. Ye Zhuo had truly changed. Ye Zhuo came here a few days ago, and Ye Zhuo fetched Ye Zhuo a glass of water just like today. How did Ye Zhuo react at the time? She had covered her nose and said disdainfully, I use Evian water to wash my face, and you're actually serving me this kind of water to drink? Are you trying to poison me? At the time, Ye Zhuo did not know what Evian meant yet. Afterward, she learned that Evian was a very costly type of mineral water. Yet today, somehow there was not a single ounce of disdain in Ye Zhuo's eyes. Albeit being somewhat relieved, Ye Zhuo was still a little reserved with Ye Zhuo. Zhuo, it's almost time for dinner. What would you like to have? I'll cook for you. Ye Zhuo placed down the glass and considered her answer in all apparent seriousness for a moment. Mom, is there a shower in the house? I'd like to take a shower first. She had thick makeup on her face and a strong alcohol stench on her body. Ye Zhuo just wanted to have a nice, warm shower to look and feel more like a normal person. Upon hearing that, Ye Zhuo immediately nodded. Yes. Follow me, Zhuo. The bathroom was at the innermost part of the house. It was pathetically tiny and could only fit one person. If another person were to attempt to come in, both people would not be able to turn at all. Ye Zhuo looked at Ye Zhuo anxiously. She was afraid that Ye Zhuo would be displeased again. After all, Ye Zhuo used to live a life of luxury. Observing the normal expression on Ye Zhuo's face, Ye Zhuo continued to speak. Take a shower first, Zhuo. I shall look for some fresh clothes for you. Thank you for taking the trouble.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
There were a few garments that Mu Yorong did not want anymore that were lying in the house. Those were brand new clothes that Ye Zhuo had bought for Mu Yorong, but Mu Yorong refused to wear them because of the poor quality. Nonetheless, Mu Yorong was shorter and a little chubbier than Ye Zhuo. As a result, Mu Yorong's clothes would not fit Ye Zhuo for sure. Therefore, Ye Zhuo went to a fashion store nearby and spent $100 to purchase 2 sets of new clothes. A set of clothes that cost $50 was considered a cheap flea market bargain for an ordinary person. However, a set of clothes that cost $50 was already considered a luxury good for Ye Zhuo. She would wear old clothes that people threw away on usual days and would need to save up for a long time in order to have $100. Ye Zhuo took a quick shower and stood in front of the mirror to size up the girl she saw looking back at her. She had a very standard oval face, and her fine, delicate complexion was so fair that it was almost translucent. Her pair of exquisite hooded eyes were upturned ever so slightly, while her crystal-clear pupils were as mysterious as obsidian. Her lashes were very long and thick like a butterfly's wings. Furthermore, underneath her graceful, straight nose was her slightly pursed red lips. It seemed that her face was 30% nonchalant, 40% estranged, and 30% cold. Yet somehow the combination exuded an elegant feeling. Ye Zhuo curled up her lips ever so slightly. The beauty in the mirror curled up her lips as well and cracked into a poppy flower-like radiant smile that could enchant an entire city. Her face was 50% similar to what it looked like in her past life, with each feature having its own merits. Seeing how beautiful the original owner was, the heavy weight on her chest was lifted at once. She was a person who judged people by their face after all. Pretty good. Ye Zhuo picked up a rubber band and tied her long hair into a high bun. revealing her snowy white long neck that carried a tinge of evilness. Then she whistled at herself in the mirror and asked, "How am I so good-looking?" Ye Zhuo admired herself in the mirror for a while before she got dressed. She had just clothed herself when she furrowed her brows. Perhaps she was accustomed to wearing branded clothing, so she was not used to the rough texture of the fabric material and felt uneasy all over her body. It seemed that she had to figure out a way to accumulate her first pot of gold as soon as possible, so that she could lead her entire family to a fairly well-off life, and make her way to the peak of humanity. Ye Zhuo raised an eyebrow and felt some memory fragments come into her mind. Then she walked outside after she got changed. At that moment, Ye Zhuo walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles in her hands. "Zhuo Zhuo, come and have." She was stunned when she turned around and found that the rest of her words were stuck in her throat. The girl before her eyes was dressed in a white shirt where its hem was casually tied at her hips. She looked rather carefree as she carried a look of 30% plainness and 70% unruliness. Her legs were long and straight. There was no makeup on her face, yet she was so exquisite that it was impossible to take one's eyes off her. Even her standard hooded, upturned eyes were rippling with radiance. The clothes were obviously cheap flea market bargains, yet it looked like superior quality branded clothes on her body. Even the professional models on television looked inferior to her. "Mom!" Ye Zhuo had only reacted to the situation after Ye Zhuo spoke. Was this Ye Zhuo? Ye Zhuo was dumbstruck in bewilderment. She had never expected that Ye Zhuo would look so pretty with her thick makeup removed. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her with the words, akin to a fairy. "It's time for dinner, Zhuo Zhuo. I made you some noodles." Ye Zhuo suppressed the shock in her heart and placed the noodles on the table. "Thanks, Mom." Ye Zhuo picked up the bowl and began devouring the noodles frantically. She had not eaten much throughout the day, so she was truly starving by now. Although she was eating rather quickly, she did not appear crude. On the contrary, it was a pleasant sight to behold. Pretty soon she had finished the bowl of noodles. "There's more in the pot. I shall bring you another bowl," said Ye Zhuo.
Ye Zhuo similet.
"I'm full, Mom." Ye Zhuo continued to speak. "Then I shall take you to your room so you can rest." "Sure."
Ye Zhuo notet.
The bedroom was a room separated by drywall. It was a very narrow space, and Ye Zhuo stayed in the next room. The furnishing inside was very simple. There was a bed, a desk and a cupboard for clothes. Not a single item there was excessive. Mu Yurong lived here in the past. She had already removed all the items she wanted before she left. As a result, not even a bedsheet could be found on the bed now. Ye Zhuo said, embarrassed, "I shall get you a bedsheet and a blanket." Ye Zhuo simply replied smilingly, "All right." Upon saying that, Ye Zhuo continued to speak. "Oh right, Mom. Where's my uncle?" Ye Zhuo had a total of 5 siblings. Her youngest brother Ye San lived with her. The uncle Ye Zhuo was referring to was Ye San. Ye San was a middle school graduate. Due to his poor educational background, he did not manage to hold a proper job over the years. He worked as a package delivery man on usual days and did not smoke or drink. His only vice was gambling. He would invest almost all of his monthly wage in the casino. Ye Zhuo looked up at the clock on the wall and said, "He should be back soon." Right then the sound of footsteps was heard from the outside. Sister, come outside quick. Come and look at what I've brought you." "Coming." Ye Zhuo answered and walked toward the living room. The person who came back was none other than Ye Senator. He carried half a barbecued duck in his left hand, and a large watermelon in his right hand. "You've made a fortune, huh?" Ye Zhuo said in astonishment. Even though it was already the 21st century now, meat was a rare and extremely luxurious commodity in the Ye family. They would only chance upon a piece of meat during festivities. Ye San cracked into a smile, revealing his pearly whites. "It's a gift from my customer who owns a barbecued duck store. He said that our package delivery men are working very hard under the hot weather." Before his voice died away, Ye San noticed Ye Zhuo, who emerged from behind. He said with an astonished expression, "Sister, who's this?" Ye Zhuo smiled and introduced her to Ye Senior. This is Zhuo Zhuo. Zhuo Zhuo, meet your uncle. Hello, uncle. Ye Zhuo greeted him respectfully with a bow. Ye Sun looked as if he had seen a ghost. You're Mu Zhuo. Ye Zhuo was obviously not like this a few days ago. Uncle, I'm known as Ye Zhuo now. Ye Zhuo enunciated her words clearly. You're not going to be scheming something again, right? Ye Sun pulled Ye Zhuo behind him and said vigilantly, Sister, don't be deceived by this ungrateful brat again. The words made Ye Zhuo suddenly recall many unpleasant memories. The original owner of her body did many things that hurt Ye Zhuo in order to cut ties with her. Therefore, Ye Zhuo looked at Yi San and said sincerely, Uncle, I made a mistake in the past. I did many things that hurt my mom and I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yi San looked at Ye Zhuo with a puzzled expression, and his gaze was filled with speculation. How did Ye Zhuo suddenly turn into this person? It was so absurd that the sun must have risen in the west. In an instant he warned, Ungrateful brat, if you have the courage to play some tricks and bully my sister, I won't let you off easily. Ye Zhuo laughed and mediated the situation. Yi San, Zhuo Zhuo is my daughter, so how can she bully me?
Ye San guruntu koldu.
That's not for certain. What if she is as heartless as the ungrateful brat Mu Yorong, huh? Upon hearing that, Ye Zhuo raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. From the remark, it was not difficult to tell that Yi San had a strong opinion of Mu Yorong. It seemed that there were still some hidden stories she had yet to unravel. Ye Zhuo spoke up. Let's stop talking about whether she is ungrateful. I can guarantee that Zhuo Zhuo is definitely not that kind of person. Oh right, you must be hungry after delivering packages until so late. There are noodles in the pot. You can get yourself a bowl while I prepare the bed for Zhuo Zhuo. I shall go with you, Mom, Ye Zhuo uttered. All right. Then, the mother and daughter went to the room and took out the bedsheet to prepare the bed. It would be fine to leave the bedsheet spread out on the bed in the summer under normal circumstances. However, they were in a basement. The basement was extremely dim and cold all year round, regardless of the weather or season on the outside. Ye Zhuo was still very unfamiliar with her daughter, Ye Zhuo. As a result, she was slightly reserved in her behavior and speech. She was even feeling at a loss for words when making the bed, so the atmosphere became a little awkward. Ye Zhuo sensed Ye Zhuo's cautiousness, so she smiled and searched for mutual topics of conversation. She was not the original owner of her current body, so she was certain that she would not disappoint Ye Zhuo. In fact, Ye Zhuo was an orphan in her past life. Therefore, she would certainly protect the motherly love she now had that did not come easy to her before. After the bed was prepared, Ye Zhuo wanted to serve Ye Zhuo some cut watermelon. However, Yi Sun stopped her. It was obvious that he was displeased. Sister, she is the eldest daughter from a wealthy family, and she even uses Evian mineral water to wash her face. Why would she eat the watermelon in our slum? Don't you get snubbed despite your good intentions? Yi San was present when the Evian mineral water incident took place. He wanted to beat Ye Zhuo up at the time and only held back because Ye Zhuo stopped him. The girl had truly gone too far. Ye Zhuo furrowed her brows ever so slightly and said softly, The child has already admitted her mistake. As her uncle, why do you still want to fuss over this matter? A human's mind is unpredictable. Sister, the child you raised all by yourself turned out to be an ungrateful brat. What more of this child who was raised by someone else? I'm just afraid that you'll be hurt. Even though Yi San was a rather foolish person, he was genuinely very concerned about his elder sister, Ye Zhuo. He was afraid that she would be hurt once again. Don't worry, it won't happen, Ye Zhuo said with a determined expression. I can tell from the child's gaze that she has changed for the better. Yi San heaved a helpless sigh, but he did not attempt to stop Ye Zhuo anymore. Sister, you refuse to give up until all hope is gone. Ye Zhuo smiled and carried the watermelon while she walked to Ye Zhuo's room, not forgetting to turn around and remind Yi San. Rest early after you're done eating. You lose 9 out of 10 times at gambling. You're not allowed to gamble.
Ye San nodded in response.
Then Ye Zhuo arrived at Ye Zhuo's room with the watermelon. Have some watermelon, Zhuo Zhuo. Thanks, Mom. Ye Zhuo used a toothpick to pick up a chunk of watermelon. She gave it a taste and found that it was very sweet because it was the middle part of the watermelon's flesh. Have some too, Mom. Ye Zhuo passed a chunk of watermelon to Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo answered smilingly, I don't like watermelon, you can have it. Just like all the mothers in the world, Ye Zhuo wanted to leave the best of everything to her child. This made Ye Zhuo suddenly feel sad. She put down the watermelon and hugged Ye Zhuo. Don't worry, Mom. I will certainly give you and Uncle a good life. The night grew darker, and it was already midnight in the blink of an eye. The basement was all quiet by then. A silhouette walked toward the outside of the basement cautiously, and then shut the door without any difficulty. Ye Zhuo exhaled a breath of relief as if a weight was lifted off his chest. He felt relieved that no one noticed him. Meanwhile, someone tapped on Ye Zhuo's shoulder. F***CK. It's a ghost. Ye Zhuo was so startled that he leaped up akin to a frightened bird. His face turned pale at once. Hush. Ye Zhuo put a finger on her lips and made a hushing action. Speak softer, Uncle. If my mom notices us, we won't be able to go out anymore. Ye Zhuo was relieved to see that it was Ye Zhuo. Go away. Scram. A pauper like me doesn't deserve to be the uncle of a rich kid like you. Ye Zhuo was not infuriated by his statement. Instead, she followed Ye Zhuo just like that. She was calm and composed as if she was casually shopping. Ye Zhuo turned around and said furiously, You must be sick, right?
Mujue.
Why are you following me?
Ye Zhuo similet.
Uncle, my surname is Ye, and my name is Ye Zhuo. Also, this road is not owned by you. If you can walk on it, and I can too. Ye Zhuo was rendered speechless for a moment. He continued to walk ahead while cursing away. It did not take long before they arrived at a brightly lit location. It was the largest underground gambling house in Yunjing province. Before Ye Zhuo entered the place, he clasped his hands together and prayed devoutly. Bless and protect me, Bodhisattva. Bless and protect me, Bodhisattva. You must make sure that I have good luck today. I will burn jaw sticks for you and make a generous donation to you if I win a lot of money. The gambling house reeked of smoke, and all sorts of people were there. The ones who won money were highly conceited. The ones who lost money were sighing sorrowfully. Ye Zhuo was a regular at the gambling house. Someone greeted him as soon as he entered the place. Brother Sun is here. Hello, Brother Sun. Who's this Brother Sun? Is she your relative? Ye Zhuo had only just realized then that Ye Zhuo followed him all the way into the gambling house. He retreated a few steps at once and maintained a distance from Ye Zhuo. I'm not acquainted with her. I'm not related to her at all. Ye Zhuo was not upset by his action. Instead, she followed Ye Zhuo until they arrived at the innermost gambling table. A group of people was shouting so hard that their faces were flushed scarlet. Big, big, big. It's going to be big. The dealer opened up the chest that contained dice and said while smiling, 315. Small. F***CK. How could it be small, huh? That's some F***ket up luck, really. The dealer shook the dice once again, and the scoring chart appeared in front of the table. The players could choose where to place their bets. The more types of wagers were hit, the more money a player would win. Ye Zhuo's ears moved ever so slightly to focus her attention to listen to the sound of dice colliding inside the chest. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo chose to wager on small with careful consideration, and then clasped his hands together to pray for God's blessing. Wager on big, Uncle. Wager on 5, 6, and 1, Ye Zhuo said softly. Ye Zhuo rolled his eyes at her. His gaze was filled with contempt. Who does she think she is, huh? Look at her being all confident and steady. Does she really think that she is a gambling queen? What a joke. When the crowd was done wagering the bets, the dealer opened up the chest and announced the answer. 5, 6, 1 and big. Ye Zhuo took a glance at Ye Zhuo out of curiosity. He did not expect Ye Zhuo's wild guess to be correct. It seemed she was lucky. Ye Zhuo calmed his state of mind. Then he continued to wager his bet. At that moment Ye Zhuo continued to say, You've placed the wrong bet again, Uncle. The answer is big. and the numbers to go for are 661. Ye Zhuo was dumbstruck in bewilderment when the dealer announced the result. It was exactly the same as Ye Zhuo's claim. Her wild guess was correct again? Ye Zhuo swallowed a gulp of saliva with great difficulty. In the third round of bets, Ye Zhuo chose small just the same. He refused to be misled. He was an experienced man, so he refused to believe that he would lose to a little girl. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "It's still going to be big. 6 for 1. No, it could not be. How could Ye Zhuo possibly make the correct guess every single time? How could it possibly be big every single time?" Ye Zhuo stared at the dealer's hand pinned on the dice's chest with a piercing gleam in his eyes. It would be small for sure. It had to be. He could not allow himself to lose to the little brat Ye Zhuo. He wanted to win the next round so badly. When the chest was revealed, Ye Zhuo's face, which was initially a little pale, had turned ghastly. Ye Zhuo made the correct guess yet again. Even though Ye Zhuo made 3 correct guesses in a row, Ye Zhuo still refused to believe her. In an instant, he had only $300 remaining from the wage he had just received today. He would be doomed if he were to lose again. Since the first few rounds were all big, he was certain that this round would be big again. He would not choose small anymore. As expected, he chose big. Just as he was about to wager his bet, Ye Zhuo's voice was heard in the air once again. "Uncle, it's not going to be big this time. Choose small. Then place your bet on 314. Was it going to be small this time after 10 consecutive rounds of big? Could the ungrateful little brat be pulling his leg this time? This was the last remaining $300 he had on him. It has been big for 10 consecutive rounds. It's surely going to be big this round. The rest of the people around him chose big too. Choose big, brother San. It's surely going to be big. Look at yourself, how many times have you lost? Follow me this time, and you won't be mistaken for sure. Right? Choose big. It's going to be big." Meanwhile, the banknote in Ye Zhuo's hand was gently tugged away by someone. A faint voice was heard in the air saying, "Let's choose small and place bets on 3, 1 and 4. Are you doing this on purpose? Who permitted you to choose small? Huh?"
Ye Zhuo looked toward Ye Zhuo in a rage.
Nevertheless, Ye Zhuo's expression remained the same. She did not answer nor attempt to explain. Someone on the side immediately rubbed it in. "Old Ye, oh old Ye. You're going to lose so bad that you won't even have pants to cover your legs. That bet is not counted. It wasn't me who made the choice. I wanted to choose big." The dealer pinned down Ye Zhuo's hand. "Remove your hand after you place your bet, player. Don't break the rules here." Ye Zhuo pulled back his hand unwillingly and glared at Ye Zhuo ferociously. "You're dead, little rascal." Meanwhile, the dealer opened the chest, and the dice on the gaming table were revealed to everyone. 314. Small. Upon hearing that, Ye Zhuo's frozen expression turned lively in an instant. F***CK. F***CK me. It's small for real? He could not have misheard it, right? We've won, uncle.
Ye Zhuo spoke nonchalantly.
He won. He had really won. F***CK. It is actually small. The rest of the people were all sighing in the surroundings. I won. I won. Ha ha. Ye Zhuo grabbed Ye Zhuo's hand in excitement and asked, "Which one should I choose next?" This time he truly believed in Ye Zhuo's capabilities. Ye Zhuo's lips curled into a faint smile as she said softly, "Small. 314. All right." After winning for a few consecutive rounds, Ye Zhuo smiled so widely that his eyes could not be seen. It had been a very long time since he won so triumphantly. It felt amazing. The scene was witnessed by the eyes of the slim, straight silhouette standing at the guardrail of the gambling house's second floor. He leaned forward ever so slightly, and his facial features exuded icy coldness under the dim yellow lights. A hand with distinct joints was placed on the guardrail. The fingers attached to that hand were slim, long and clean, and there was a string of prayer beads held in them. The blood-red prayer beads offset the fair fingers and made them look even fairer. It was a pair of hands so pleasant-looking that it could suffocate a man. Meanwhile, a young man stepped forward from the side and spoke while looking at a spot downstairs. F***CK. This is impressive. It's simply a case of prophecy. He did not expect that a woman could actually be so skilled in gambling. Impressive. Can't you recognize her? The man suddenly looked back at him. You know her, Brother Fifth? Li Qiandong observed the silhouette downstairs meticulously. As she was standing over there under the bright lights, it looked as if her porcelain white face was enshrouded with a layer of snowy glow. Her charming brilliance was tinted with clarity that was mixed with carefreeness. The noisy crowd around her turned into the background that helped her stand out. If one were to describe Mu Yorong as being pretty, the woman downstairs was as beautiful as Chang'e, the goddess of the moon and the fairy in the clouds. She was exceedingly exquisite, charming beyond comparison. Moreover, her body had also emitted the coldness of a dead winter. If Mu Yorong were to stand before her, perhaps she would not even be able to see her own shadow. There was no other person like her in the entire city of Beijing. Therefore, he did not expect such an exquisite woman in the tiny Yunjing province. Li Qiandong was truly shocked. She's Ye Zhuo, said the man. Ye Zhuo. Li Qiandong was stunned for a moment but then said, that fake daughter of the Mu family, Mu Zhuo? The man nodded gently. F***CK. Li Qiandong looked at the person downstairs in bewilderment. He almost thought that he had gone blind because he could not associate that person with the common-looking girl with thick makeup that he saw from the Mu family's banquet hall not long ago. When Li Qiandong was slightly calmer, he narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Fifth, could it be that she is trying to get your attention on purpose? Otherwise, how could a young girl possibly be so skilled in gambling? Especially when Ye Zhuo was known to be a good-for-nothing fake daughter of a wealthy family. Li Qiandong's impression of Ye Zhuo was as unfavorable as it could get. It was only human for him to think in such a manner. Everything that happened tonight, starting from the incident with the Mu family, was all just a scheme. I wonder if anyone in Yunjing province is aware of Ye Zhuo's true character and abilities? It feels as if she is a changed person. Also, she happened to show up in the exact two places we went. Who would believe that she is not doing this on purpose so that she can play hard to get? Let's leave. The man turned around with an indifferent expression on his face and the string of prayer beads in his hand. Li Qiandong followed after him at once. The person walking in front of Li Qiandong was named Sun Shaoqing. The Cun family's ancestral home was located in Yunjing province, and the family moved to Beijing from the Yunjing province 25 years ago. 20 years ago, the Cun family's patriarch, Sun Haifeng, suddenly passed away from an illness. Sun Shaoqing, who was only 18 years old at the time, carried the family's burden all on his own. He relied on his unusual commercial competence to run the family business in Beijing. He had cultivated his influence and developed the Cun family into the most powerful family in China. Even when the big shots with good reputations in Beijing were to encounter him, they would address him as Fifth Master Cun out of respect. Today, Sun Shaoqing was less than 30 years old. Yet he held a high status in society and stood at the pyramid's highest peak. Nonetheless, Sun Shaoqing was a solitary and eccentric man. He was not fond of beautiful women but instead enjoyed visiting temples all the time. The old Madame Cun was worried that Sun Shaoqing would accidentally become spiritually enlightened and choose a monk's path. That was why she compelled him to move the entire family back to Yunjing province with the aid of a suicide threat, so that he could fulfill his betrothal to the daughter of the Mu family. Sun Shaoqing and Mu Yorong's engagement was set during his childhood. The Cun family had settled down in Beijing for some time, and it had already been many years since the two families were acquainted with each other. It was rather abruptly that the Cun family returned to Yunjing province in a low-profile manner. Meanwhile, the gambling on the first floor still continued. My niece, which one should I wager my bet on? Yi Xin's address to Ye Zhuo changed without him even realizing it. His niece was impressive. A truly capable person. That's all for tonight. We should go home. It was best not to overdo anything. If they were to continue to win rounds in this fashion, it would not be good for them to stay in the gambling house. Yi Xin's enthusiasm was piqued, so how could he willingly leave? Nevertheless, he hastily jogged to catch up to Ye Zhuo when he saw her turn around and leave. "Wait for me, my niece." They had just walked out of the gambling house when a middle-aged rascal blocked Ye Zhuo's path with a few other gangsters. "Hey beauty. Our brother Leopard wishes to take you to supper." Ye Zhuo looked up at the man lazily and was prepared to exercise her muscles and joints when a silhouette charged wildly toward her and swung a kick at the leader. Then the silhouette shielded Ye Zhuo protectively and placed his hands on his hips. "How dare you bully my niece? I can see that you don't want to be in business anymore, right?" The person who was kicked gritted his teeth in pain. He was about to curse when he fixed his eyes upon the silhouette and found that the man was Ye Senator. He hastily said, "Brother son, I thought you said that you were not acquainted with her when we were inside earlier, right? If I were to know that this person is your niece, I wouldn't have the audacity to do so." He had obviously said that he was not acquainted with her not long ago. Yet their relationship turned into uncle and niece in the blink of an eye. Apparently, a man's mouth was not to be trusted. Ye Zhuo still had his hands on his hips as he continued, "Cut the crap. This is my niece Ye Zhuo. Apologize to my niece now. Quick." Brother Leopard hastily led his subordinates to apologize. Ye Zhuo did not pester them, but she turned her head to look toward Ye Zhuo as she said, "Let's go, uncle." "Sure." Ye Zhuo immediately followed after Ye Zhuo. Brother Leopard and the others watched Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo's departing silhouettes, stunned in bewilderment. Ye Zhuo had obviously addressed Ye Zhuo as uncle. Yet why did Ye Zhuo look more like the footman trailing behind Ye Zhuo for some unknown reason? Both of them walked along the road when Ye Zhuo suddenly shifted her gaze to look toward Ye Zhuo and asked, "How much money did you win tonight?" "It's all here." Ye Zhuo immediately pulled out the money in his pocket and passed it all to Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo realized why he was so obedient to her after Ye Zhuo passed the money over. The feeling was extremely peculiar, yet it was almost subconscious to him. Ye Zhuo counted and found that there was a total of 15,000 bucks in there. She counted the money so swiftly that Ye Zhuo could only see the remnant shadows of her hands' movements. Before Ye Zhuo could react to the situation, Ye Zhuo was already done counting. "This is for you, uncle." Ye Zhuo took out a small portion of money for Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo was somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that not all this money was his? Ye Zhuo could read Ye Zhuo's thoughts, so she continued to speak. "Uncle, don't you forget that it was me who won all this money. Had I not been there, you would have lost so much that you won't even have pants to wear home." The well-crafted meaning behind her words was that 5,000 bucks was already quite a substantial payoff for him. Ye Zhuo answered smilingly, "You're still a child, so why do you need so much money? It's better to pass it to me for safekeeping." Ye Zhuo answered, "My mother is ill. I want to take her to see a doctor and pay for her medication." Ye Zhuo was immediately rendered speechless upon finding out that she wanted to treat Ye Zhuo's illness. Ye Zhuo's health was in an extremely poor condition over the years. It seemed that his niece was genuinely a filial kind child. Meanwhile, a stream of piercing white light cast over them from a nearby area. Ye Zhuo raised his hand to shield his eyes subconsciously. On the contrary, Ye Zhuo behaved as if she had not seen the piercing light. She did not even bother to look up but continued to walk ahead, cool as a cucumber. A slim and tall silhouette was seated at the back seat of the car. He had a string of prayer beads in his hand, and his eyes were closed. When the car passed by, the originally closed eyes parted ever so slightly, and the fine, long corner of the man's eyes was lifted to reveal the pitch-black eyes beneath them that were deep beyond comprehension. It was as if his eyes were tainted with thick ink. Then the corners of his lips curled into a faint arc. F***ck. Was he smiling? Li Qiandong was so astonished that his jaw dropped upon observing the scene through his rearview mirror. He had been working with Sun Shaoqing for such a long time, yet he had never known that the man was actually capable of smiling. Could it be that he saw it wrongly? Li Qiandong had one hand on the steering wheel, while he used his other hand to rub his eyes. By the time he rechecked the rearview mirror, everything had already returned to its prior state. Perhaps he really did see it wrongly. He was thinking about how the emotionless block of ice behind him could even smile. Meanwhile, Sun Shaoqing raised his hands to massage his temples, and then he suddenly spoke in a rather lazy tone. Spread the news of the Sun family's return to Yunjing City was due to a financial crisis and that they are on the verge of bankruptcy. Li Qiandong looked at him in puzzlement. Since when was the Sun family in a financial crisis? When was the family business on the verge of bankruptcy? Soon afterward, Li Qiandong came to a realization that under the pretense of bankruptcy, all sorts of people with bad characters would reveal their true selves. He smiled and said, "All right." Upon saying that, Li Qiandong continued, "Brother Fifth, Aunt Xiang, and Madame Tsin will be visiting the Mu family tomorrow morning. Will you be joining them?" Visiting. Sun Shaoqing raised an eyebrow with a look of mockery in his gaze. Li Qiandong understood the meaning behind Sun Shaoqing's tone. "Don't worry, Brother Fifth. The daughter of the Mu family is so kind that she is even willing to accept her fake sister. She will certainly agree to go through hardships with you." Li Qiandong admired Mu Yorong very much, and he trusted her moral standards. To him, Mu Yorong would not do anything ungrateful for sure. Even if she were to learn that the Tsin family was on the verge of bankruptcy, she would never opt out of the marriage. Nevertheless, Sun Shaoqing did not speak. Instead, he moved the prayer beads along in his hand and stroked them gently. The gambling den was quite a distance away from the Yi family's basement. Therefore, both of them walked for about 20 minutes before they finally reached home. It was already past 3 o'clock by that time. "Sleep well, my niece." "You too, uncle." The next morning, Ye Zhuo woke up early in the morning. She made porridge and, out of concern that Ye Zhuo was not used to having plain porridge, prepared 2 more eggs. After a while, Yi Sin walked into the house from the outside and said loudly, "Sister, are you awake? I bought Chinese donuts and steamed meat buns. Come and have breakfast, quick." Ye Zhuo dried her hands on her apron and walked out from the kitchen. She said in surprise, "Why are you spending your money recklessly? I'm done cooking the porridge anyway." Yi Sun laughed and said, "I received a bonus at work this month. In addition, my niece is a growing child, so we should feed her nutritious food too." Upon saying that, Yi Sun continued, "Oh right, sis, my niece has yet to come out from her room, right? I shall wake her so she can join us for breakfast." "Niece?" Ye Zhuo was dumbfounded. Who was the niece character mentioned by Yi Sun? Could it really be Ye Zhuo? Just yesterday, Yi Sun was still calling her an ungrateful little brat. How did it turn into niece today? Was she dreaming? Out of the blue, Ye Zhuo walked into the house from the outside too. "Good morning, Mom, Uncle." Ye Zhuo asked in puzzlement. "Where did you go, Zhuo?" "I went for a run." The original owner's fitness level was too weak with her tiny arms and skinny legs. She had only run for a few rounds when she started panting for breath. However, Ye Zhuo was not in a rush. She was planning to advance step by step and build her stamina up slowly. Yi Sun tugged at Ye Zhuo's arm to get her to sit down. "My niece, I bought steamed meat buns and Chinese donuts for breakfast. There's milk too for calcium. You are a growing child, so you need more calcium for bone growth." "Thanks, uncle." Both of them displayed a relationship that a kind uncle and loving niece would share.
Ye shurubet hereyes incredulously.
"Yeah. Yi Sun, do you have a fever?" Yi Sun smiled and replied, "Sister, you're being a little dramatic. Zhuo is my niece. Who am I going to treat nicely if not my niece?" Ye Zhuo was rendered speechless. She suspected that Yi Sun was putting up an act, but she had no proof. Her confusion remained throughout the meal. When breakfast was done, Ye Zhuo placed her chopsticks down and looked toward Ye Zhuo. "Mom, I can see that you don't look so well. Let me take you to the hospital later for a checkup. Is that okay?" Ye Zhuo answered smilingly, "It's okay. My body is still strong. Could one not spend money for a checkup in the hospital?" Ye Zhuo was the type of person who would endure any illness in silence even if she were sick. The family's financial condition was not very good, so she could not allow herself to be a burden anymore. Nevertheless, Ye Zhuo continued to speak. "If you refuse to go to the hospital, then please allow me to examine you." Coincidentally, I had practiced a little Chinese herbal medicine before. Zhuo, You're skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, huh? Ye Zhuo made a gesture with her hand in response. Just a little. In other words, Ye Zhuo was a world-renowned miracle-working doctor. Moreover, the original owner of her body used to live in a wealthy family. Many wealthy families would send their children to numerous courses and classes, so it would not be unusual for her to be skilled in traditional Chinese medicine practice. You can examine me then. Ye Zhuo nodded, stretched out her hand, and placed her fingers on Ye Shu's wrist to begin examining her pulse attentively. Ye Shu's health was feeble. Her symptoms included deficiency of vital energy, and blood accompanied by malnutrition and a chronic cough. After a moment, Ye Zhuo loosened her grip on Ye Shu's wrist and said, "Mom, have you donated blood recently?" Ye Zhuo was stunned for a moment but then nodded when she came to her senses. Ye Xin interrupted from the side by adding, "What do you mean by donating blood, huh? It's pretty obvious that she sold her blood for money. Which hospital would have the courage to let your mom donate her blood in her current health condition? One would need to go through a physical examination prior to blood donation. The hospital would normally reject a donor if the donor's physical condition were poor." "What's going on?" Ye Sun answered furiously. She did it so she that could get Mu Yorong an iPhone. An iPhone was a flagship smartphone from a luxury brand, and it was very expensive. An ordinary person would not be able to afford it. 1 year ago, Mu Yorong wanted Ye Zhuo to get her an iPhone, and threatened to stop eating unless she got it. Ye Zhuo loved her daughter dearly, and she was afraid that Mu Yorong would get sick if she did so. Therefore, she found a black market clinic to sell her blood to get money for the phone. Due to this incident, Ye Zhuo's body, which was already weak prior, became even weaker. Ye Zhuo was a great mother. What a shame that Mu Yorong was not a good daughter to her. Besides the blood-selling incident, Mu Yorong had committed many other selfish acts. Not long before this, Mu Yorong had proposed for Ye Zhuo to sell her kidney so that they could buy a new house. Had it not been for the Mu family suddenly dropping by at the house, Ye Zhuo would have sold her kidney away by now. Afterward, Mu Yorong made an even bigger fuss. She spread the rumor that Ye Zhuo was a disreputable mistress and gave a false account by claiming that Ye Zhuo was guilty of switching her child with a wealthy family's child. She did not have the slightest care about Ye Zhuo's love for her over the years. In the past, Ye Sen did not understand why the kind and loving Ye Zhuo would have such a selfish daughter like Mu Yorong. He had only come to the realization when the Mu family found them. It turned out that Mu Yorong was not Ye Zhuo's biological daughter. The switched at birth incident came as a crushing blow to Ye Zhuo. She did not expect that the daughter she painstakingly raised was actually not her biological child. To make matters worse, her adopted daughter had a fallout with her, and hated Ye Zhuo after she was reunited with her family. She even refused to meet her or acknowledge her as her mother. Ye Zhuo felt that her determination over the years turned into a joke. In fact, she even wanted to commit suicide at one point. Fortunately, Ye Zhuo came home. Ye Zhuo lowered her head to write the prescription while she said, "Mom, I'll go with you to resign from your job at the barbecue skewer shop later." Ye Zhuo worked in a barbecue skewer shop to make a living. "Resign?" Ye Zhuo asked in astonishment. "How is that okay?" Even though the barbecue skewer shop did not pay very well, it was enough to pay for the household expenses at the very least. What would the entire family eat if she were to resign from the job? Right then, Ye Zhuo placed down her pen after she wrote the prescription. "Mom, you really can't be working anymore in your current health condition. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, and your life will be at stake." Upon hearing that, Ye Sun was startled, so he hastily added, "Listen to Zhuo, sis. There's nothing more important than your health." Ye Zhuo had easily made the diagnosis that Ye Zhuo sold her blood recently. As a result, Ye Sun believed in her medical skill without the slightest doubt. "All of you are making a mountain out of a molehill. My health has always been the same. I don't see what's the issue there." Ye Zhuo put on a carefree expression on her face. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo continued to speak. "Mom, if you're refusing to resign because of monetary reasons, there's no need for you to worry about that. I borrowed $10,000 from a classmate yesterday, and I'm planning to use the money to purchase some investments and wealth management products. In truth, her money was earned from the gambling den, and there was utterly no need for her to borrow from her classmate. She said so because Ye Zhuo was not fond of gambling. Right then, Ye Zhuo hastily took out all the money in his wallet. Sis, this is the monthly wage and bonus I received yesterday. I shall hand over my monthly wage to you for safekeeping from now on. I can't take your money.
Ye Zhuo rejected.
Ye Zhuo replied, we're a family, sis. There shouldn't be a difference between what's yours and mine. I want you to be healthy too. Ye Zhuo chuckled and replied, my body is really doing fine. As a sister and a mother, Ye Zhuo could not allow herself to stay home doing nothing. Even resting and recuperating made her feel like an ungrateful person. Then Ye Zhuo looked at Ye Zhuo. Mom, we have just rekindled our relationship. I don't want to lose you as my mother because of money issues. As the saying goes, it is always better to endure short-term pain than allow a disease to remain untreated. If you insist on going to work, I will leave this family at once and assume that you are not my mother so that I won't be sad when you're gone. Upon saying that, Ye Zhuo turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Don't leave my niece. Ye Zhuo hastily tugged at Ye Zhuo's sleeve and then turned around to look toward Ye Zhuo. Do something, sis. Ye Zhuo hesitated for a moment but then said, Zhuo, I promise you that I will resign from my job. All right. Ye Zhuo cracked into a faint smile and held Ye Zhuo's hand. Let's go then, Mom. Together, the mother and daughter walked across the long basement corridor. Ye Zhuo was generally a nice person, so many people greeted her along the way. Are you heading out, Ye Zhuo? Ye Zhuo introduced these people to Ye Zhuo one by one. Zhuo, this is Auntie Wang. This is Auntie Lu. In response, Ye Zhuo greeted the crowd respectfully. Ye Zhuo, is this your niece? Ye Zhuo chuckled and answered, Sister Lu, this is my daughter Ye Zhuo. What a good girl. She looks really pretty too. Ye Zhuo, you'll have a blessed life from now on. Needless to say, the crowd broke into a heated discussion after they left. Ye Zhuo's biological daughter is really pretty. She looks just like Ye Zhuo. She is pretty, but what a waste that she's an illegitimate daughter that no one wants. I don't know what was on Ye Zhuo's mind. She is beautiful, so why couldn't she just get married to someone? Why did she have to be someone's mistress? In the end, she didn't get anything out of it. And now she even lives in a basement. Look at you talking. Where else is a mistress going to stay if not a basement? It's her fault for ruining someone else's marriage and family. That's karma. It did not take long before Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo arrived at the barbecue skewer shop where she worked. The barbecue skewer shop owner was a middle-aged woman about the age of 40, and her name was Lingyu. After finding out that Ye Zhuo was resigning from her job, Lingyu spoke in a displeased tone. We're going through a busy phase now. Yet you suddenly want to resign from your job. How are we going to hire a replacement in such a rush? Ye Zhuo was very ashamed, so she answered, Boss, will you please look into this matter and see if you can make an exception? We're running a barbecue skewer business, not a charity. If every staff member in my shop were to do what you are doing, I wouldn't be able to stay in business anymore. You have to inform me a month in advance if you want to quit at the very least so that I can hire a new staff. How are we going to get another staff member if you quit whenever you like? You can quit, but I'm going to take 1 month's pay as a penalty. Upon hearing that, Ye Zhuo replied, I won't resign anymore then. 1 month's wage was over 2,000 bucks. She felt that it was a waste to have her wage deducted like that. Ye Zhuo looked toward Lingyu. Auntie, my mother is ill, and she needs some time to rest and recuperate. How about this? I will work on behalf of my mother for a month so you can have time to hire a new staff member. Do you think that is all right? Lingyu sized up Ye Zhuo. Young maiden, let's not joke around. This job is not suitable for you. The maiden had slim arms and skinny legs. How was she capable of working the job? Then Ye Zhuo tugged at Ye Zhuo's hand. Zhuo, why don't we just forego the pay? Ye Zhuo smiled and then looked toward Lingyu. Please allow me to give it a try, Auntie. If I don't perform, you can fire me. Even though a month's pay was not much, It was Ye Zhuo's hard work and effort. Ye Zhuo did not want her hard work to go to waste just like that. Qianlingyu smiled and answered, "All right then. I shall give you a chance in view of you being such a filial child. However, I'm just going to put it out there. If you're incapable of performing, I will send you away at once." "Thank you, Auntie. You start at 6:30 at night, don't forget to come," Qianlingyu added. After leaving the barbecue skewer shop, Ye Zhuo took Ye Zhuo to a traditional Chinese medicine dispensary. Ye Zhuo asked out of curiosity, "Zhuo, what are we doing at the traditional Chinese medicine dispensary?" Ye Zhuo said, "We're here to get some herbal medicine. It's not enough for your body to recuperate only through rest. You need some traditional Chinese herbal medicine as nourishment too." Over at the other side in the Mu family's home, the butler jogged over to the living hall and said in a panic, "Sir, madam, the Tsin family are arriving soon." "So soon?" Mu Dabing was stunned for a moment. Mu Dabing learned about the news of the Tsin family's return to Yunjing province only this morning. He learned that the Tsin family was in a financial crisis, and that they are on the verge of bankruptcy too. Mu Dabing did not expect that the Tsin family would pay a visit so soon. Shen Rong frowned ever so slightly and said, "The Tsin family came back at this crucial time. Is it because of the marriage between their fifth son and Yorong?" Mu Dabing replied, "Tell me about it. I am certain it is because of that. The Tsin family is in a financial crisis, and they are on the verge of bankruptcy too. They probably want to use the marriage alliance to close a loophole in their funding." "No," Shen Rong continued, "I won't allow our Yorong to marry into the Tsin family." In Shen Rong's heart, Mu Yorong was the bright moon in the sky and the fairy maiden of the 9 heavens. How could she allow Mu Yorong to marry into a family that was close to bankruptcy? She would never allow it. "Tell me about it." "I won't allow Yorong to marry into the family, of course." Mu Dabing's expression made him look extremely displeased. The marriage between the Tsin family and the Mu family was not a secret in Yunjing City. The Tsin family was a century-old powerful family with imperial court officials in the family a few generations ago. Would they not be ridiculed by others if they were to break the marriage so recklessly? As a result, they had to figure out a way to satisfy both sides. The Tsin family was on the verge of bankruptcy, while the Mu family was thriving at its peak. If Mu Yorong were to marry the fifth child of the Tsin family, would that not mean that she would be at a loss? How could the Mu family's daughter be put in such a position? However, how would outsiders perceive the Mu family if they were to annul the marriage now? Just as the husband and wife were caught in a dilemma, Mu Yorong walked over from the side. "Dad, Mom, why do both of you look sad?" Shen Rong heaved a sigh and told Mu Yorong about the situation. Mu Yorong possessed the memories of her past life, so she remembered the Tsin family's return to Yunjing province when they were on the verge of bankruptcy in the past. It was within her expectations that the Tsin family would return around this time. Mu Yorong furrowed her brows ever so slightly at the thought of it. What's the difference between the Tsin family's business and a toad trying to swallow a swan? Moreover, she was more than just a swan. She was a phoenix that roamed the 9 heavens. A family on the verge of bankruptcy wanted her to marry into their family. Were they dreaming? That's right. Shen Rong chimed in by adding, how many years had it been since the agreement was made? And yet, they actually remembered it. Why don't they remember to measure themselves instead? How dare they wish for my daughter to end up in misery? They're really shameless. Mu Yorong continued, Dad, Mom, there's no need for both of you to be part of this later. I will talk to them. It's already the 21st century. We pay great attention to the freedom of marriage and also the freedom to date. Anything that happens later will not be related to you regardless. She was given a new life when she was reborn. With the Goldfinger system in her grasp, she would not need to marry anyone unless they were worthy. She wanted to marry Fifth Master Tsin, who was standing at the peak of the pyramid. A small place like Yunjing could not bind her down. Who the hell was the fifth child of the Tsin family anyway? Even though the fifth child of the Tsin family was ranked fifth in the family, he was utterly unrelated to the fifth Master Tsin. If the fifth child of the Tsin family was fifth Master Tsin, The Tsin family would not be on the verge of bankruptcy and would not need to rely on a marriage to solve their problem. Mu Yorong had already used the Goldfinger system earlier to investigate this matter. If she was not mistaken, Fifth Master Tsin was in the Mu family's banquet hall yesterday. All she had to do was to capture his attention. She would not allow the incidents from her past life to repeat themselves. Suddenly the servant walked over. "Sir, madam, the Tsin representatives are here. Invite them into the house quick," said Mu Dabing with a wide smile. It did not take long before two silhouettes appeared in the living room. Madame Tsin walked in front. Her hair was hoary with age, while her face was covered in wrinkles. In stark contrast, the woman following behind her was glowing radiantly. There was no telling what her real age was. One of these two women was Madame Tsin, while the other was Tsin Shaoqing's mother, Zhou Xiang. Mu Dabing hastily walked to the door to welcome them. "Madam Mrs. Tsin, when did you arrive in Yunjing province? Why didn't you inform us in advance so that we can clean up the place to welcome you?" Even though he currently despised the Tsin family from the bottom of his heart, he still needed to show some respect. Meanwhile, Shen Rong hastily ordered the servants to make tea. Madame Tsin answered smilingly, "Dabing, you and your wife are too kind. This is Yorong, right? Little girl, you're really pretty. You're too generous with your compliment. She's just a little rascal who can't be brought to the table." His daughter was outstanding, of course. How could the fifth child of the Tsin family deserve his daughter? Mu Dabing had already ridiculed Madame Tsin in his heart many times over. The old woman lived in vain for so many years. Why would she not take a look at the great disparity between the two families? They were on the verge of bankruptcy, yet they still had the courage to visit the Mu family. After exchanging small talk, Madame Tsin dived straight into the main topic of conversation by saying, "Dabing, let's not beat about the bush anymore since we're a family. We're here to discuss the two children's matter today." Dabing feigned his confusion by asking, "The two children's matter?" Madame Tsin continued, "It's about the engagement between our Shaoqing and Yorong. When the Mu family was on the verge of bankruptcy back in those years, it was the Tsin family's patriarch, Tsin Haifeng, who made a financial contribution to ensure the survival of the Mu family's business. In order to repay their kindness, the Mu family made a vow that if they had a daughter in the future, they would certainly betroth the daughter to the fifth child of the Tsin family, Tsin Shaoqing. Tsin Shaoqing was only 4 years old at the time. 8 years later, a daughter was born into the Mu family. Tsin Haifeng had purposely rushed back from Beijing, just to attend the child's full moon celebration. Moreover, he exchanged keepsakes with the Mu family. The strong connection between the two families was formed via the engagement just like that. Out of the blue, Mu Yorong chimed in, "Madam, I'm only 18 years old this year, and I don't want to think about the most important event in my life for the time being. Moreover, your Tsin family is a rich, influential family. How can someone like me be a worthy match for Mr. Tsin?" Madame Tsin did not ponder further on that, but she chuckled and looked toward Mu Yorong. "You're a worthy match. You're a worthy match. My sweet child, you're so pretty, so how can you possibly not be a worthy match for him? Don't worry. Since the engagement is already set, our Tsin family won't go back on our word. I will certainly make Shaoqing marry you." Upon hearing that, Mu Yorong's expression changed ever so slightly. The damned old woman was senseless. She was incapable of even discerning Mu Yorong's sarcasm. It was obviously the Tsin family's son who was not a worthy match for her. The old woman made it sound like she was out of his league instead. Bah! Madame Tsin was disgusting. At that very moment, Mu Dabing and Shen Rong's expressions were rather unpleasant. What was the point of Madame Tsin's remark? Why did she have not the slightest common sense? Zhou Xiang furrowed her brows ever so slightly. Her sharp senses allowed her to detect that something was off about the husband and wife's expressions. Then she took a glance at Madame Tsin, and their eyes met one another's. Their gazes changed ever so slightly. Zhou Xiang smiled and stood up. "Brother Mu's sister-in-law, what my mother meant was that we made the trip this time to set a date for the two children's marriage. Now that the two children are grown up, It's good to give us peace of mind as their parents if we can set a date soon. Auntie, this is the most important event in my life. My parents can't make this decision for me. Mu Yorong added. Don't make things difficult for my dad and mom anymore. Since you're here today, I shall clear up the situation. I only want to focus on my studies now, and I don't want to be distracted by other matters. It's best to call off the marriage between our two families now. We are no longer in a traditional society that allows for forced and arranged marriages. Zhou Xiang was dumbfounded upon hearing that. Madame Tsin was notably stunned as well. They could only keep their gaze on Mu Yorong. Mu Yorong continued to speak. I believe that Mr. Tsin will certainly be able to find a girl who deserves him in the future. Only that the girl would not be her since she was out of his league. Mu Dabing stood up in slight embarrassment. Madame Tsin, Mrs. Tsin, the child doesn't know how to speak politely to the elderly. If there's anything in her statement that offends you, please don't argue with her. Dad, I'm already an adult. I have the right to choose. Mu Yorong looked toward Mu Dabing with a determined expression. Mu Dabing remarked, Yorong is my only daughter. She is a determined and headstrong girl. I may be her father, but in truth, I'm utterly incapable of making decisions for her. Since the child is unwilling, we can't force her either. There's a saying that you can't force love. Let's forget about the engagement. Zhou Xiang maintained the presentable smile on her face. Brother Mu, an annulment is not a joke. Our two families have a strong bond that has lasted for years. Moreover, Haifeng's last words prior to his death were that we must fulfill the engagement. Sin Haifeng was a man of his word, and he treated Mu Dabing like his own brother. Even at the present height of the Tsin family that was already far beyond the reach of the Mu family, the Tsin family still kept their word. They did not expect that the Mu family would actually call for an annulment. Moreover, Mu Yorong's comments made it seem that she was out of Tsin family's league. Could it be that it was a delusion? Zhou Xiang's reaction was out of Mu Dabing's expectation. He did not expect that Zhou Xiang would still shamelessly insist on going ahead with the marriage at this point. She was really thick-skinned. Oh, Mrs. N. Mu Dabing raised his head to look toward Zhou Xiang. It's best for us to know our place. There are certain things that we've already spoken clearly about. You are a smart person, so why would you feign being confused? Upon saying that, Mu Dabing added right away, I know that the Tsin family is in a financial crisis now, and I still remember that it was the Tsin family that helped us when our Mu family was in a difficult situation back in those years. However, you can't expect us to return the kindness just because we're grateful for your help. That's not how a noble person would act. The Tsin family was in a financial crisis? Since when was the Tsin family in a financial crisis? So it turned out that the Mu family wanted to annul the engagement because of this? Zhou Xiang narrowed her eyes. Mu Dabing waved his hand to summon a servant who came with a tray covered with a piece of red cloth. Mrs. Tsin, my old brother Haifeng gave me 100,000 bucks when the Mu family was in a crisis back in those years. Now, our Mu family is returning it twofold. Haifeng gave him 100,000 bucks back in those years. They returned 200,000 now, so it was already considered a repayment of sorts. Mu Dabing had removed the red fabric covering the tray while he spoke. There were stacks of brand new renminbi notes on the tray, and also a jade pendant. The pendant was in the shape of a dragon. Zhou Xiang used to look up to Mu Dabing. However, she now felt as if it was her first day being acquainted with the man. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the man before her was Mu Dabing. So it turned out that time really could change a man. The Tsin family did not insist on the union between the Mu and Tsin families by marriage back in those years, but Mu Dabing himself promised it. Now he wanted to cut ties with the Tsin family, and proposed an annulment after hearing the rumors that the Tsin family was in a financial crisis. Yet, he still assumed a strong sense of righteousness. He made a promise, yet he went back on his own word. He was simply hypocritical. Noticing that Zhou Xiang did not speak, Mu Dabing furrowed his brows. What is the matter? Do you think that it's too little? That's 200,000 bucks. Mrs. Tsin, A person whose heart is not content is like a snake which tries to swallow an elephant. She thought that it was a small amount. That was a little shameless of her. Zhou Xiang looked at Mu Dabing again and said, Mu Dabing, you're an ungrateful man devoid of gratitude. Had it not been for the 100,000 bucks from 25 years ago, could the Mu family sustain until now? The Mu family was actually humiliating them by giving them 200,000 bucks. What a joke. How much do you want then? Give me a number. Mu Dabing gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. It's best for you not to be too thick-skinned when I'm showing you respect here, Zhou Xiang. There's a limit to my patience. Zhou Xiang took out another pendant from her pocket and smashed it ferociously on the ground. Sure, since you insist on the annulment, I shall fulfill your wish then. The engagement between our two families has been called off. Our friendship has been broken off too. We shall be completely isolated from each other's lives. It's best that you do not regret this. Regret? Did Zhou Xiang really think that the Tsin family was desirable? Mu Yorong's gaze was tainted with mockery. Auntie, please remember your actions today too. Never ever regret your choice and do something embarrassing later that goes against your words. Mu Yorong did not want to be affiliated with a fallen family like the Tsin family. If they were to cut ties, they had to do it cleanly. This was to prevent the Tsin family from causing trouble in the future. Mu Dabing pulled out a few cash notes from his wallet and put them on the tray. Mrs. Tsin, our families have had a good relationship for many years. Here's some extra money. Take it as a small token from me. It's not easy for you, a widow with kids, to survive out there. If there's really no other way for all of you to survive in the future such that you have to live on the streets, you can still seek refuge from our Mu family. We have a few spare servant rooms in the house. Just think of it as our charity. Since he had already gone all out, there was no need for him to put up an act anymore. Anyhow, the Tsin family was just a fallen family now. Zhou Xiang picked up the other jade pendant and turned around to help Mrs. Tsin to stand up. She did all this with a furious expression on her face. Let's leave, Mom. Mrs. Tsin was a woman who had seen it all. Even though she was very furious, she did not express her rage. Mrs. Tsin, you forgot to take the money. Mu Dabing ordered the servant to send the money to her. Zhou Xiang looked back ever so slightly and cussed for the first time in her life. Our Tsin family has no need for trifle money like this. You can keep the money for you to buy your coffins. With that, Mu Dabing chuckled aloud right away. He clapped and said, Well, well, well. You're tough. You're spirited. I've finally witnessed it today. The personification of the statement. So poor that one only has their spirit left. Had the Tsin behaved more humbly and displayed their inferiority today, he would still show mercy and charity to them when they were kicked out of their home and onto the streets. Judging by the situation now, it seemed that there was no need for that anymore. What a group of ungrateful people. The survival or death of the Tsin family members was not related to him the slightest bit from now on. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiang helped Mrs. Chun outside. A low-profile MPV was parked at the door. It did not even have a license plate. Noticing that Zhou Xiang and Mrs. Tsin were there, the driver hastily got out of the car and opened the door. Madam, Mrs. Tsin. The expression on Zhou Xiang's face was barely discernible. She instructed, head back to the manor. Also, inform Uncle Lin not to come with the others. Uncle Lin and the others are almost here. The assistant seated next to the driver turned around. For the first time, the Tsin family prepared a large amount of dowry and ordered the butler, Uncle Lin, to deliver it straight from Beijing. She counted the days and realized that the dowry was arriving today. Coincidentally. Send them back by the way they came. The assistant was stunned for a moment but then answered, All right. Madame Tsin and Zhou Xiang sat in the back seat. None of them uttered a word, and the ambience in the car was tensed. The car arrived at the manor, and Zhou Xiang helped Madame Tsin back into the house before lashing out in a rage. They've gone too far. They've really gone too far. Why hadn't I figured out that Mu Dabing is actually a little man who looks down upon everybody else? Madame Tsin patted Zhou Xiang's hand. All right. Don't be angry anymore. Our Xiaoqing can marry any girl that he wants. Mu Yorong is a naive, senseless girl. How is she worthy of arts and family? And how does she deserve our Shaoqing? It's a blessing in disguise to witness their true selves through this incident. Mu Yorong was pretty. However, compared to the upper-class socialites from noble families in Beijing, she was nothing. Countless people would do anything to marry Sun Shaoqing. Yet Mu Yorong was too ignorant to see that. Upon contemplation, Zhou Xiang regretted not performing better earlier. Mom, I should have thrown the money at Mu Dabing's head earlier. I should have busted his head. As the mother of the successor to the family, Zhou Xiang was fawned upon wherever she went. She could not even remember the last time she had been infuriated this way. She was too angry that she could not even think straight earlier. What's the point of fussing with people like that? Calm down. Madame Sun consoled her. It's their failure not to appreciate what they have today. They will still have many days to regret it in the future. You're right. Zhou Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. At the thought of this, she was no longer as furious. Upon saying that, Zhou Xiang continued, the engagement is considered called off. Mom, shall we head back to Beijing then? They were here for marriage matters. So since the marriage was annulled, there was no point for them to remain in Beijing anymore. No, we can't go back yet. Madame Sun shook her head. Yunjing City is a rich land fostering many talents. There are certainly quite a lot of outstanding girls here. I will stay here and choose a beautiful wife for Shaoqing, and then return to Beijing in glory. It will also allow the Mu family to see that Arts and family's granddaughter-in-law is much more outstanding than Mu Yorong by 100, 1,000, 1,000,000-fold. Had the Tsin behaved more humbly and displayed their inferiority today, he would still show mercy and charity to them when they were kicked out of their home and onto the streets. Judging by the situation now, it seemed that there was no need for that anymore. What a group of ungrateful people. The survival or death of the Tsin family members was not related to him the slightest bit from now on. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiang helped Mrs. Chun outside. A low-profile MPV was parked at the door. It did not even have a license plate. Noticing that Zhou Xiang and Mrs. Tsin were there, the driver hastily got out of the car and opened the door. Madam, Mrs. Tsin. The expression on Zhou Xiang's face was barely discernible. She instructed, head back to the manor. Also, inform Uncle Lin not to come with the others. Uncle Lin and the others are almost here. The assistant seated next to the driver turned around. For the first time, the Tsin family prepared a large amount of dowry and ordered the butler, Uncle Lin, to deliver it straight from Beijing. She counted the days and realized that the dowry was arriving today. Coincidentally, send them back by the way they came. The assistant was stunned for a moment but then answered, all right. Madame Tsin and Zhou Xiang sat in the back seat. None of them uttered a word, and the ambience in the car was tensed. The car arrived at the manor, and Zhou Xiang helped Madame Tsin back into the house before lashing out in a rage. They've gone too far. They've really gone too far. Why hadn't I figured out that Mu Dabing is actually a little man who looks down upon everybody else? Madame Tsin patted Zhou Xiang's hand. All right. Don't be angry anymore. Our Shaoqing can marry any girl that he wants. Mu Yorong is a naive, senseless girl. How is she worthy of arts and family? And how does she deserve our Shaoqing? It's a blessing in disguise to witness their true selves through this incident. Mu Yorong was pretty. However, compared to the upper-class socialites from noble families in Beijing, she was nothing. Countless people would do anything to marry Sun Shaoqing. Yet Mu Yorong was too ignorant to see that. Upon contemplation, Zhou Xiang regretted not performing better earlier. Mom, I should have thrown the money at Mu Dabing's head earlier. I should have busted his head. As the mother of the successor to the family, Zhou Xiang was fawned upon wherever she went. She could not even remember the last time she had been infuriated this way. She was too angry that she could not even think straight earlier. What's the point of fussing with people like that? Calm down. Madame Sun consoled her. It's their failure not to appreciate what they have today. They will still have many days to regret it in the future. You're right. Zhou Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. At the thought of this, she was no longer as furious. Upon saying that, Zhou continued, the engagement is considered called off. Mom, shall we head back to Beijing then? They were here for marriage matters. So since the marriage was annulled, there was no point for them to remain in Beijing anymore. No, we can't go back yet. Madame Tsin shook her head. Yunjing City is a rich land fostering many talents. There are certainly quite a lot of outstanding girls here. I will stay here and choose a beautiful wife for Xiaoqing, and then return to Beijing in glory. It will also allow the Mu family to see that our Tsin family's granddaughter-in-law is much more outstanding than Mu Yorong by 100, 1,000, 1,000,000-fold. Madame Tsin was born and raised in Yunjing province. Her ancestral home was in Yunjing province as well, so she had an intimate relationship with the town that could not be severed. The upper-class socialites from noble families were undoubtedly beautiful, but she could always feel that something was lacking in them. When it came to getting her grandson a wife, it was still a preference for her that he marry a local from Yunjing province. You're right. Let's choose a good wife for Xiaoqing right here in Yunjing province. Then we can return to Beijing in glory. Zhou added while chuckling. Mom, I'm with you on this. Madame Tsin seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden. She continued to speak. Oh right. Was it you who spread the fake news that our Tsin family business is in a financial crisis? No, Zhou shook her head and said with a puzzled expression. Mom, I thought that it was you who spread the rumor on purpose as a way to sound out the Mu family. Had it not been for the fake news, how could they have seen the Mu family members' true selves? Madame Tsin remarked. It wasn't me either. Then Zhou furrowed her brows and said, perplexed. If it wasn't you or me, who was it then? It was me. Before the voice died away, a tall, slim silhouette walked into the house from the outside. He had on a classic Chinese robe and a string of bright red prayer beads in his hand. The red mole on the corner of his eye accentuated his sensuality, while his overall appearance was even more delicate than a woman's. Xiaoqing is home. Zhou looked towards Xiaoqing with a smile. The mother and son looked very similar. In addition, Zhou paid a great deal of attention to her skincare regime, so they looked more like siblings instead. Hey Xiaoqing, did you just say that it was you who spread the fake news about the financial crisis? Madame Tsin looked towards Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing nodded ever so slightly and moved the prayer beads along. How did the Mu family react? Zhou answered with a frown. They acted like snobs. As soon as they found out that our Tsin family is in a financial crisis, they immediately cut ties with us. In fact, they had even tried to use 200,000 bucks to humiliate us. Despite hearing that, Xiaoqing's expression remained as calm and composed as before. He was neither astonished nor furious. It felt as if everything was within his expectation. Xiaoqing, how come there's not the slightest reaction from you? Your grandma and I put up with them because of you. Xiaoqing shifted his gaze back to Zhou. You will only lower yourself when you quarrel with people like them. Moreover, I told you before that the Mu family's daughter is not a good match. It was you and Grandma who persisted in that matter regardless. And what was the purpose of us persisting in that? It's all because of you. You're a heartless scoundrel. Zhou was furious. Xiaoqing pursed his thin lips tightly with a rather helpless look on his face. It made Zhou seem like a little girl who was being deliberately provocative. Xiaoqing. Madame Tsin turned around to look towards Xiaoqing. Tell me truthfully, do you have someone you like in your heart? If you have that person in your heart, I won't be worried anymore. It will save my time and energy, and I won't be anxious all day long. Madame Tsin was sincerely worried. There was only one male heir for 3 generations in the Tsin family. Even though Xiaoqing was the 5th child, all his other siblings were sisters. Yet, Xiaoqing spent every day praying to Buddha and practicing vegetarianism. She was afraid that the Tsin family's line would end in her hands. Xiaoqing moved the prayer beads in his hand while the long tassel fell out of his sleeve. I don't. You really don't? Or are you just pretending? I really don't. Madame Tsin continued. Your mother and I are not closed-minded. There's no need for us to use a marriage alliance to strengthen our status in the country, given our reputation. Oh, Xiaoqing. If you have someone you like in your heart, you must tell me, okay? I don't have any other requirements. It would be fine even if the person has some flaws. It will be fine as long as she knows how to hide under a roof when it rains. At this point, Madame Tsin would accept it even if he were to marry a retard. Was her requirement still not low enough? Why was there no news about Sun Xiaoqing's relationship until now? He was 30 years old now, so how much longer did he still want to procrastinate? Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement. As long as you're willing to give us her name, your grandma and I will immediately bring up the proposal on your behalf. We won't have a second opinion at all. Sun Xiaoqing answered with a question. Mom, Grandma, do you think that all there is to life is to get married, have children, then have the children get married to have grandchildren, and repeat the cycle until the end of one's life? What was the meaning of having a routine life like this? Rather than believing in love, it was better to believe in oneself. He could build himself a business empire at the very least. Sun Xiaoqing was used to standing on the peak with everything within his grasp. It was not like he had to get married and have children in his life. Madame Tsin was rendered speechless for a moment before she continued to speak. Xiaoqing, if you won't do it yourself, then I'm going to do it for you. Whatever the case, I must see you get married and have children while I'm still alive. Or else, I won't be able to rest in peace when I'm 6 feet under. Sun Xiaoqing furrowed his brows ever so slightly. Noticing the change in Sun Xiaoqing's expression, Madame Tsin immediately pressed her right hand against her chest. I can't breathe. It's suffocating.
I'm dying.
Zhou Xiang immediately ran over and helped support Madame Tsin with one hand and patted Madame Tsin's back with her other hand. Mom! Mom! What's going on with you? Are you okay? You're scaring me. Upon saying that, Zhou Xiang looked toward Chan Xiaoqing. Look at what you've done. You've infuriated your grandma. Mom, don't be angry. Don't worry. Xiaoqing is a sensible child. He will surely abide by your wish. Let me take you upstairs so you can rest. They echoed each other such that Sun Xiaoqing did not have the opportunity to refute. On the other side of things, in the traditional Chinese medicine dispensary, Ye Zhuo passed the prescription she wrote to the owner of the dispensary. The owner received the prescription and took a glance at Ye Zhuo as he said, Miss, is this prescription of yours used for treating blood deficiency and malaria? Yes.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
The owner considered the information for a moment. Can I please trouble you to write down the phone number or address of this old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, please? He could tell that an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner wrote the prescription just by taking one glance. The penmanship was profound as well.
Ye Zhuo similed.
The person who wrote the prescription is me. Young maiden, stop joking around. The owner smiled. Traditional Chinese medicine was a field requiring a mixture of extensive knowledge and culture. It was utterly impossible for one to figure it all out without spending a few decades practicing it. The young maiden appeared to be about the age of 17 or 18 at most. Moreover, young people these days were too skilled in making blind conjectures as if they were very knowledgeable. Ye Zhuo spoke up from the side. Sir, I'm the patient and she is my daughter. She really wrote this prescription. Is that so? Noticing how serious Ye Zhuo was, the owner narrowed his eyes. Yes, it is.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
The owner hesitated for a moment before he said, So, young maiden, will you leave your phone number for me? Sure.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Then the owner passed a pen and paper to Ye Zhuo. Then Ye Zhuo lowered her head to write. My name is Ye Zhuo and I don't have a phone. This number belongs to my uncle. You can give my uncle a call if you wish to reach me. My uncle's surname is Ye Zhuo. She was certain that the original owner of her body had a phone. However, those items all belonged to the Mu family. Ye Zhuo did not bring anything with her when she left. Upon saying that, Ye Zhuo passed the paper back to the owner of the dispensary. The owner received the paper and was dumbfounded for a moment. He realized that the penmanship on the paper was exactly the same as the one on the prescription. A series of numbers followed after the two gracefully written words. Ye Zhuo. Could it be that the young maiden was extraordinarily gifted, that she was an expert in traditional Chinese medicine at such a young age? The owner suppressed the doubt he had in his heart and began portioning the medicinal herbs for Ye Zhuo. He filled 2 large bags. Young maiden, the total cost is 5,000 bucks. Why is it so expensive? Asked Ye Zhuo in astonishment. 5,000 bucks. It was more than 2 months of her salary. The owner smiled and replied, Miss, there are 2 types of precious medicinal herbs in your prescription. The 5,000 price tag is actually the discounted price. 5,000 bucks was considered a discounted price? It was too expensive. Ye Zhuo was startled, so she hastily tugged at Ye Zhuo's sleeve and said, Let's not get the medicine anymore. Zhuo, let's go home. I'm still healthy, so there is no need for me to take any medicine. I'll be fine after resting for a few days. It's fine if you don't want it. The owner took back the medicine. Ye Zhuo patted Ye Zhuo's hand smilingly while she turned her head to look toward the owner. We're taking the medicine, boss. Here's the money. As Ye Zhuo spoke, she took out the money from her pocket and passed it to the owner. The owner placed the money into the currency counting machine. It was precisely 5,000 bucks. He could not help but take an extra glance at Ye Zhuo while thinking to himself how the young maiden was so accurate that the money that she gave him was precisely 5,000 bucks without even counting it. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo undoubtedly felt very guilty. I'm really fine, Zhuo. She could only make 5,000 bucks after working for 2 whole months. Mom, we can always earn more money after losing it. However, taking care of the health of our bodies is our responsibility. Moreover, we only live once. Ye Zhuo said in all apparent seriousness. The young maiden is right. What's 5,000 bucks compared to your health? The owner passed the medicine to Ye Zhuo. Miss, you have a filial kind daughter. Ye Zhuo received the medicine and replied, Thank you. After returning from the traditional Chinese medicine dispensary, Ye Zhuo headed to the market. She was planning to get some fish and meat. Ye Zhuo's body was truly too weak, so she needed more nutritious food. In the Mu family's home, Mu Yorong was the pure-blood daughter of a wealthy family, after all. As a result, she adapted to the life of living in a wealthy family rather quickly. The only thing that made her feel slightly uneasy was that the little Ye Zhuo had actually left the family. If she was as bored as she was in her past life, at least she could find joy teasing the little T. As a result, she felt that something was missing in her life. She was thinking about this when the system's cue tone was heard in her mind all of a sudden. Mu Yorong hastily brought up the control panel that others could not see. A person's information was displayed there.
Li Qiandong, male.
Age 28. The eldest son of the Li family, one of the most powerful families in Beijing, and the successor to the Li family's business. He had a net worth of over 100 billion. An influential official like him could make the Yunjing province shake just by stomping on the ground. Is there a photo of Li Qiandong? Mu Yorong narrowed her eyes. The control panel screen shifted and immediately displayed the photo of a young man. He had handsome facial features and outstanding qualities. Mu Yorong narrowed her eyes again. Look up Li Qiandong's recent itinerary. The system immediately switched scenes and displayed an itinerary. Mu Yorong examined the itinerary meticulously, and then sat in front of the dressing table and began putting on her makeup. Even though Li Qiandong had an impressive status, it was very apparent that Li Qiandong was not the target Mu Yorong was looking for. Mu Yorong's target was 5th Master Tsin. However, according to the information displayed, Li Qiandong was the best friend of 5th Master Tsin. So, if she could get her hands on Li Qiandong, she would be one step closer to getting 5th Master Tsin. What a waste that the system could not look up 5th Master Tsin, otherwise, she need not spend such a great deal of effort to get close to Li Qiandong. At the entrance of a shopping mall, a group of men dressed in suits surrounded a young silhouette entering the building. Who else was there other than Li Qiandong? Li Qiandong had just walked out of the shopping mall when he saw a girl dressed in a clean white dress half squatting at a nearby area with a gentle smile on her face. Little boy, how old are you? The girl was very pretty. Her pure white dress was spotlessly clean to set off her beauty like a freshly bloomed lotus flower. The person standing opposite her was a little boy in shabby clothes. He had a snot bubble coming out of his nose, but the girl dressed in the white dress did not seem to mind at all. She took out a napkin to wipe the little boy's face meticulously with a gentle expression on her face the entire time. "Thank you, miss." The little boy thanked her respectfully. "Don't mention it. I have some food with me, you can have it. Where's your family?" The little boy shook his head. "I don't know. I came alone. It's not safe for you to be out on your own. Is it okay if I send you home?" The little boy nodded. "Thanks, miss." Li Qiandong could not help but slow down upon witnessing such a heartwarming scene. The eagle-eyed chief standing next to Li Qiandong immediately said something to his assistant after noticing Li Qiandong's behavior. "Look up the young maiden." "Sure." The assistant nodded respectfully. After a short while, the girl dressed in white held the little boy's hand and vanished into the crowd. It was only then that Li Qiandong retracted his gaze and continued to walk ahead. "Mr. Li here." The man standing next to Li Qiandong opened the door of the car respectfully. He then got into the car. The man read the information sent to him from the assistant and said to Li Qiandong with a smirk, "Mr. Li, the young maiden we encountered earlier at the entrance is named Mu Yorong. She is the daughter who was recently reunited with the Mu family." Li Qiandong was stunned for a moment. So it turned out to be her. No wonder she seemed so familiar to him. Li Qiandong's impression of Mu Yorong was initially tainted because of the annulment incident from before. Hence, this was rather unexpected. It seemed that there was some misunderstanding there. If a person was so caring to a beggar, how could she ask for an annulment due to favoring the rich and despising the poor? Li Qiandong was lost in thought for a moment. After coming back from the market, Ye Zhuo was already cooking in the kitchen. Ye Zhuo walked over to take the spatula in Ye Zhuo's hand. "Mom, go back to your room and rest. I'll take over from here. It's better for me to do it. This is not your kind of chore." The Mu family hired chefs and servants, so she figured that Ye Zhuo had not even stepped into the kitchen before. Ye Zhuo chuckled and said, "I took some culinary classes when I was with the Mu family, so don't look down on me. Your body is weak. You shouldn't inhale too much smoke." In truth, the original owner of her body was utterly incapable of cooking. Fortunately, Ye Zhuo had acquired culinary skills from her past life. Moreover, Ye Zhuo had a unique set of cooking skills. The food she prepared was not only scrumptious but also effective in other ways. "I shall help you to clean the vegetables then." Ye Zhuo picked up the vegetables bought by Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo heated the oil on the wok with agile movements. It did not take long before a gush of enticing fragrance filled the kitchen. Ye Zhuo was undoubtedly astonished. She did not expect that Ye Zhuo was actually capable of doing this. 5:30 in the evening, Ye Zhuo reported to duty at the barbecue skewer shop. A young man dressed in a white shirt was behind the counter with his head lowered to write. He was so focused on writing that he did not notice Ye Zhuo's arrival. "Hello." Ye Zhuo took the initiative to greet him. The young man raised his head and met a pair of bright, upturned eyes just like that. He was visibly stunned for a moment, and then his ears flushed scarlet as he said, We're not open for business yet." Complexion as fair as snow, red lips and pearly whites. It was the first time in his life that he had ever seen such an exquisite girl. Perhaps even the most beautiful girl in his school had to step aside in the presence of this girl. Meanwhile, the owner of the barbecue shop, Qian Lingyu, walked out from the inside. Upon seeing Ye Zhuo, she smiled and said, "Girl, you're here. Did you bring your identity card with you?" "I did." Ye Zhuo passed her identity card to Qian Lingyu. "You're only 18 years old this year?"
Memehememe Ye Zhuo nodded.
Qian Lingyu smiled and continued, "You're the same age as my son. He's 18 too, but he's only in his junior year now." Ye Zhuo smiled but did not utter a word. Next, Qian Lingyu introduced the usual job scope and work routine to Ye Zhuo. "In this line of work, you'll have to be alert at all times with your eyes and ears. You will also have to move in an agile fashion." Ye Zhuo's job scope was extensive. She had to serve food as well as clean up the tables after the customers left. The young man looked at Ye Zhuo's silhouette with slightly furrowed brows. Was she really here to work? Was she doing it as a summer job or a full-time job? If it was a full-time job, did that mean that she had yet to finish high school? And if that were the case, her educational background would be very poor, right? Qianlingyu basically took Ye Zhuo for a tour around the shop. The entire shop was not very huge. It was only a total of 9 square meters, inclusive of the back kitchen. There were over 20 tables set up in the shop. Qianlingyu explained, "Our operation here is not considered especially busy now, but there will be a constant flow of customers when our shop opens. Little Yi, you're going to be doing some complicated work here, so don't you be complaining that you're tired."
Meme Ye Zhuo nodded.
Next, Qianlingyu took Ye Zhuo to meet a middle-aged woman. "Sister Lu, this is Ye Zhuo's daughter, Little Yi. She will be taking Ye Zhuo's place to work here for a month from today onward. Please brief her on the important matters." Sister Lu had her hair dyed blonde and had a dazzling gold ring on her ring finger along with a thick gold bracelet on her wrist. She said in astonishment upon seeing Ye Zhuo, "Yikes! I didn't expect Ye Zhuo to have such a beautiful daughter." Even though Ye Zhuo worked in the barbecue shop for more than 2 years, she was quiet and seldom chatted to others on usual days. Hence, no one in the shop knew about her personal matters. Upon saying that, Qianlingyu turned her head to look toward Ye Zhuo. "Little Yi, you can ask Auntie Lu if you have any further questions about the job from now on." "All right."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Qianlingyu spoke a little more. And then she turned around and walked into the shop. She made her way to the bar and had some water while she said to her son, "Oh Boyoung, you have to study well and continue to work hard on your studies, so that you can strive to get into a first-tier university next year. Strive hard to bring credit to your mom. Don't be like the young girl earlier. She's out working at such a young age. What a good-for-nothing." Qianlingyu's son was named Li Boyoung. He was the only son in the family, so he was rather spoiled. He was 18 years old this year and would be entering junior year after the summer break. Junior year was the turning point of one's life, and it was also the most important year in one's school life. "All right, Mom."
Li Boyoung nodded.
"I will." He performed really well academically, so it would not be an issue for him to get into a first-tier university. He would only need to study a little harder, and he would get into an Ivy League university without any difficulty. "My son is really awesome." Qianlingyu was delighted. "Take a rest if you're tired of doing your homework. There's watermelon in the fridge. Let me bring you some." "Sure." Qianlingyu loved her son very much. When she cut the watermelon for him, she would even meticulously remove the watermelon's seeds. The sky grew darker and darker on the outside, and customers began arriving at the barbecue shop in succession. Ye Zhuo was not melodramatic. She cleaned the tables and swept the floor when she had to. She was dexterous and agile when she worked to the point where no one could pick out a single flaw. Sister Lu nudged Qianlingyu's arm with her elbow. "Look at little Yi, she's rather capable, isn't she? I really couldn't tell at first." Ye Zhuo was so pretty that Sister Lu was still under the assumption that she could not do much. She did not expect that the young maiden would be so good at her job, and that there was no fault to pick with her. Qianlingyu replied without paying much attention, "The children from poor families grow up faster. When I was her age, I was doing everything that I could get my hands on. We even had to herd cows at the time. How can we compare the past with the present? Tell me which family's young maiden now is not pampered?" Sister Lu asked. Qianlingyu nodded. "You're right. However, what's the point of being good at doing work but being uncultured? She is so pretty, yet she dropped out of school at such a young age to enter the workforce. What kind of success will she achieve in the future?" Even though Ye Zhuo took Ye Zhuo's place at work, in Qianlingyu's perception, a beautiful girl's mind was only clouded with thoughts of love and relationships. How would she still have the time or effort to study? Especially when the girl was as beautiful as Ye Zhuo. She figured that Ye Zhuo must have dated at least a few boys. She was even certain that Ye Zhuo was no longer a virgin. As the saying goes, a woman's destiny is decided by luck. It's fine that she is uncultured, as long as she marries a good husband in the future. Sister Lu added. Little Ye is so pretty, so she will certainly marry into a good family in the future and be the wife of a rich man. Sister Lu was born in the 1960s, so she kept to her old ideologies and thought that a girl need not worry about having a good life as long as she had a pretty face. After all, they lived in a materialistic era that prioritized one's appearance. Sister Lu, do you think that the wealthy people of today are all blind? The wealthy people are not only marrying women who are beautiful but also women who have good educational backgrounds. At this point, Chong Lingyu took a glance at Ye Zhuo over there, lowered her voice and said, Moreover, little Ye is so pretty. I bet the boyfriends that she had dated could form a queue as long as a few streets. I'm certain that she is no longer a virgin, so which rich man will marry a deflowered girl? The rich people were not fools. They would refuse to marry girls like Ye Zhuo. Even Qian Lingyu would refuse to let her son marry an uncultured wife like her. Sister Lu furrowed her brows. You can't just make blind conjectures like this. I can see that the child, little Ye, is not that kind of person. What was the most important thing for a girl? It was her reputation, of course. Qian Lingyu replied. There are some people who act one way in public and another in private. There's utterly no way you can tell that something is wrong. Will a thief write the word thief on his face? It's a no for sure. Upon saying that, Qian Lingyu added, I'm only telling you this now, but it's inappropriate for me to talk about this when I'm with other people. Ye Zhuo was truly stunning. She was so beautiful that it made Qian Lingyu feel that she was not a person who knew her place. She even felt a fit of ineffable jealousy toward Ye Zhuo. They were all women, so why was Ye Zhuo so pretty? When jealousy could not be declared openly, it turns into slander. The slander was done almost subconsciously. Fortunately, God was fair. God gave Ye Zhuo a beautiful outer shell, yet he did not give her good intelligence or a good educational background. Sister Lu found Qian Lingyu's remark to be a little inappropriate. You shouldn't say that. What if little Ye is still in school? Aren't there many children who take summer jobs these days? No, that's impossible. Qian Lingyu said determinedly. Look at her, and you can tell that she's not good in school. Moreover, why would she work so hard if she is only filling in for Ye Zhuo for a month? It's very obvious that she is trying to work here on a long-term basis. In Qian Lingyu's perception, Ye Zhuo was so serious at her job, so that she could flatter Qian Lingyu. She wanted to become a full-time staff member and work here on a long-term basis. Sister Lu gazed at Ye Zhuo's busy silhouette. I think that isn't the case. Lingyu, you must be overthinking, right? What do you mean by overthinking? This is the reality. Sister Lu, if you don't believe me, let's see the result in a month. Qian Lingyu was very confident. Ye Zhuo, who was still bustling about, had no idea that Qian Lingyu had already criticized her from head to toe. Ye Zhuo was a hard worker, and she did not rest at all over the entire night. Therefore, Sister Lu served her a glass of iced Coke. Here, little Ye. Have a sip of the drink and take a rest. Thanks, Auntie Lu. Ye Zhuo received the glass with both her hands. Noticing that, admiration tainted Sister Lu's gaze. One could tell a lot about a person's upbringing and attainment by observing the small details. She could tell that Ye Zhuo was brought up well just from the way Ye Zhuo received the drink. When a senior handed something to a junior, the junior would certainly need to receive it with both hands in order to show respect to the senior. Ye Zhuo had received the drink with both her hands earlier. Moreover, she had just finished work after midnight and still remembered her manners. Before she left, Sister Lu reminded her. Little Ye, you're a young woman. Be careful on your way home. Thanks, Auntie Lu. I will. Ye Zhuo had just walked out of the barbecue shop when she saw Ye San standing across the street waving at her. My niece over here. Ye Zhuo jogged over to him. Why are you here, uncle? Your mother sent me to pick you up because she said that it's not safe for a young woman to walk home alone at night. Ye Zhuo nodded and felt a strange feeling in her heart. As a powerhouse, she had always been the one who protected others. Meanwhile, her situation felt even more strange because it was her first time being protected by her family. To sum up, the feeling was bizarre. However, she was not revolted by it. So, are we going to that place again tonight?
Ye sen asket.
Ye Zhuo was well aware of where the place was naturally. Yes. Ye Zhuo urgently needed some money because she needed to buy a phone, a laptop, and some equipment. Additionally, she wanted to move out of the basement. With the phone and laptop, she would be able to engage in more important matters. Given her situation, the fastest way for her to make money was through the gambling den. Let's go, Ye Zhuo said in excitement. Both of us are going to kill it tonight. Then, both of them walked in the direction of the gambling den valiantly. Despite the time, the gambling den was still very crowded in every section. However, Ye Zhuo's luck did not seem to be very good tonight. She lost 6 consecutive times and managed to win only once.
Ye sen luket tovart Ye Zhuo anjosli.
My niece, why are you off your game today? Ye Zhuo answered in a carefree manner. The person who wins in every bet is known as the gambling saint. I'm just an ordinary person. Does that mean an ordinary person was capable of winning a dozen consecutive bets last night? Ye Zhuo scratched his head, pondering the matter. He suspected that Ye Zhuo was only humoring him, but he did not have any proof. Why is she losing so tragically? I thought she was very impressive last night. Li Qiandong's gaze swept toward this side by accident. He furrowed his brows ever so slightly, and his gaze was glistening with disgust. Ever since the Mu family's banquet, he has seen Ye Zhuo over here for 2 consecutive nights. He refused to believe that she did not do that on purpose. Another silhouette was standing next to Li Qiandong. The silhouette's body was enshrouded in a layer of faint, cold radiance that made one awe at the sight of him. It would also make one afraid to look directly at him. Upon hearing Li Qiandong's remark, the man's hand stopped moving the prayer beads for a moment. His jade-like finger hooked on the dark-colored prayer bead with a clearly defined outline that made up an especially pleasant view to the eyes. She's doing it on purpose. He looked up ever so slightly when he said that. He was wearing a hat so only a small portion of his fair chin could be seen. On purpose. Li Qiandong donned a puzzled expression on his face. She lost a total of 6 times. Yet the money she lost from the 6 losses was less than half the money she had won previously. Li Qiandong looked at Sun Shaoqing incredulously, and then he came to the realization afterward. She's afraid of drawing the gambling house's attention?
Sun Shaoqing nodded.
Li Qiandong rubbed his chin. I can guarantee that Ye Zhuo is playing hard to get with us. Brother Fifth, don't you ever be fooled by her. In truth, what sort of gambling skills could Ye Zhuo possibly have? Someone behind her was probably guiding her. If he was not mistaken, the person guiding Ye Zhuo was her uncle. Perhaps Ye Zhuo pretended not to be skilled in gambling, so that Ye Zhuo could stand out and draw the attention of the others. Do you think that I'm you? Sun Shaoqing moved the prayer beads and raised his eyes to look toward Li Qiandong. Li Qiandong was a known playboy without any self-control. It would not be an exaggeration at all to describe him as a Casanova. Therefore, he and Sun Shaoqing were like 2 opposite poles. Brother Fifth, frankly, not all women are like Ye Zhuo. Don't you develop a phobia for women just because of her? Li Qiandong pondered for a moment and then continued. For example, there's the real daughter of the Mu family, Ms. Mu. Ms. Mu is very kind-hearted, so there must be a misunderstanding about her calling off the engagement. Li Qiandong admired Mu Yurong very much. Even though Mu Yurong was raised in a low-income family, she did not lack upper-class etiquette. She could still choose to forgive her fake sister even though she took everything that was hers. Moreover, it seemed that she was especially kind-hearted with homeless children too. Mu Yurong was as pure as a paper, and she was not polluted by the common world. Compared to her, Ye Zhuo was the worst that one could get. What kind of person is Mu Yurong? Facts speak louder than words. Sun Shaoqing spoke nonchalantly. Li Qiandong furrowed his brows. Brother Fifth, I can guarantee that Ms. Mu is really not who you think she is. Sometimes it is not only our ears that can deceive us but our eyes too. I feel that both of you should spend time getting to know each other more. You shouldn't just stand by your opinion and miss out on Ms. Mu, just because of a misunderstanding. In Li Qiandong's perception, Mu Yorong was good-natured and generous. Meanwhile, Sun Shaoqing was always calm and composed. These two people were simply the perfect match for each other. Rather than wasting time on women, it's better to do something more useful. Sun Shaoqing walked further inside. How's the CIS database development? Has someone taken up the task? Li Qiandong's face turned pale. He immediately caught up to Sun Shaoqing and answered, "Not yet." At that point, Ye Zhuo and Ye Sun left the gambling house early because they seemed to have lost many rounds. Ye Sun heaved a few sighs in succession. "Why are you so off your game tonight, huh?" "Uncle, count this." Ye Zhuo passed the money in her hand to Ye Sun. Ye Sun counted, and the expression on his face gradually turned into shock. F***CK. There's $6,000. Is it all from tonight's winning? Ye Zhuo nodded as the moonlight cast a layer of clear glow on her face. "I thought you lost a dozen times in a row? How did you win so much money?" Ye Sun was puzzled. Ye Zhuo smiled and replied, "That's because we're winning big and losing money. If she were to win every bet she placed, it would certainly draw in the attention of others." As a result, Ye Zhuo came up with the idea to stay under the radar. Ye Sun immediately understood the implication of this, so he gave Ye Zhuo a big thumbs up. Smart. She lived up to the reputation of being his niece. Indeed, Ye Sun was very proud to have such an impressive niece. The next day, Ye Zhuo woke up very early. She headed to the market to buy some vegetables and meat, and then she went home to make soup. The soup was meant for Ye Zhuo. It was not only good for nourishing her body but was also food that could improve her looks. Ye Zhuo was skilled in traditional Chinese medicine after all, so she had a set of unique skills in health preservation. As soon as Ye Zhuo woke up, she saw Ye Zhuo bustling about in the kitchen. She was both touched and saddened because it was her fault for being a burden on her daughter. "You're up, Mom. I've already prepared soup. You should have it while it's still warm." Ye Zhuo took the soup. "Zhuo, you finished work so late yesterday night. There's no need for you to wake up early in the morning to make soup for me from now on. It should be me who cooks for you." Ye Zhuo answered smilingly, "It's fine, Mom. I'm not tired. It won't be too late for you to cook for me when your body has recovered." In the afternoon, Ye Zhuo went to work. She had just stepped into the shop when Li Boyang summoned her. "Hold on. Are you talking to me?" Ye Zhuo turned around ever so slightly.
Ema. Li Boyang nudda.
Ye Zhuo continued to speak. "Is there anything that I can help you with?" Li Boyang looked at Ye Zhuo while suppressing the anxiety in his heart. "My name is Li Boyang. The word Li is the same as the Li in Emperor Taizong of Tang Li Shimen. The word Bo means profoundness, while the word Yang means world-renowned. I heard from the others that you are Ye Zhuo, right?" "Yes." Li Boyang's ears were flushing a little from standing so close to Ye Zhuo. Are you still attending school?"
Ye Zhuo nodded.
"Mom." Li Boyang was stunned for a moment. Did Chongling Yu not tell him that Ye Zhuo had already dropped out of school? Upon hearing her answer, Li Boyang said, "I'm in Fengbridge High School. How about you?" Fengbridge High School was an elite school in Yunjing Province. At the mention of the words Fengbridge, Li Boyang's eyes subconsciously lit up. "I'm in North Bridge," answered Ye Zhuo. Li Boyang was stunned again. Even though Fengbridge was an elite school, it was still slightly inferior compared to North Bridge. North Bridge High School was the best high school in Yunjing Province with high teaching and learning standards. He almost got accepted by North Bridge High School years ago, but in the end he was just not good enough. Ye Zhuo looks so pretty. Did she really get accepted by North Bridge High School? Then Li Boyang took out his phone. "What's your WeChat ID? Shall we add each other as friends there?" Ye Zhuo shook her head. "I'm sorry, I don't have a phone." "Huh." Li Boyang was dumbfounded. Soon afterward, he reacted to the situation. He believed that not having a phone was a lie, and that there must be something in Ye Zhuo's moments that she did not want him to see. For example, perhaps she lied and was not enrolled in North Bridge High School at all. Ye Zhuo must be feeling guilty, right? It was coincidentally at this time when Sister Lu summoned Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo shifted her gaze to look toward Li Boyang.
I'm sorry.
I shall head there first. Upon saying that, she trotted away. What did you talk about with her, Boyang? Qian Lingyu walked over from the side with a displeased expression. If you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas. Be careful not to take on her undesirable traits. Qian Lingyu had never liked Ye Zhuo from the start, and she was afraid that Ye Zhuo would lead her precious son astray. Meanwhile, Li Boyang chuckled and said, Mom, I heard from Ye Zhuo earlier that she is studying in Northbridge High School. I think that it's possible that you might have misunderstood her. Northbridge? Her? Qian Lingyu said with a disdainful expression. She might as well tell you that she is studying at Tsinghua University then, right? Tsinghua University was the Ivy League equivalent university in Beijing. It was also the academic institution that many scholars dreamt of attending. Yet, the admission requirements were so high that only a few students were accepted annually. Qian Lingyu wanted to get Li Boyang accepted into Tsinghua University, so badly that she even dreamt about it. She said sincerely, Boyang, let me tell you this. The prettier a girl is, the better she is at lying. Why don't you think about this? If she really did get accepted into Northbridge High School, is there a need for her to work for us? Speak less to her from now on. I can see that she's jealous of you having a good family background, so she wants to. There was already no need for her to finish the rest of the sentence. Qian Lingyu added right away. Boyang, you should understand that you and her don't belong to the same world. Ye Zhuo was destined to work for other people for the rest of her life. On the other hand, her son was going to get into a good university, and he would marry a city girl who was the only daughter of a family with a good educational background in the future. Ye Zhuo ain't one. Li Boyang found that what his mother said made sense. If Ye Zhuo was really in Northbridge High School, she should be studying at home. How could she possibly have the time to distract herself by working here? Could it be that she did not wish to get into a good university? The most reasonable explanation was that she was lying. In truth, Li Boyang did not want to interact with Ye Zhuo. After all, birds of a feather flock together. However, his heart was racing beyond control every time he laid eyes on her. He could feel that he was losing control of himself. It was very strange. At night, Ye Zhuo headed to the gambling den with Yi San just the same. Like the previous night, she kept a low profile and did not show off her capability. For the next few days, Ye Zhuo and Yi San headed to the gambling den every night. They won quite a lot of money through small winnings. Li Qiandong and Sun Shaoqing were there every night as well. Li Qiandong leaned against the guardrail and said with a smile, Brother Fifth, see, I was right. She came every night. What sort of age are we living in now that she is still using the play hard to get trick? What a joke. Sun Shaoqing looked toward the area and raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. So, what do you think she will do next? Li Qiandong replied. Next? She will be here at all times, rain or shine, until you notice her. Sun Shaoqing moved the prayer beads one by one, and the expression on his graceful face was indiscernible. Would the situation develop according to Li Qiandong's theory? Seemed to be quite interesting. The business in the barbecue shop was unusually good over the past few days. The customers came and filled up the tables one by one. At their busiest point, there was even a line out the door. Ye Zhuo was not fond of chatting when she was busy. Instead, she worked laboriously in silence. Yet, she was so pretty that regardless of anything she did, she looked just like a painting that pleased the eyes and the mind. Miss, can we take a photo with you? When she served the food, a bright, handsome-looking young man mustered the courage to speak to her. He had already been coming to the shop for a few days in a row to have barbecued food and observe Ye Zhuo as well. She was beautiful with her red lips and pearly whites even though she had no makeup on. She was truly irresistible. In truth, there were quite a large number of people who came because of Ye Zhuo's beauty, just like him. Sadly for him, Ye Zhuo politely declined. I'm sorry. I'm not fond of being in photos. Can we add each other on WeChat then? The man asked straightforwardly. My name is Wang Su. The word Wang is written with 3 horizontal strokes, and the word Su means rising sun. I'm a third-year student at Yunqing University, and this is my student card. Don't worry, I am really not a bad person. I don't have a phone. Ye Zhuo told the truth. A slightly embarrassed expression flashed past Wang Su's face. Oh, my bad then. It's fine. Qianling Yu could sense that there were much more customers in her shop over the past few days. Although the business was doing rather well in the past, it would not achieve the extent of a line out the door. Could it be that it was due to Ye Zhuo? After all, the customers in the shop were growing by the day since Ye Zhuo's arrival. It turned out that being pretty was not without its benefits too. At the thought of that, Qianling Yu looked at Ye Zhuo with a kinder expression. Little Yi, take a short break if you're tired. It's fine. I'm not an inconsiderate boss. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Qianling Yu patted Ye Zhuo's arm. Meanwhile, a young woman dressed in branded clothing walked past the street just in time to see Ye Zhuo, who was cleaning a table by the side. She used her elbow to nudge the short-haired girl next to her and said in puzzlement, Look, Wuyue. Look who it is. Lin Wuyue covered her mouth and replied incredulously, Oh my God! Is that Ye Zhuo? Come, let's walk over and find out. Both of them could not believe that it was Ye Zhuo. It had only been a couple of weeks, yet Ye Zhuo's changes were so drastic. Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo looked up ever so slightly. Her long lashes were exquisite, akin to a butterfly's wings. Both of them were dumbstruck in astonishment. It really was Ye Zhuo. With a glance, the information on these two people emerged before Ye Zhuo's eyes. Both of them were known separately as Lin Wuyue and Zeng Rou. The original owner of Ye Zhuo's body used to put thick makeup on her face and dressed in revealing outfits all the time because she had a close-knitted friendship with both of them. Lin Wuyue and Zeng Rou came from ordinary rich families in Yunjing province that could not measure up to the Mu family. As a result, they had always been jealous because she not only came from a good family but also had good looks. As a result, they flattered the original owner of her body on purpose to gain benefits from her, but also to use her as a stepping stone for themselves. The original owner of Ye Zhuo's body was a dumb fool, so she was easily influenced by them with just a few casual remarks. They said that she looked good in thick makeup, so the original owner of her body put thick makeup on every day. They also told her that she had a good figure and looked great in some outfits, so the original owner dressed in revealing clothes all the time. What's up? Ye Zhuo looked up nonchalantly. Nothing. We're just looking to catch up with you for a while. The corners of Lin Wuyue's lips curled up into a fake smile. Zhuo, Rou, and I missed you since you left. Why have you changed so drastically these days? You don't even put on makeup anymore? You look hideous this way. Zeng Rou realized what Lin Wuyue's remark meant, so she immediately nodded and chimed in. That's right. You look really hideous now, Zhuo. Wu Yu and I almost couldn't recognize you earlier. Cynicism flashed past Ye Zhuo's gaze for just a moment before it vanished. She raised her head to look at both of them before saying in a rather helpless manner, Actually, I want to look pretty. I want to put on makeup as well. However, both of you are aware of my living condition now. Forget it. I'll continue to look hideous. Continue to look hideous? How could they allow that? Lin Wuyue was so startled that she hastily took out a stack of renminbi notes and stuffed it into Ye Zhuo's hand. Zhuo, if you are having money troubles, I have some here. Take the money and use it to get some makeup products. Ye Zhuo declined by saying, No, I can't take your money. Take it. Zeng Rou took out money and stuffed it into Ye Zhuo's hand as well and said without allowing her to turn down the offer. We're best friends. Wuyue and I hope that you can be as radiant as you used to be. You looked so beautiful before and always enticed so many men. It was hard for Ye Zhuo to turn down their kindness, so she was forced to take the money. Rou, Wuyue, thanks a lot. Both of you are my besties. Noticing how Ye Zhuo behaved, Zeng Rou and Li Wuyue assumed mocking expressions on their faces. To them, she was a blockhead. She would remain a blockhead for the rest of her life. In the eyes of Zeng Rou and Lin Wuyue, Ye Zhuo was basically a retard. She was nothing more than a full-blown retard. If they were to order Ye Zhuo to head east, Ye Zhuo would not have the courage to head west. If she did, she would not have been toyed around so easily by them and become an accessory for so many years. Lin Wuyue did not even bother to pretend anymore. Her facial expression was filled with mockery. Zhuo. Remember to get yourself more cosmetic products tomorrow. Ro and I still have some affairs to attend to. We're leaving now. Sure.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Gazing after Wuyue and Zhongro's departing silhouette, the corner of Ye Zhuo's dark red lips curved into an arc. She would never believe that something would fall into her lap so easily in the past. She believed it now. Meanwhile, Zhongro and Lin Wuyue headed to the Mu family's home. They wanted to eagerly report about Ye Zhuo's tragic state to Mu Yurong. Yurong, guess who Wuyue and I bumped into out there earlier? Who? Mu Yurong looked up for a moment. Zhongro answered. It was Ye Zhuo. Do you know what that shameless faker is doing now? She is actually working as a cleaner at a street vendor. Do you know how piteous she is now? Upon hearing that, excitement returned to Mu Yurong's originally bored face while the corner of her lips curled into a mocking smile. Is that so? It is. Zhongro continued to speak. She was wearing the staff uniform of the street vendor, and we even greeted her. She is just as dumb as she was in the past. Lin Wuyue added. She was an idiot since the beginning, and she is a B*Tisich who took Yurong's place. How can she be compared to Yurong? Yurong is a phoenix perching on a branch while she is worse than the mud on the ground. No matter the case, Ye Zhuo and I share a predestined sisterly relationship. Why don't we set a time to pay her a visit? Mu Yurong asked. Ye Zhuo was in such a disheveled state now, so if she were to lend her a helping hand, Ye Zhuo would certainly feel indebted to her kindness. Just like how it was in her previous life, Ye Zhuo would be under her control once again. Naturally, Mu Yurong's gaze was filled with scheming intention. Let's do it tomorrow night then? Lin Wuyue asked.
Mu Yurong nodded.
Sure. The next morning, Ye Zhuo went for her usual early run after waking up just as usual. She was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and looked graceful even though there was no particular expression on her fair face. If anything, only coldness was seeping through her brilliance. When passers-by noticed her presence in succession, their eyes lit up with shock and admiration. After the run, Ye Zhuo headed to the market and then came home to make soup and prepare breakfast. She was very skilled in cooking to the point where Yi San could not stop praising her talent every time he tasted her food. You're really impressive, my niece. The minced pork congee with preserved egg tastes much better than the ones you find in the breakfast shops. Upon saying that, Yi San seemed to have recalled something, so he said, Oh right, someone called my phone this morning looking for you. Who was that? Ye Zhuo was stunned for a moment. He said that he is the owner of Wellness TCM Dispensary. Ye Zhuo suddenly recalled the time she went to buy medicine for her mother. Did he say anything? Yi San answered. He asked for you to head over to his dispensary this morning if you're free. All right, noted.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
After breakfast, Ye Zhuo washed up and was planning to head out. She went to buy herself a phone, signed up for a phone plan, and then headed to the TCM dispensary. Hello, are you looking for me? You're here, young maiden. The owner's eyes lit up upon seeing Ye Zhuo, so he hastily welcomed her into the shop. So you were looking for me. Is there anything that I can help you with? The owner continued. Young maiden, I was looking for you because I have something that I need your help with. Go ahead. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chan Dafeng. This was how the story went roughly. Chan Dafeng had a nephew-in-law, and he fell very ill a year ago. The illness was not diagnosed due to the rather strange symptoms. He consulted countless doctors during this period, but the illness was getting more and more serious by the day to the point where he was on the verge of death. As a result, the family members wanted to give traditional Chinese medicine a try. Chan Dafeng noticed how the prescription written by Ye Zhuo in the past was basically perfect, so he tried to seek Ye Zhuo's help to check on his nephew. The matter permits no delay. Please take me to check on him, said Ye Zhuo. Sure. Chan Dafeng nodded. He left a few words with the staff member in the shop and then took Ye Zhuo to his nephew's home. Chen Dafeng's nephew was no ordinary person. He lived in a villa located in a rich housing estate and had a few servants in his home. "Uncle, you're here." The woman of the house was very beautiful, and she looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. However, it was apparent that the dark circles under her eyes appeared rather severe. Chen Dafeng then said, "Xiaoya, this is Little Ye, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner I told you about. Little Ye, this is my niece Chen Xiaoya." Chen Xiaoya had only just noticed Ye Zhuo standing next to the dispensary owner. A look of astonishment flashed past her gaze. The woman looked exquisite, but she seemed to be a little too young. Was she treating her illness? Could she really? Ye Zhuo took the initiative to greet Chen Xiaoya. "Hello, my name is Ye Zhuo, but you can call me Little Ye." "Hello, Little Ye. Please take a seat." Chen Xiaoya ordered the servant to serve tea. Ye Zhuo took a seat and drank a sip of tea. "Please take me to see the patient." Chen Xiaoya hesitated for a moment but eventually answered, "Sure." Even though the maiden was young, she was highly recommended by her uncle, Chen Dafeng. So, she could not just dismiss her uncle's effort. Chen Xiaoya took Ye Zhuo to the bedroom. The bedroom was huge, and the stench of disinfectant filled the air. It was not a pleasant smell. The man was already so emaciated to the point that his body had lost its form. He laid still on the bed, and no vital signs could be seen from his body. Ye Zhuo sat next to the bed, stretched out her hand, and placed her finger on the man's vein while she focused her attention on him. After a long while, she loosened her grip on the man's wrist and looked up to see Chen Xianya. "Miss Chen, did your husband visit a tropical country before he got ill?" Chen Xiaoya was visibly stunned for a moment, but then she nodded. "Yes. We visited Bolivia."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
"That is right then. Your husband has a very rare condition that is known as Anox disease. It's very rare for humans to contract this disease, and it is usually spread by ingesting raw meat. Moreover, it is only found to spread in tropical countries." "Anox disease?" Ye Zhuo continued. "In simpler terms, this is a parasitic disease, and there have been fewer than 3 diagnosed cases globally. If it is a parasite, why hadn't the hospital found it when we went for a checkup?" Chen Xiaoya asked straightforwardly. Ye Zhuo explained. "That is because the Anox parasite is translucent and thread-like. The parasite is especially cunning. Once it finds its human host, it will fuse into the host's flesh, so it is very hard to find it using the currently available technology. The disease was very common in the world where Ye Zhuo lived. It was just like the ordinary flu. Nevertheless, Ye Zhuo did not understand why the people of this era could get infected as well. "If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you." Ye Zhuo removed the blanket and pressed a few trigger points on the man's chest with her left hand. Blarg! The man who was lying on the bed suddenly sat up and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood on the ground. Then he fainted again. Chen Xiaoya was startled. "Ye Zhuo! Ye Zhuo!" Ye Zhuo then said, "Miss Chen, please take a look at the floor." Chen Xiaoya lowered her head to look toward the floor, and her face turned ghastly pale in an instant. "What? What is that?" A few translucent thread-like worms were squirming in the red blood. The sight of it was unusually horrifying. "That is the Anox parasite." As compared to the panicked dispensary owner and Chen Xiaoya, Ye Zhuo was calm beyond comparison. "Messier! Messier! Please save my husband, I'm begging you. Please save him." Chen Xiaoya subconsciously went from addressing her as Little Ye to Ms. Ye. It was a sign of her trust in Ye Zhuo. "Don't worry, Miss Chen. I will certainly do my best. Do you have a pen and paper with you?" Ye Zhuo asked. "Ido. Ido." Chen Xiaoya hastily ordered her servant to bring her a pen and paper. Then Ye Zhuo lowered her head and wrote a prescription before passing it to Chen Xiaoya. "Consume the medicine as prescribed. I will come back for a follow-up after 1 week." "Sure. Sure." Chen Xiaoya received the prescription. She was so emotional that she was kneeling. "Ms. Yi, if you can cure my husband, you will be the benefactor of our entire family." Ye Zhuo hastily helped Chen Xiaoya back to her feet. Miss Chun, it won't be too late for you to thank me when your husband is fully cured. After Ye Zhuo left the house, Chun Xiaoye immediately ordered her servant to buy the herbs listed on the prescription. She then called up her mother-in-law Li Wenru to tell her the good news. Li Wenru immediately rushed over to the house upon hearing about the matter. Xiaoye, can Tao Tao really be cured? Where's the doctor? I want to meet her. There was also Li Wenru's niece Li Qingyue, who came with Li Wenru. Li Qingyue's parents passed away when she was young, so she was raised by Li Wenru. It was a coincidence that Li Wenru and her husband Yi Shuozheng did not have a daughter, so they treated Li Qingyue as their biological daughter over the years. Chun Xiaoye replied, Ms. Yi has already left. However, she will be back again in 1 week. Li Wenru said, Is Ms. Yi really confident that she can cure Tao Tao? After consulting so many doctors without any fruit, Li Wenru was very anxious and wondered if the girl could solve their problem. Then Chun Xiaoye ordered the servant to bring over a glass jar. Please take a look at this. The glass jar in sight was the color of blood, and she could see the thread-like transparent creatures squirming inside. Upon seeing that, Li Qingyue was stunned for a moment. A wisp of radiance flashed past her eyes and vanished as soon as it appeared. Soon afterward, she grabbed Chun Xiaoye's hand tightly and said in fear, Cousin, what is that? It looks terrifying. Li Wenru was startled as well. She immediately felt goosebumps all over her body. Chun Xiaoye answered, This is the parasite inside Yi Tao's body. Frankly, we have been mistaken all this time. Yi Tao isn't ill at all, but he has contracted a parasite. Ms. Yi said that the parasite is especially cunning and cannot be detected using ordinary medical equipment. Li Qingyue narrowed her eyes with a profound look in her gaze. She wondered where Ms. Yi came from. Meanwhile, Li Wenru said incredulously, So you're saying that these worms came from Tao Tao's body? Chun Xiaoye nodded. Just like that, Li Wenru's eyes were filled with terror. She found the sight of these worms to be terrifying and could not imagine how much her son had been suffering. Noticing Li Wenru's reaction, Chun Xiaoye hastily said, Mom, there's no need for you to worry too much. Now that we have found the cause of the illness, Ms. Yi will certainly be able to figure out a way to cure Yi Tao. Li Qingyue consoled Li Wenru as well. She is right. There's no need for you to worry too much, Aunt. Cousin Yi Tao will certainly recover. Upon returning to the house, Ye Zhuo turned on her phone and deleted her old WeChat ID, as well as her other social media accounts. Then she signed up for new accounts again. Later, she went to work in the evening. Li Boyong sat by the bar to work on his homework as usual. He took the initiative to greet Ye Zhuo upon noticing her arrival. Hey, you're here.
Meme Ye Zhuo notet.
Soon Li Boyong noticed the phone in Ye Zhuo's hand, so he said, Did you get a phone? I just got it today. Shall we add each other on WeChat? I'll scan your QR code. Ye Zhuo hesitated for a moment but then passed her phone to him. Sure. I've added you. You can just approve my request. It did not take long before Li Boyong received the notification. The person has agreed to add you as a friend. Ye Zhuo's display photo was an unknown little flower, while her WeChat moniker was a poem. It said, Home is where the heart is. Li Boyong furrowed his brows ever so slightly upon seeing it. Ye Zhuo did not even finish junior middle school, so could she really understand the meaning behind the poem? If she didn't, this could be classified as pretending to know what one does not know. One would basically be making a fool of oneself, pretending to know it all. What a hypocrite! No wonder Qian Lingyu was not fond of her. Li Boyong furrowed his brows again and turned off his phone to calm his mind and continue working on his homework. An elderly woman came begging at the shop at about 7 in the evening. She had tattered clothes, a head full of silver hair, and a cane in her hand. She walked in between the tables slowly with her back bent. There were truly too many swindlers these days, so everyone chose to avoid her and pretended not to see the old beggar. On the other hand, Ye Zhuo felt tears well up in her eyes when she saw the old woman. She saw the shadow of her grandmother from another world in this old woman's presence. In her past life, her parents had passed away when she was young. It was an old woman who had no blood relations to her who raised her. Had it not been for her so-called grandmother, she would have died. However, her grandmother passed away when she was 10 years old from an illness. Despite becoming a prominent tech mogul whose fame was known worldwide, she did not manage to give her grandmother a good life, which became a huge regret in Ye Zhuo's life. Ye Zhuo walked to the old woman's side and said with a smile, "Madam, please come here and take a seat. What would you like to have?" The old woman looked toward Ye Zhuo with a rather uneasy gaze. "Young maiden, I." Meanwhile, Lingyu walked out from the inside and said with a displeased expression, "What are you doing, little Yi? Why did you just take this person into the shop? Our shop is not a help center." Did Ye Zhuo consider herself to be the owner of this shop? Did she try to take in a beggar to enjoy a free meal here? That was really shameless. Ye Zhuo looked up ever so slightly and answered, "Don't worry. I'll pay the tab." Pay the tab? Lingyu furrowed her brows ever so slightly and came to the realization soon afterward. Ye Zhuo feigned it. She wanted to show Li Boyong the kind side of her by helping a beggar, so that he would be attracted to her. Right. That was certainly the case and was truly very shameless of her. Therefore, she had to quickly tell her son not to be deceived by this scheming girl. Swiftly, Lingyu headed inside. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo passed the menu to the old woman and said, "Take a look and see what you would like to have." The old woman looked at Ye Zhuo in surprise. "Young maiden, are you really going to treat me to a meal?"
Meme Ye Zhuo nodded.
"I'll help myself then." The old woman ordered a few cuisines without the slightest hesitation, along with a bowl of lobster noodles. "Can I have all these?" "Yes, of course." Ye Zhuo then added, "Please wait here for a while." "Sure." It did not take long before Ye Zhuo came with a serving tray of the cuisines the old woman ordered. The old woman used her peripheral vision to check on Ye Zhuo while she ate. Her gaze was filled with satisfaction. The young maiden was too nice. On top of that, she was very pretty as well and had a sweet voice. When she was done with the meal, the old woman wiped her mouth and waved her hand to summon Ye Zhuo. "Young maiden, come over here for a moment." Ye Zhuo trotted over. "Is there anything that I can help you with, madam?" The old woman shoved at the empty bowl. "Young maiden, I'm done eating and I'm a little thirsty now. Can you please get me a glass of water?" "Sure." Ye Zhuo went to fetch the lady a glass of water. The old woman burped after she finished the glass of water and then said, I'd like a Coke too. May I order one?" She was under the assumption that the young maiden would be displeased because she proposed such an excessive request. She did not expect the young maiden to nod smilingly just as before. "Sure thing." Ye Zhuo bought her a glass of Coke. "There's some ice in the Coke. Please drink it slowly." The old woman nodded and finished the Coke quickly. "Young maiden, what is your name?" "My name is Ye Zhuo, but you can call me Little Yi." "Calling you Little Yi makes me feel like a stranger. How about I call you Yeezy? You can address me as Granny-san." Ye Zhuo chuckled and answered, "Sure, Granny-san." Yikes! Good child. Good child.
Granny-san laughed joyously.
"It's getting late, so I have to go home now. Yeezy, we shall meet again tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After sending Granny-san off, Ye Zhuo helped out in the back kitchen. She had just begun to step away when the trio Muyurongzhengro and Lin Wuyue came. Noticing that these three people were dressed lavishly, Lingyu hastily stepped forward to welcome them. "Please come in." It was Mu Yorong's first time visiting a street vendor after reuniting with her wealthy family. She frowned in disdain. In Mu Yorong's perception, only low-class people would come to these disgusting street vendors. Then they found an empty table and took a seat. Mu Yorong said, "Is there a server at your place by the name Ye Zhuo?" "Yes." Lingyu nodded in response. Zhengro said in haste, "Send Ye Zhuo to serve us." Lingyu replied, "I'm sorry, but little Yi is busy with other tasks now." Suddenly, Mu Yorong took her sweet time to remove a stack of renminbi notes from her wallet. "This is for your service." Lingyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately took the money. "Please hold on. I shall go and send little Yi your way now." Qian Lingyu trotted over to Ye Zhuo and said smilingly, "Little Yi, stop what you are doing. Get back inside and serve the customers." "What?" Ye Zhuo was stunned for a moment. Qian Lingyu explained, "There's a table of customers inside who requested you to serve them. Is it because you are acquainted with those people?" She pondered to herself and thought that it was impossible for Ye Zhuo to be acquainted with distinguished guests like them due to her family's background. She meticulously observed them earlier and found that the prettiest one was dressed in luxury brands that could only be seen on the television. The random t-shirt on her body cost over $1,000. If Ye Zhuo was acquainted with this kind of person, there was no need for her to work here. Ye Zhuo furrowed her brows ever so slightly and followed Qian Lingyu back into the shop. Qian Lingyu beckoned with her chin. "There. That's the table with the 3 girls. Remember to serve them well." After identifying the people clearly, Ye Zhuo walked over with the menu without any change in her expression. "What would you like to order today?" She carried out her duty and responsibility. If these 3 people were here looking for trouble, she would act according to the changing circumstances. Besides, Ye Zhuo had never feared anyone in her life so far. Hearing the familiar voice, the corner of Mu Yorong's lips curled into a mocking arc as she raised her head to look over. Right there and then Mu Yorong was dumbfounded at once while her smile remained frozen on her mouth. Was that Ye Zhuo? Since when did the ugly Ye Zhuo turn into this? Mu Yorong was under the assumption that she would see an unkempt, pitiful wretched. She did not expect the exact opposite. How did this happen? How did the little Ye Zhuo look so good? Did she get plastic surgery done? How did she look even prettier than Mu Yorong herself? Mu Yorong's jealous expression changed drastically. She could not care about anything else now and did not bother to conceal her true feelings. She could not allow anyone else to surpass her. Lin Wuyue and Zheng Ro were rather dumbstruck as well. Did Ye Zhuo not take money from them yesterday and claim that she was using it to buy cosmetic products? Why did she not put on any makeup today? Ye Zhuo, why didn't you put makeup on today? Do you know that you might scare someone with your hideous face? Lin Wuyue queried her with a frown. Makeup? Ye Zhuo furrowed her brows ever so slightly and feigned her confusion. What do you mean by putting on makeup? Also, am I acquainted with the 2 of you? Looking at Ye Zhuo's innocent face, Zheng Ro and Lin Wuyue had even doubted if the person they saw yesterday was Ye Zhuo. What was wrong with her? Lin Wuyue stood up in a rage at once and pointed at Ye Zhuo as she said, "Stop pretending, Ye Zhuo. You've obviously taken our money."
Ye Zhuo similait.
"If you're not planning to order now, I have other matters to attend to." Zheng Ro attempted to calm herself with great effort. However, she looked toward Ye Zhuo and said, "I'll get one of every dish available on the menu. You know that you've ordered so much that the 3 of you may not be able to finish it, right?" Ye Zhuo reminded them. Zheng Ro narrowed her eyes. "Are we the customers? Or are you the customer? Don't you know that the customer is always right? I'm ordering from you, so I expect you to serve me what I've ordered. You're just a trifle server. Yet you still dare to query the customer." Mu Yorong did not utter a word all this time. At this exact moment, she had to suppress the rage and jealousy in her heart with great effort. She could not allow this matter to stray from her control. "If that is the case, please hold on for a moment." Ye Zhuo carried the menu and walked to the back kitchen. Mu Yorong helplessly watched as Ye Zhuo's silhouette vanished into the air, only to then turn around to look toward Lin Wuyue and Zheng Ro. "What happened between both of you and her?" Lin Wuyue explained to her about the incident that took place last night. "The little Ye Zhuo broke her promise. She told us that she was going to buy cosmetic products today. All of a sudden, she now refuses to acknowledge us. Are both of you idiots?" Mu Yorong narrowed her eyes. "You don't even know that you've been tricked by the little Ye Zhuo. Why are both of you still giving her free money despite knowing that the little Ye Zhuo is in need of it now? Idiots. They were simply idiots." Lin Wuyue and Zheng Ro had only reacted to the situation now. They realized that they were fooled by the deadbeat that they always despised. "Wuyue, how much money did you give her last night?" Zheng Ro asked. Lin Wuyue furrowed her brows and said, I'd say a little over 1,000 bucks. How about you? Zheng Ro turned pale in anger. I gave all the cash I had in my wallet to her. She had 3,000 to 4,000 bucks in cash in her wallet at the very least. Now that she thought about it, Zheng Ro wished that she could slap her idiotic self to death. After a short while, Ye Zhuo and Sister Lu walked over with the cuisines that Mu Yorong's table had ordered. Watch out! It's hot! These are the cuisines that you've ordered. Lin Wuyue was infuriated but cracked into a smirk when she saw the lobster and skewers being served at the table. She suddenly seized the chance to revolt. Hang on. We didn't order these dishes. You must have been mistaken, right? Sister Lu took a glance at the order bill and said, These are the dishes that you ordered. Zheng Ro realized Lin Wuyue's intention, so she hastily chimed in by saying, There are only 3 of us. How can we eat this much? It's obvious that this is a mistake made by your server, Ye Zhuo. She must have been distracted when she took the order. We didn't order these dishes at all. The barbecue shop may not be large in size, but they served all sorts of seafood, including lobsters and crabs. These lobsters and crabs were very expensive seafood that people seldom ordered on usual days. So now that Lin Wuyue and Zheng Ro insisted that Ye Zhuo made a mistake, Ye Zhuo had to pay the tab by herself to cover the cost of those dishes. Before she revolted, Lin Wuyue had already checked and found that this area was a security camera blind spot. Then Zheng Ro smacked the table, stood up and said with a furious expression, Where is your manager? I'd like to speak to your manager now. I'd like to know how she trains her staff. The server actually placed the wrong order from the customer. There was not an ounce of service excellence at all. What is it that you're doing here? Are you trying to force us to spend money? I'm going to file a police report. Despite working in the barbecue shop for such a long time, Sister Lu had never encountered this type of situation before. She hastily said with a flattering smile, Please don't be angry. She's new here. I shall go and get our boss now. Mu Yorong smiled and stood up to mediate the situation. Wuyue Roro, there's no need to express so much anger here. I believe that Ye Zhuo didn't do it on purpose. She's only working here to make some money, and it's not an easy feat. Why don't we just leave this matter be? Do it for me. Lin Wuyue spoke in an eccentric tone. Since you're begging for mercy on her behalf, I shall forgive her out of respect for you, Sister Rong. However, I have one condition. This is costing us a few $1,000 after all. I can't just bear the loss for nothing. Upon saying that, Lin Wuyue raised her head to look toward Ye Zhuo. Kneel and salute me with a kowtow while you admit your mistake. Then I shall leave this matter be. Ye Zhuo placed the tray on the table. She looked at Mu Yorong and Lin Wuyue with a faint smile on her lips with radiance rippling in her eyes. So you want to play a game, huh? I shall keep you company until the end then. The current Ye Zhuo appeared to be normal, yet she was brimming with brilliance. She was glowing so bright that she could burn one's eyes. Mu Yorong and Lin Wuyue, who were dressed in luxury brands all over their bodies, paled in comparison before her. The strange feeling emerged once again as Mu Yorong's hand that was hidden in her sleeve was clenched over and over again. Meanwhile, Lin Wuyue squinted her eyes and added, Since you're such an ungrateful wretched, I can only ask to speak to your manager then. Ye Zhuo was just an insignificant, low-class person now. She had no authority or influence. Could it be that she was still capable of overturning the world? Little Yi, why don't you just yield and admit your mistake? Take a step back for a brighter future. Sister Lu tugged at Ye Zhuo's sleeve and persuaded her softly. The customer is always right. Under the circumstance that they had no direct evidence to prove that it was the customer who ordered the dishes, Ye Zhuo was at a disadvantage. With the spread of dishes on the table combined with seafood, scallops, and crabs, it would cost 2,000 to 3,000 bucks at least. However, Ye Zhuo lowered her head to look toward Sister Lu. Auntie Lu, can I please trouble you to ask for the boss to come here? Sister Lu furrowed her brows ever so slightly and then said softly, Little Yi, just give in. If Qian Lingyu was called over, there was no way to put an end to this matter. By then, Ye Zhuo would have to apologize and compensate the company as well. It was obvious that these 3 people were targeting Ye Zhuo on purpose. Zhang Rou chuckled softly. You don't display the slightest politeness at all. No wonder you can only be a server. I'm just going to be blunt with my words. If you give us a kowtow now and admit your mistake, I can still forgive you. Once your manager is here, you can just pick up the tab yourself. The bill that cost $2,000 to $3,000 was nothing for a rich daughter of a wealthy family like her. However, it was a huge sum of money for a pauper like Ye Zhuo. Little Ye. Sister Lu tugged at the hem of Ye Zhuo's shirt. Don't be stubborn anymore, child. Just admit your mistake. How hard is it? Sister Lu was doing this for Ye Zhuo's benefit. $2,000 to $3,000 was Ye Zhuo's monthly wage. If Ye Zhuo were to insist not to admit her mistake, her effort in working here for this entire month would be futile. Was it not more cost-effective to give an apology and a kowtow so that the damage could be minimized? Ye Zhuo lowered her head and looked at Sister Lu. Don't need to worry about me, Sister Lu. Please get the boss. Sister Lu heaved a sigh helplessly upon realizing Ye Zhuo's stubbornness. Meanwhile, Mu Yorong took out a card from her wallet and passed it to Ye Zhuo while saying with a gentle voice, My dear Sister Ye Zhuo, this is my card, and the passcode is 6x. Use it to pay the bill so that your boss won't make things difficult for you later. Ye Zhuo was akin to a drowning ant, and would certainly have to owe something to the helping hand that was extended toward her. Thank you, but there's no need.
Ye Zhuo similet.
Mu Yorong did not expect Ye Zhuo to actually be that gullible. The smile on the corners of her lips became frozen for a moment but then turned natural soon afterward. Ye Zhuo. She had truly changed. In the past, Ye Zhuo would have certainly accepted a helping hand with both hands wide open. It did not take long before Qian Lingyu came. Little Ye. What the heck is going on with you? How did you get the customer's order wrong? Huh? Apologize to the customer quick. As the owner, Qian Lingyu naturally refused to offend the customer. They were running a business operation, so they prioritized their customer service. Upon saying that, Qian Lingyu bowed down to apologize to Lin Wuyue. We're really sorry, miss. Lin Wuyue lowered her head while sipping her tea in an arrogant posture. She paid no attention to Qian Lingyu at all. Qian Lingyu then looked toward Ye Zhuo. Little Ye, come and apologize to the customer quick. Boss, there's no need to rush into things. Let's listen to this first. Ye Zhuo took her time to take out the phone in her pocket. In a moment, the sound of a conversation was heard coming from the phone. Oh, I'll get one of every dish available on the menu. You know that you've ordered so much that the three of you may not be able to finish it, right? Are we the customers? Or are you the customer? Oh. No one would have thought that Ye Zhuo would actually record it. The atmosphere was now a little awkward, and Mu Yorong was growing a little restless as well. She wanted to let Ye Zhuo have a little taste of her strength, yet she did not expect that she would end up being entrapped by Ye Zhuo. How could anyone suppress this anger? Damn you, little b****. Lin Wuyue and Zhang Rou looked at each other, and they could see the anger in each other's eyes. Ye Zhuo continued to speak. Could it be that these few people are here to pick a fault on purpose? Boss, why don't we just file a police report on this matter? File a police report? Lin Wuyue and Zhang Rou were people who treasured their reputations. If this matter escalated from the police report and news of this were to travel, could they still keep a foothold in their social circle? Quickly, Lin Wuyue stood up with a whoosh. Who's claiming that we did that on purpose? We were only trying to play a prank on you.
Ye Zhuo similet.
Please pick up the tab first then. The total is $2,617. Would you like to pay by WeChat Pay or Alipay? I'll pay by card. Lin Wuyue suppressed the anger in her heart while Ye Zhuo took the card smilingly. Then, Ye Zhuo returned the card to Lin Wuyue after the payment went through. Enjoy your meal. Lin Wuyue took the card with a furious expression on her face, as she shifted her gaze to look toward Mu Yorong and Zhang Rou. Sis Yorong Rou, let's go. Mhum. Mu Yorong nodded and walked ahead of the group. Ye Zhuo followed them in an elated mood and sent the three people to the outside of the shop. Travel safe. If you wish to look for trouble again next time, I'll keep you company anytime. However, At this point, she paused for a moment and used a long, slim, fair finger to touch her temple. Remember to grow some brains next time because my mom won't let me play with a retard. You. Lin Wuyue was so furious that she stretched out her left hand and delivered a slap to Ye Zhuo's face. However, Ye Zhuo leaned to one side ever so slightly and dodged Lin Wuyue's hand just like that. Due to the strong momentum of the strength she used, Lin Wuyue's hand smacked into the camphor tree behind Ye Zhuo. Clap! Are you alright, Wuyue? Zheng Ro was startled. Ouch! Lin Wuyue was tearing up in pain. Witnessing the scene, Ye Zhuo could not refrain herself from exclaiming emotionally. Retards are found every year, but somehow there are more this year. Upon saying that, she turned around and walked back into the shop. Lin Wuyue gazed after Ye Zhuo's departing silhouette and said through her clenched teeth, "You little b***t, just wait and see." She would certainly make Ye Zhuo pay for what she did. At that very moment, a dash of ruthless glint was seen emerging in Lin Wuyue's eyes. In the shop, Sister Lu noticed Ye Zhuo entering, so she hastily walked over and said, "Little Yi, you're really quite something." She was under the assumption that Ye Zhuo would certainly need to bear the losses, yet she did not expect that Ye Zhuo still had a trick up her sleeve. Ye Zhuo took her sweet time to roll up her sleeves and revealed a small portion of her delicate, fair-complexioned wrists. "It's nothing," Sister Lu continued. "Oh right, are you acquainted with those 3 people?" Ye Zhuo shook her head. "No." "Why were they trying to make things difficult for you then?" Sister Lu asked. Ye Zhuo raised an eyebrow. "The 3 of them are jealous of my beauty, perhaps?" After all, she was very fine-looking. Sister Lu burst out laughing. Although the remark was meant as a joke, it was the truth. Ye Zhuo was genuinely beautiful. She did not need any products to make her look beautiful, so it was difficult for anyone to replicate it. Yi Xin came to pick Ye Zhuo up when she finished working. They had been going to the gambling den almost every night these days, so Ye Xin subconsciously headed in that direction. "Let's not go to the gambling den today, uncle," Ye Zhuo said. "Why?"
Ye Xin asked it.
Ye Zhuo answered. "Making money from gambling is not a long-term plan, uncle." Ye Xin scratched his head. "My niece, you're so skilled in gambling that it would be a huge waste not to go to the gambling den. You will be wasting your talent. You're not allowed to go to the gambling den from now on either, uncle." Ye Zhuo turned her head to look toward Yi San. "Why?" Yi San had a confused expression on his face. Usually, the senior member of the family was supposed to govern the actions of the junior members. Since when had things changed, and how did this girl make it seem so natural? Yi San really felt that he could not go there anymore now that Ye Zhuo ordered him not to go. Ye Zhuo said righteously, "The gambling den is not a good place. We must have the desire to advance in life, and we can't always think about gambling. In addition, how can a beautiful young girl like me be allowed to visit the gambling den? It will be a bad influence for others if they see me there." Yi Xin was speechless. She made it sound like the person who was actively working her skills in the gambling den a few nights ago was not her. He had not managed to see that his niece still had another side to her. "There's a stall that sells spicy noodles over there. Let's go and have some noodles." Ye Zhuo suddenly noticed that a small street vendor was selling spicy noodles by the side of the road. Yi Sun could only compromise. "All right then." They arrived at the stall and took a seat. The enthusiastic stall owner immediately asked, "What would you like to order?" "I would like to order a bowl of beef noodles. How about you, uncle?" Ye Zhuo was not a fussy person. She took a seat right away and poured herself a huge glass of barley tea. Yi Sun answered, "I'll have the same and a bottle of beer too." "I'd like a beer too," said Ye Zhuo. Yi Sun quickly added, "Why would a child like you want to have a beer? Boss, add a glass of ice Coke instead." Child. She lived through 2 lives, yet no one had ever treated her like a child. Ye Zhuo's eyes narrowed from smiling widely. Later, they lit up as well. Her coldness faded a little. In the underground gambling house, 2 silhouettes appeared at the guardrail on the 2nd floor on time. One of the silhouettes was dressed in a Chinese robe that was buttoned meticulously all the way to the top. He leaned against the carved guardrail while a string of polished, Smooth prayer beads was hooked in between his fair-complexioned fingers. His entire person emitted a gush of abstinence like estrangement aura. I thought you said that she's playing hard to get? She's not here tonight. The remark was made in a carefree tone but was enshrouded in coldness. Li Qiandong's gaze was glistening with cynicism. He said, "This is known as keeping someone at arm's length. It is also one of the techniques used when one is playing hard to get. They use a special technique to draw in your attention first before vanishing all of a sudden to pique your curiosity and keep you on your feet. When they're done arousing your desire, they will appear again out of nowhere." It seemed that Ye Zhuo was quite the character. The fake daughter of a wealthy family was acting just like how she should. However, she could never be elegant and refined enough. If the kind Mu Yurong were in her place, she would not stoop so low to use this trick for sure. What a waste that Sun Shaoqing had a deep misunderstanding of Mu Yurong. Is that so? The man narrowed his eyes while the little red mole on the upper corner of his eye grew lively with thousands of emotions. Very sure. Li Qiandong continued to speak. Just wait and see, Brother Fifth. She will surely come again tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and 3 days from now even. What if she still doesn't show up even 3 days later? The man raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Li Qiandong answered, "If she still hasn't turned up, I'll do a live streaming of me eating ** tea." Since it was a trick, he knew that Ye Zhuo would not do such a thing. Promise. A real man never goes back on his words. Li Qiandong patted his chest with a determined expression on his face. The man smirked and then observed the situation downstairs as usual with a nonchalant expression on his face. His hand was still moving his prayer beads in them. Its tassel of matching color that wrapped around his fingertips exuded a slight sense of sensuous charm. It was as if he had a side of kindness and a side of evilness to him. Meanwhile, the corners of Li Qiandong's lips curled up. I've seen people play this kind of trick way too often. Everyone here is as cunning as thousand-year-old wolves, and she is still trying to trick me. The Li family was a real noble family in Beijing. In addition, Li Qiandong was a considered player and was fond of open relationships. He had dated so many women that he even lost track. Nonetheless, after encountering numerous women, he had a good understanding of their techniques and tricks, naturally. Ye Zhuo went home after having the beef noodles for supper. She did not take a shower or head to bed immediately, however. Instead, she sat in front of the desk and wrote something in all seriousness with her head lowered. Her phone was placed on the side of the table, and its screen was lit up. The screen was not displaying a game or a page from an online novel. It was filled with English words. A moment later, Ye Zhuo placed her pen down. She entered another website according to the formula that she had just computed with one hand holding her phone and the other hand holding the notepad that she had just written on. The display screen loaded for a while before it finally signed on to the website that Ye Zhuo wanted to enter. It's done. Ye Zhuo cracked into a faint smile and placed the notepad on the table. It was an international technology website. The prominent tech moguls from around the world, along with some renowned tech groups, would post rewarded missions on the website. By completing the mission, one would be rewarded with a large sum of monetary rewards. Ye Zhuo's other world had such a technology website too. However, the current world and her previous world were very different dimensions. It was fortunate that they still had the same result in technology. Therefore, she spent some time and managed to find the website by tracking down the page with clues. Moreover, she managed to sign on to the page rather smoothly. Ye Zhuo brought up the registration page and signed up for a new account. On the username section, she typed a few words slowly. neohuru.yz. The users on the website were prominent tech moguls from all around the world. Therefore, since Ye Zhuo's account was still new without much popularity, no one would come looking for her for important missions. So Ye Zhuo clicked on the website's forum section. She could see a high-reward mission pinned on the top of the forums page. The mission's difficulty level was 10 stars. It was a rare SSS-ranked mission. No wonder no one accepted it. The platform had its rules too. If a user were to accept a mission but was incapable of completing it, the user's credit score would be deducted by 10 points, and they may not be able to accept a new mission. An SSS-ranked mission like this promised a high reward, but the credit score deduction was very high too. An ordinary novice would be rewarded with 20 points in the system from the start. As a result, a beginner would certainly need to be cautious when accepting his or her first mission. If they got their credit score deducted, the novice would not be able to accept a new mission the next time. Nevertheless, Ye Zhuo tapped on the mission to take a look. The corners of her lips cracked into a faint arc, and then she clicked on accepting the mission and added the poster of the job as a friend. After sending the friend request, Ye Zhuo went offline. It was getting late, so the young beauty should be resting in bed. On the other side, a loud shriek was heard ripping through the entire villa. F***CK. F***CK. Someone accepted the mission. Li Qiandong received the notification that someone accepted the mission that he posted. He was thrilled. He hastily approved the person's friend request and immediately sent over a reply. "Expert, you there?" The person did not reply right away, so Li Qiandong clicked on the person's page information. The person's information was very simple. The display photo was the system's default avatar. The user ID was neohuru.yz. It was a very childish, lowly name. Nonetheless, the name was not the crucial part because the most crucial part was that the person was actually a novice. A novice? WTF? Moreover, it was a novice without any experience points. Were all the novices so wild these days? This novice even had the courage to accept an SSS-ranked 10-star difficulty mission. Perhaps the person did not even know what an SSS-ranked mission was and simply accepted a mission when he found one. At the thought of this, Li Qiandong's excited expression vanished without a trace. He was originally very excited because he was under the assumption that the person was an expert. He did not expect that the person was a clueless beginner, so it was a crushing blow to him. Li Qiandong scratched his head in agitation and felt so uneasy that he did not manage to sleep well throughout the night. The following day, Ye Zhuo woke up to find that the person had already approved her friend request. She replied while she brushed her teeth. "I'm here. May I inquire if there are any other requests for the SES database design?" The person on the other end did not reply immediately, so Ye Zhuo placed the phone in her pocket and continued to brush her teeth. Next, she headed to the market to get some ingredients so that she could make breakfast. The medicine that Ye Zhuo had been consuming every night contained ingredients that helped her sleep, so Ye Zhuo had been making breakfast daily all this time. In a villa, Sun Shaoqing sat in front of the desk right next to the window. He had one hand rifling through a prayer book while his other hand moved prayer beads. A bright red branch of crepe myrtle flower extended into the room from the outside. The scene resonated with a poem. He is more alluring than a flower that it pales in comparison. If he stands behind a colorful flower, its color fades to no avail. Brother Fifth. Li Qiandong walked into the room from outside. "Are you looking for me?" Sun Shaoqing's beautiful finger flipped through a page of the prayer book as he said without even looking up. "Someone accepted the mission?" At the mention of this, Li Qiandong's face was filled with sorrow. Someone did accept the mission, but the person who took the mission is a novice. I suspect that he might have accidentally clicked it. In fact, Li Qiandong had even suspected that the person was an elementary school student. Otherwise, why would he come up with such a childish name? No. Why would he not just name himself Neohur.Zhenhuan instead? Did he think that he was in an imperial harem movie? All of a sudden, Li Qiandong's phone beeped. He turned on the phone and took a glance to see that the Neohur person replied. "I'm here. May I inquire if there are any other requests for the SES database design?" Li Qiandong could not be bothered to waste time on this person, so he replied casually, "All the requests are listed on the mission page. You have 3 days." The person replied quickly with just 2 simple words. "Sure thing." Seeing the reply, the mocking look in Li Qiandong's gaze became even more intense. He really wanted to know which retard was on the other end of the line. How could the person have the audacity to boast so shamelessly? Li Qiandong did not reply anymore. What was the point of chatting with a retard anyway? He even proceeded to delete the contact. He figured that he must have been mad last night for addressing a retard as an expert. Meanwhile, Sun Shaoqing continued to speak. Since it's accepted by a novice, you should post it again. Li Qiandong shook his head. The platform stipulates that the shortest time limit given to a mission is 3 days. Before the 3 days are up, the mission cannot be deleted or posted again. No one would be pleased to waste 3 days for no apparent reason. Since nothing could be done for the time being, Sun Shaoqing furrowed his brows ever so slightly and changed the topic of conversation. Do you have any updates on the batch of stocks from Korea? I've already managed that properly. Upon hearing that, Sun Shaoqing's expression calmed down a little. Monitor the Saya situation closely. We don't have too many 3 days to waste anymore. We must figure out a way no matter what it takes.
Ake maema. Li Qiandong nudda.
In truth, Li Qiandong was even more worried about the Saya situation than Sun Shaoqing. However, there was nothing that he could do. They had searched far and wide, but a mogul who was capable of solving their problem had yet to appear. All right, you can go home first. Sun Shaoqing massaged his temples with his long slim fingers. Li Qiandong turned around to leave, but just as he was about to walk out of the door, Sun Shaoqing's voice was heard from behind him. Turn on the light while you're there. Li Qiandong was speechless. He had even suspected that Sun Shaoqing had him coming to the room in the middle of the night just so he could turn on the light. However, he did not have any proof. The next morning, Ye Zhuo checked her phone while she munched on a steamed bun. Her expression was nonchalant while her jade-like fingertips pressed on the screen gently. All of a sudden, she stopped at a website. It was a house rental advertisement. It was a 3-bedroom house at a rental of $5,000 a month. The terms for payment would be 1 month's worth of rental as a deposit and 3 months' worth of rental fees in advance. It was a direct rental from the landlord, and the rental was considered somewhat reasonable. Ye Zhuo clicked to enter the page and communicated with the landlord online to make an appointment so that she could see the house. After breakfast, she headed over. It was a resettlement housing estate where the residents were primarily senior citizens and migrant workers. It was not considered a great location, but as compared to the basement, it was more than 100 times better. She wanted to rent the house on the first floor that came with an attached little garden in front. The landlord was a very kind old woman. She wore glasses and spoke with a local Yunjing accent. Through the conversation, Ye Zhuo learned that the old woman was actually a scholar. Before her retirement, she was a professor in Yunjing province. Little Yi, how many family members are going to stay here? Ye Zhuo answered. My mother and I, as well as my uncle. The old woman nodded. I don't have any requests other than hoping that all of you are hygienic people. The previous tenant was a young married couple that appeared to be rather hygienic. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that they'd turn the house into a messy kennel. The house was filthy and smelly. I'm just going to be blunt here. Some people are just bright and shiny on the outside but rotten on the inside. Even though it had already been some time since the incident, the old woman was still very furious every time she talked about it. In response, Ye Zhuo chuckled and said, Don't you worry, Madam Landlady. My family members are neat freaks. If you're still worried, you can come and check on the house periodically. Upon saying that, the old landlady was quite relieved. Oh right, little Yi, how old are you now? Ye Zhuo answered. I'm 18 years old this year. Do you have a boyfriend?
Ye Zhuo similet.
I'm still in school. The old landlady added. There are many people who start dating in school these days. In truth, it's fine to date early as long as it doesn't affect your studies. Ye Zhuo did not expect the old woman to be rather open-minded. After signing the tenancy agreement, Ye Zhuo did not head home right away but went shopping at the electronic mall to get a computer. She accepted the SSS-ranked mission last night, so she would not be able to do it without a computer. Frankly, a desktop would be more useful in completing missions, but it was not convenient to carry along, so she had to get a laptop that she could also set up into a workstation when she was home. The assembly process is troublesome but useful. All of a sudden, Ye Zhuo started to miss her other world. In fact, she missed the computer that she owned. As she reminisced, she chose a computer. She would assemble it according to her preferences, so she did not mind the brands. In the end, she chose the cheapest laptop she could find. Then she purchased a lot of hardware. Noticing that Ye Zhuo purchased so many accessories, the owner of Computer City said in astonishment, "I didn't know that you're an expert, young maiden." Ye Zhuo smiled and said humbly, "I don't know much, so I'm trying to fiddle with it casually." The owner was well aware that it was just a humble remark. It was impossible for someone to purchase with such precision if one was just fiddling around. Upon returning home, Ye Zhuo began to assemble her laptop. Her sleeves were rolled up high to reveal her long, slim, alluring arms. The intact laptop was dismantled into pieces everywhere such that there was no way to tell that this was previously a laptop. "Zhuo, what are you doing?" Ye Zhuo entered the room after knocking on the door. She asked out of curiosity. "What's that?" Ye Zhuo answered. "It's the computer that I just purchased. It seems to be broken, so I'm dismantling it to check." Can you still put it back together again?" Ye Zhuo was dumbfounded. Ye Zhuo raised her hand to wipe away the sweat beads on her forehead. "Yes, I can. It's going to be fine." Upon saying that, Ye Zhuo continued to speak again. "Oh right, Mom. We're moving tomorrow." "Moving?" Ye Zhuo was stunned for a moment. Even though it was bad for one's health to live in a basement, the housing price in Yunjing province was rather steep, so how could they afford to rent a house elsewhere? Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "There's no need for you to worry about money issues. I made some money from the stocks and funds that I invested in a few days ago. I paid off the money I borrowed from my classmate, and the remaining money is enough to cover 1 year's rent." In truth, the money was gained from the gambling house's winnings. Ye Zhuo had yet to familiarize herself with the rules in this world, so how could she take the risk to invest in stocks? She did what she was most skilled in, of course. Her money was only enough to rent a house for the time being. But once she completes the first mission and receives the advertised reward, the sum should be a very good income. After all, it was an SSS-ranked mission, so the reward should be rather attractive. "Sure, then I shall pack up," said Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "Mom, throw away the old antiques that should be thrown away. The house that I rented is fully furnished, so you and Uncle will only need to bring over some clothes." Ye Zhuo felt unwilling to part with her things. "Nevertheless," she replied, "I shall pack it up and send it to the recycle store then." "That's a good idea."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
If Ye Zhuo were to log on to the tech website now, she would certainly see that the world news on the website were all talking about her. Dog Next Door posted, "Have you seen it? A mogul claimed the SSS-ranked 10-star difficulty mission that has been posted for half a month." At neohuru.yz.
Da underline litle dai posted. F***CK.
Awesome mogul. Please guide me, mogul at neohuru.yz. Shangguanyuheng posted. "Could it be that you haven't noticed that Neohuru is a newly registered novice member?" 123456 posted. "Damn it. It really is a new account." Email Protected posted. "My F***king mind is blown." 8th floor 00 posted. "Looking at Neohuru reminded me of the retarded version of me from 10 years ago." Ihavia Husky posted. Sobbing in silence I have been waiting eagerly for so many days. Yet why hasn't a real mogul claimed my SSS-ranked mission? Father of Two posted, "If anyone is capable of completing the mission, I shall call him Daddy." Imchenhao posted, "I second the motion." Gone with Thuan 001 posted. Screenshot saved. Live_read_happy posted. Screenshot saved. Timeflies posted. Screenshot saved. No one believed that Neohuru was capable of completing the SSS-ranked mission. Nonetheless, it did not take long before everyone's attention was distracted by something else. After finding out that they were moving tomorrow, Yi Sun was delighted. "I'm going to drive the company truck over tomorrow and move our furniture there." Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "The truck is a little excessive. We don't have anything much either, so it is fine to move everything in a van." "I shall get the van then."
Ye San nodded.
At night, Ye Zhuo packed up all her things. Her small items of sorts still mounted up to a small heap. Zhuo, shall we throw away the television as well? Ye Zhuo tilted her head to the side as she looked at it. Throw it away. I thought it didn't work anymore. All right then. Even though these items have already malfunctioned, Ye Zhuo's purchases were still with her own hard-earned money. She could not bear to bring herself to sell all these items and even throw them away. Her eyes reddened with sorrow. She had to catch up to the steps of time. Her daughter was so outstanding, so she could not allow herself to slow her daughter down. With this step, she could finally move out from the basement that she lived in for over a decade. The neighbors were all envious of Ye Zhuo. Congrats, Ye Zhuo. You can finally move out of here. A chubby woman walked into the house and asked in puzzlement. Ye Zhuo, did your family make a fortune? Did you win the lottery? How are you moving away so easily just like this? Ye Zhuo was supposed to be a mistress. Could it be that she had returned to her former profession? Otherwise, where did her money come from? The chubby woman pondered over and over again. However, Ye Zhuo solved her dilemma by looking over to Ye Zhuo with a smile. It's all Zhuo's contribution. The child is quite intelligent, and she managed to make some money from her stocks investment. Upon hearing that, the chubby woman said enviously, Ye Zhuo, you raised a good daughter. If my little you had your daughter's capability, I bet our family would have moved out of here too. A daughter raised by a wealthy family was different from the rest here. It was expected if she were raised with good morals. However, this one was even capable of making money. Upon saying that, the chubby woman looked toward Ye Zhuo and said, Zhuo, how did you make the investment, huh? Teach our little you too at your convenience so that she can make some money and take us out of this damned place. The people around them immediately chimed in and said, Teach our children too.
Ye Zhuo similet.
Investing in the stock market is just like a gamble. There are wins and losses. Some people lose so much that they became bankrupt too. I don't have the qualifications to teach that, and I can't guarantee that anyone will be profiting from it. Upon hearing that, the chubby woman's expression changed at once. Narrow-minded. She is too narrow-minded. She would not even agree to share a small amount of knowledge. She must have only made a small return, right? What was so impressive about that? She is just an illegitimate child. Had it not been her capability to make some money, who would even notice her? Who does she think she is? Does she really think that she is still the precious daughter of a wealthy family? The chubby woman feigned a smile on her face. There's a saying that a distant relative is not as helpful as a close neighbor. We have been neighbors for so many years. You won't refuse to help us with this little favor, right? Oh Zhuo. Let's make some money together. They had been neighbors for so many years, so what did Ye Zhuo have to lose from teaching her daughter? Nonetheless, had it not been for Ye Zhuo's ability to make money, she would have refused to pay any attention to an illegitimate daughter raised by a mistress. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo's expression remained the same. Madam, this is not an issue of whether I'm willing to teach or not, but it's an issue of my not being able to guarantee if little you can make money after I teach her. If you can make a profit, then why can't our little you make a profit too? Our little you doesn't have any fewer limbs than you. The chubby woman then said in an eccentric tone. It's fine if you don't want to teach, but why do you have to come up with so many excuses? I will just consider this experience as me finally seeing your true colors. Due to your hesitation, I believe that your money was not made from stock investments, but it is perhaps made in some dubious ways, right? In this entire neighborhood, who isn't aware that your mother is a... Ye Zhuo's interest was piqued. She lived 2 lives, yet it was still her first time meeting such a shameless person. However, she had never been a person who would do nothing when she was bullied. She raised an eyebrow and looked at the chubby woman with a smile. Then she enunciated her words clearly and interrupted the chubby woman by saying, Madam, you're right. I'm genuinely capable of making money. However, I'd rather teach the nobodies I meet by the roadside than teach your daughter, little you. I refused to do it. What can you do to me, huh? Ye Zhuo did not have many hobbies, but she certainly enjoyed the feeling when others detested her yet were incapable of getting rid of her. The chubby woman turned green with rage and pale with shock from being scolded. She was furious. Yet there was nothing that she could do to refute either. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo felt like her entire body was at ease after saying everything that she wanted to say. She felt high-spirited, and the air was serene where she was right now. Unsurprisingly, Ye Zhuo was dumbstruck in astonishment from the side. She saw Ye Zhuo as a rather gentle and quiet person all this time, so she figured that Ye Zhuo was a soft maiden. She certainly did not expect Ye Zhuo to be so ferocious. Even a person like the chubby woman in front of her was rendered speechless after being scolded by her. One should know that the chubby woman was a renowned old shrew in the area. No one could triumph over her in an argument. Ye Zhuo was also slightly stunned, but he reacted to the situation soon enough. He opened the door of the van and said, "Sis Zhuo, let's go. Why do you have to talk nonsense with a person who can't stand seeing others in a better place?" Ye Zhuo nodded and helped Ye Zhuo to get into the car. Gazing after the van disappearing into the streets, the chubby woman could finally react to the situation. She let out a bah ferociously and said, "What the heck? You're just a small woman intoxicated by success. Gross. You're a bastard child that one wants. What a tramp." In the car, Ye Zhuo looked at Ye Zhuo. "We've all been neighbors for many years, and we meet each other day in and day out. What you did earlier was not very nice." "What's not nice about that?" Ye Zhuo had his hands on the steering wheel as he chimed in, saying, "Why are you still being nice and kind to a two-faced person like Li Sanhua? I have wanted to scold her that way for some time. Sis, you're too weak." Otherwise, back in those years, Li Sanhua was the chubby woman's name. At this point, Ye Zhuo seemed to have realized something, so he immediately changed the topic of conversation by saying, "Oh right, Zhuo. Shall I take a left turn at the next junction?" You're right."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
It did not take long before they arrived at the entrance of the housing area. After living in a basement for so many years, Ye Zhuo was a little unaccustomed to moving into a 3-bedroom house with adequate sunlight. She looked at the brand new furniture in the house and said, "Zhuo, the rental for this house must be very expensive, right?" Ye Zhuo replied, "It's fine, it's not very expensive." "All right. Please allow me to show you around the house. This is the dining room, this is the living room, and over here we have the kitchen." "Zhuo, which one is my room?" Ye Zhuo's voice was heard coming from the inside. "You can take whichever room you want," answered Ye Zhuo. Upon hearing that, Ye Zhuo chose the second bedroom. "I'll take this room then." Ye Zhuo continued, "If uncle is taking the second bedroom, you should take the master bedroom, mom." "Zhuo, it's better for you to take the master bedroom. You're a young woman while I'm old, so what's the point of staying in the master bedroom?"
Ye Zhuo declined.
Nevertheless, Ye Zhuo carried Ye Zhuo's luggage to the master bedroom. "You're taking the master bedroom, and it's set. You're not allowed to decline, or I'm going to be angry. I can do nothing with you." Ye Zhuo shook her head helplessly, then said, "What would you like to have for lunch? I'll cook for you." Ye Zhuo's health was rapidly improving by the day. Other than her penchant for sleeping in during the morning, she was especially energetic at other times. Ye Zhuo chuckled and said, "I'll enjoy any food that my mother makes." They bought some ingredients on the way here, and the kitchen utensils in the house were all fully stocked, so it was very convenient to cook in the kitchen. Ye Zhuo went to her room, turned on her laptop, put on her headphones, and logged on to the international website to begin the CIS database development project. In truth, if the CIS project was in her other world, it should be done in less than 3 hours. However, she was missing a lot of things now. Even though it was a simple task for Ye Zhuo, she still needed to spend 2 days or so to complete it. The artificial intelligence in this world was too low of a standard that she would need to operate many programs manually. Ye Zhuo managed to complete half of the design and keyed in some programs into it before Ye Zhuo informed her that lunch was ready from outside the door. "Zhuo, it's time for lunch." "All right, coming over now," answered Ye Zhuo. Then, she saved her completed work before she headed to the living room. To celebrate the move today, Ye Zhuo had cooked braised pork in brown sauce and fish soup. After lunch, Ye Zhuo returned to her room to work on the design again. In the evening, Ye Zhuo headed to work in the barbecue shop. Granny Tsin was here again. She greeted Ye Zhuo in excitement upon seeing her. Ye Zhuo. Granitson, you're here. Ye Zhuo walked over with a smile on her face and wrapped her arm around Granitson's. Granitson took a glance at Ye Zhuo. She realized that Ye Zhuo did not show any signs that she was uncomfortable whatsoever. It seemed that the young maiden was really not bothered by her being a beggar. Granitson said, Ye Zhuo, I've been waiting for you for a very long time. If you're not here, they won't even let me take a seat. Ye Zhuo brought Granitson to a table at the corner. You must be starving after waiting for such a long time. What would you like to have? I'll serve it to you. Granitson rubbed her tummy. I am really starving. Ye Zhuo. Can I have lobster noodles and deep-fried hemiptera? What's a hemiptera? Ye Zhuo looked at Granitson in puzzlement. Granitson pointed at the photo on the menu and said, This is it. Ye Zhuo took a glance at it and found that the deep-fried hemiptera was actually deep-fried cicada pupa. She smiled and said, So it turns out that you're referring to this, huh? It was early summer in Yunjing province, and one of the favorite delicacies that people enjoyed during the season was deep-fried cicada pupa. It was not an easy feat to catch the cicada pupa, so the selling price was a little high as well. They cost $5 each. I'd like to have 10.
Granitson requested.
Sure. Ye Zhuo nodded without feeling any reluctance. Granitson did not forget to remind her as well. Little Ye Zhuo, don't forget the lobster noodles too. Don't worry. I won't forget it. Ye Zhuo looked back at her with a smile. Please hold on.
Granitson nodded.
Ye Zhuo turned around to get the food. Upon seeing that, Sister Lu said out of curiosity, Little Yi, is that old woman a family member of yours? Ye Zhuo replied, We just got acquainted with each other yesterday. The old woman is all by herself. Life's not easy for her. You're treating her to a meal although you're not acquainted with her? Child, are you a fool? Sister Lu continued. There are way too many swindlers out there these days hoping to get a free meal. They're targeting naive little girls like you specifically. Sister Lu was making frightening remarks just to scare Ye Zhuo. There were truly way too many swindlers in the world today. Many of their victims were deceived to the point where they went bankrupt.
Ye Zhuo similet.
If every person looks on and does nothing, won't there be no warmth in this world? If the old woman that took Ye Zhuo and chose to look on and do nothing back then, how would she be who she was now? You have a point too. Sister Lu added. However, do be careful, little Yi. It's fine to treat her to a meal, but don't ever let her swindle money out of you. Ye Zhuo nodded ever so slightly. Noted. It did not take long before Ye Zhuo came back with a bowl of lobster noodles and deep-fried cicada pupa in a tray. Granitson stood up in excitement, and she was almost drooling at that point. My lobster noodles. My deep-fried hemiptera. Please eat it slowly. The noodles are fresh out of the pot. It's very hot. Hum. A luxury car was parked by the side of the road with Mu Yorong seated in the back seat. Ye Zhuo's change was too drastic to the point where it made Mu Yorong feel an ineffable sense of threat. Mu Yorong could only sigh in relief, knowing that Ye Zhuo was presently performing lowly chores. She convinced herself that she was just being too high-strung. What kind of attainment could a lowly person like Ye Zhuo achieve anyway? Nonetheless, she still could not allow herself to be at ease. She had to plan in advance so that she could ensure that Ye Zhuo remained a lowly person for the rest of her life. Mu Yorong attempted to recall everything that happened in her past life with great effort. She had to avoid encountering the person that brought her all her misery and instead passed that on to Ye Zhuo. Mu Yorong narrowed her eyes ever so slightly and cast her glance on Ye Zhuo. She suddenly felt that the old woman that Ye Zhuo was speaking to looked rather familiar. She spoke aloud. Is that the old woman from the Tsin family? The assistant seated at the front seat answered. Yes, miss. The Tsin family has fallen, just as expected. The corners of Mu Yorong's lips curled up faintly while her gaze was filled with mockery. It has only been a few days, and she has already turned into a beggar. The saying birds of a feather flock together is spot on. She was just thinking about how much attainment a deadbeat could possibly achieve when her assistant immediately echoed her and said, You're right, miss. That damned old woman from the Tsin family is simply tarred with the same brush as that faker Ye Zhuo. Why didn't she take a good look at herself first before she had the nerve to come to the house and talk about the engagement? If I were her, I'd be so embarrassed that I'd bury myself in the ground. Upon hearing that, Muyorong retracted her gaze. All right, let's go home. Muyorong then pondered for a moment before she continued speaking. Are there any updates from Lin Wu and Zhengro recently? Ye Zhuo humiliated Lin Wu and Zhengro so severely last time around, so she believed that these two people should not be as quiet as they were now. Then her assistant turned around and whispered something in Mu Yorong's ear. Upon hearing that, Mu Yorong smirked. Then we shall give them a hand. Mu Yorong was an intelligent person. She was well aware that she could not personally engage in many matters, so she could only do it via Lin Wuyue and Zhengro. By doing so, she could maintain her good reputation and also simultaneously achieve her goals. It was simply akin to killing two birds with one stone. With the CIS project, the first thing that Ye Zhuo did after she got home from work was turn on her laptop and log on to the international website. She sat in front of her laptop, fully absorbed in the task. Her fingers tapped so swiftly on the keyboard that they formed into streams of remnant shadows. The clacking sounds of the keyboard filled the room while the light cast from the display screen reflected on her face and added a tinge of coldness to her. After a short while, she pressed on the Enter key, and the laptop's display screen immediately showed, "Upload successful." The project was accomplished. Ye Zhuo checked again and ensured that it was fine before she logged on to the international tech website and sent the person a message. "I'm done. Shall I send it over to you now?" Li Qiandong was online coincidentally. He furrowed his brows when he received the message. Could a little novice complete the CES project properly? It seemed to be impossible, so Li Qiandong did not take it seriously. He replied casually, "Send it over." Thus Ye Zhuo sent over the document. Li Qiandong was dumbfounded when he saw the document on his computer displayed clearly. His hands were literally trembling from excitement. F*ck.
Montag, Mogul?
Li Qiandong swallowed a gulp of saliva. He could not be dreaming, right? Li Qiandong gave himself a hard slap. Ouch! It hurt. He was not in a dream, right? Meanwhile, the person on the other side continued to send a message. If you can confirm that it's all good, please click Mission Completed. It was only after the original poster confirmed that the mission was completed that the person undertaking the project could receive their commission and score. Li Qiandong immediately clicked on Confirm, and then sent over a message, "Expert, please take my knee." This person was a real expert. Before the person on the other end could reply, Li Qiandong continued to send another message, "Expert, please approve my friend request." Ye Zhuo was stunned by what she read. Did they not already add each other as friends previously? Then she checked on her friends list and found that it was still 0. Could it be that the friend request did not go through previously? Ye Zhuo did not mind small details like this, so she clicked to approve the other person's friend request. Li Qiandong disliked Neohura for being a little novice previously, and felt that the person did not deserve to be on his friend list, so he deleted the request. Unexpectedly, it seems that the little novice was a true expert. It was Li Qiandong's first time experiencing the feeling of being proven wrong. "How may I address you, expert?" Li Qiandong continued to type. "Is it convenient to connect with you via voice call? You may address me as Neohuru." "It's not convenient for me to have a voice call right now." Li Qiandong wanted to say something, but the person had already gone offline. The person who took on the project behaved just like an expert, aloof and cold, like royalty. Ye Zhuo had just logged off when the website published a global announcement. Congratulations to user neohura.yz for completing the SSS rank 10-star difficulty mission. It was a very low-profile announcement, yet it was like a blast to countless tech moguls.
Da underline litle dai postage. F*ck.
F*ck. This person is a mogul for real. At father of two at Mchenha, why haven't you kneeled and called him daddy? Do it quickly. Happy 1985 posted. Some people were mocking him for being a new member yesterday. Are you embarrassed for being proven wrong now? 8th floor 00 posted. Kneel before the mogul. Announcement. User Iamchen Hao had already changed his name to Neohurduchen Hao. User Father of 2 had already changed his name to Neohuru, Father of 2. User Little had already changed his name to Neohuru.Little. The following posts were all users changing their names. The prefix names were all Neohuru. Neohuru.Little posted. From this day onward, we are the Neohuru clan. Neohuru.8th floor 00 posted. From this day onward, Neohuru is our daddy. Email protected posted. Hello eldest brother. Hello brother at 8th floor 00. I'm your weak brother. Happy 1985 posted. So, are all of you little tadpoles looking for your daddy? After Ye Zhuo went offline, she received a money transfer notification. It started with the number 8 and amounted to a 6-figure number. Ye Zhuo felt more comfortable after receiving the money. On the other side of the table, Li Qiandong ran wildly to Cao Xiaoqing's room with the laptop in his arms. Brother Fifth. Brother Fifth. What's going on? Why are you panicking? Cao Xiaoqing looked like he had just woken up. He had black silk pajamas hanging down loosely with a rubber waistline at his waist. His firm abdomen and six-packs could be seen clearly. Even a man like Li Qiandong could not help but gasp in astonishment upon seeing Cao Xiaoqing's figure. Nevertheless, he could not care about expressing his astonishment now. He said eagerly, Brother Fifth, this project has been completed. Upon hearing that, the usually calm and composed Cao Xiaoqing had a change in his expression. Show me. Li Qiandong proceeded to pass the laptop to Cao Xiaoqing. Cao Xiaoqing opened the laptop and narrowed his eyes. Who did this? It's that novice Neohuru. Li Qiandong continued to speak. Frankly, I really didn't expect Neohuru to be an expert. This person was truly an expert. The hundreds of staff members in Sun Enterprises did not manage to solve it. Yet Neohuru managed to do it in less than 3 days. It was truly impressive. Cao Xiaoqing carried the laptop with one hand, and his other hand moved the cursor on the touchpad. Inform the others to begin a video conference in 10 minutes. All right. It was a rare occasion for Li Qiandong, who had been used to being carefree, to turn serious at once. He took the laptop from Cao Xiaoqing and walked in the direction of his room. Meanwhile, Cao Xiaoqing went to the dressing room and got dressed. Even though he was dressed formally, his wardrobe mainly consisted of Chinese-style robes. The colors were all very plain and clean. 10 minutes later, the video conference began on the dot. Even with a screen between them, a glance from the person in the display was enough to send shivers down one's spine. 2 hours later, the video conference ended at last. Cao Xiaoqing picked up the teacup and took a sip. He moved the prayer bead in his hand as usual and assumed a carefree mannerism. Look into the Neohuru person. Li Qiandong was stunned for a moment and asked, What Neohuru person? Upon saying that, Li Qiandong reacted to the situation quickly and added, Sure. I'll send someone to look into this matter. Sun Enterprises had a large assembly of talented men. There was certainly no lack of outstanding internet-savvy geeks. 3 years ago, Sun Enterprises had even recruited the renowned hacker W to serve its cause. Under normal circumstances, W would only need 10 minutes to get to the bottom of his target's family background. However, it was different today. A few hours had passed, yet there was no update from W. Li Qiandong sent a WeChat message to urge him. After a long wait, W finally replied, The person's firewall is too strong. Give me more time. Li Qiandong was stunned for a moment before he typed his reply. Is this really W? The message had only just been sent when a video call came in. Li Qiandong tapped on the phone to pick it up, and W's face was displayed on the screen. F***CK. It is you in the flesh. I was still under the assumption that it was someone else. Who would have thought that the renowned W would encounter a problem too? It seemed that Neohuru was more impressive than he had imagined. W put on a long face. Brother Li, who is this person that you assigned me to investigate, huh? I've already switched 2 computers. It was W's first time encountering such an impressive opponent. Not only did he not manage to hack into the opponent's data, but on the contrary, he was blocked twice. It was too exhilarating. In fact, W had even thought that he was in a dream. He had been doing this for so many years. Even if he was not the top hacker in the hacker world, he was one of the best at his job. He never imagined that he would encounter a worthy opponent today. Li Qiandong replied, "It's a very impressive expert. Call me when you have answers." All right. W hung up the video call. W was very interested in this impressive expert now that he met his match. He went to look into the expert again after hanging up the video call. Li Qiandong had just turned off his phone when the sound of someone knocking on his door was heard. "Mr. Li Masterson is asking for you." "Coming." Li Qiandong answered before he headed off to meet Sun Shaoqing. "Any results?" Sun Shaoqing was seated on the executive chair with a tea set placed in front of him. While speaking, his pair of beautiful hands shuffled through the tea utensils leisurely. The puff of vapor emitted from the tea set off his delicate facial features and enshrouded it with a layer of mistiness. Li Qiandong shook his head and said in Schadenfreude, "Not yet." W managed to meet his match this time. Do you have any idea how unpleasant W's expression was earlier? It was really amusing. Sun Shaoqing furrowed his brows ever so slightly upon hearing what Li Qiandong said. He was well aware of W's capability. When he found out that Neohuru completed the CIS project, he sensed that the person was no ordinary man. Nonetheless, he had never expected that the person would still surpass his expectations. Li Qiandong talked for a long time and noticed that his throat was parched. He looked around the room and asked, "Brother Fifth, do you have mineral water in your room?" The reason he asked for mineral water was not because he did not enjoy tea. Instead, it was because Sun Shaoqing was not fond of others touching his tea set. In fact, this did not only apply to his tea set. He was not fond of letting anyone touch anything that belonged to him, including his dear mother. Sun Shaoqing was an eccentric man who was prone to frequently changing moods just a few years ago. However, his temperament became much better after he began practicing Buddhism and vegetarianism. Nevertheless, despite his improvements, he still did not manage to change his strange habit of disliking others touching his belongings. Sun Shaoqing took out a bottle of mineral water from the drawer and passed it to him. Li Qiandong received it with both his hands. Then Sun Shaoqing said, "If W is unable to find anything, leave it to the international division then."
Li Qiandong nudda.
All right. Li Qiandong left the room and logged on to the international tech website to leave a comment for Neohuru. Expert. Can we add each other as friends on WeChat, please? The expert was obviously online yet did not reply even after a long while. Li Qiandong felt confused in his heart. Could it be that the expert was upset about something? Did the expert blame him for deleting her friend request previously? The more Li Qiandong thought about it, the more panicked he became. He hastily typed out a message to apologize to the expert. "I'm sorry, expert. It was my fault for accidentally deleting your previous friend request because of my butterfingers. I really didn't do that on purpose. A great man rarely stoops to pettiness or harbors grievances for past wrongs. I am sure you're a magnanimous person, so please forgive me this time. Expert, I'm kneeling before you. Expert." Li Qiandong sent a lot of consecutive messages to the expert, yet the expert did not reply. In the end, he decided to give up because there was nothing else he could do. After browsing for a bit, he arrived at the forums page. He could see that the entire forum was discussing Neohuru.yz. In fact, some people changed the prefix of their names to Neohuru to worship the mogul. Ye Zhuo had gone to take a shower when the messages came through. She did not expect that someone would have sent her so many messages in such a short time. She took a quick glance and realized that she did not fail in adding the person as a friend previously, but it was the person on the other end who deleted her. Nevertheless, Ye Zhuo was not the kind of person who cared about such details. She gently tapped the screen with her fingertips and replied, "It's fine." After receiving the text message sent by Ye Zhuo, Li Qiandong was under the assumption that his vision was blurred. He hastily rubbed his eyes a few times and confirmed that it was not a delusion before he hastily replied, "You're truly a good man, expert." "Oh right, expert. Can I add you as a friend on WeChat?" Ye Zhuo was uninterested in having a stranger get closer to her, so she replied, "You can talk to me here." This expert behaved just like an expert would. He replied with such a personality. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo suddenly heard voices from outside her room. Was there a guest in the house? Ye Zhuo raised an eyebrow and closed her laptop casually. Then she got dressed and walked into the living room. There she saw two people that she had never seen before. One of them was a middle-aged woman who was slightly older than Ye Zhuo, and the other was a young female. In total, 3 people were seated on the sofa chatting. Noticing Ye Zhuo's arrival, Ye Zhuo hastily stood up and said, "Zhuo is here. Come quick. This is Auntie Lian and this is Xia." The guest was Ye Zhuo's best friend who grew up with her, and her name was Zhou Yuelian. Even though they were not biological siblings, they were closer than real siblings. Over the years, Ye Zhuo owed it to Zhou Yuelian for her financial assistance. Ye Zhuo's 2 biological sisters could not even measure up to half of Zhou Yuelian. The female next to Zhou Yuelian was her daughter, Lin Xia. Lin Xia was 20 years old this year, and she had very beautiful facial features as well as a head full of long curly hair. She was a very enthusiastic girl. Ye Zhuo greeted them respectfully. "Auntie Lian Xia." Zhou Yuelian stood up. "Shu, is this your daughter Zhuo?"
Ye Zhuo nodded.
"Yes." Zhou Yuelian held Ye Zhuo's hand and sized her up meticulously. Her eyes were filled with surprise and awe. After a long while she said with reddened eyes, "Shu, she looks just like you. She looks just like you. Zhuo looks like you." Ye Zhuo's face was indeed 50% similar to Ye Zhuo's, while 30% was similar to that man from back in those years. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuelian would never allow herself to say that aloud. It was because the man back in those years had already hurt Ye Zhuo enough. If she were to bring him up again now, it would only sadden Ye Zhuo even more. Lin Xia liked Ye Zhuo very much. It did not take long before the 2 young girls were acquainted with one another. Even though Ye Zhuo was 2 years younger than Lin Xia could not feel that age difference between them at all. They were very fond of chatting with each other, and even regretted meeting each other so late in their lives. In truth, Lin Xia was feeling slightly anxious at the beginning. In her mind, beautiful girls were usually aloof and arrogant. For example, there was Mu Yurong. Mu Yurong was beautiful, and she performed well academically. Mu Yurong had never looked Lin Xia straight in the eyes before. In contrast, Lin Xia failed her midterm examination and failed to get accepted into high school. Thus, she came out to work after she graduated from junior middle school. Hence, Mu Yurong despised her even more from then on. She mocked Lin Xia both openly and behind her back countless times. Specifically, she mocked her for being an illiterate who could not be valued by others, and claimed that Lin Xia could only be a pauper for the rest of her life. Lin Xia wrapped her arms around Ye Zhuo's arm and said, "I was still under the assumption that beautiful people like you are hard to get along with. I didn't expect that you're an exception, Zhuo." To which Ye Zhuo replied, "You're very beautiful too, Xia." Ye Zhuo did not say that as flattery but genuinely felt that Lin Xia was very pretty as well. Lin Xia was slightly shy, so she said, "I am not. However, I'm telling the truth. Zhuo, you're so different from Mu Yurong. Mu Yurong was arrogant and cold to the point where I didn't even have the courage to talk to her." Ye Zhuo rubbed her chin and said in all apparent seriousness, "It's possible that she was arrogant and cold because she is not as pretty as I am." If an ordinary person were to make such a narcissistic remark, the people around them would be revolted to a certain extent. However, when Ye Zhuo made the remark, it was not, but on the contrary, it felt like she made a lot of sense. It felt as if she was supposed to say that. Lin Xia was clearly elated. What sort of amazing darling was this person? "Xia, do you have WeChat? Shall we add each other on WeChat?" "Sure." Xia then took out her phone, and they added each other on WeChat. Lin Xia continued to speak. Zhuo, why isn't there anything on your moments page? Ye Zhuo answered. This is a new account. Hearing that, Shasha adjusted her phone to selfie mode. Shall we take a selfie? Sure. Ye Zhuo took the initiative to wrap her arm around Shasha's shoulder. Next, both of them took a selfie together at the sound of the photo snapping. Shasha, please send me the photo that we've just taken. I shall post it to my Moments page. All right. Lin Shasha immediately sent the selfie that they had just taken to Ye Zhuo. Then she said, I'm going to post it too. To have a friend as beautiful as Ye Zhuo, she had to show off a little, naturally. In the living room, Zhou Yuelian was very happy for Ye Zhuo to be able to reunite with her biological daughter. Zhu, I can see that Zhuo Zhuo is a very well-behaved child. And she is not the same type of person as Mu Yurong. You're about to enjoy the sweet bliss that comes after hardship ends. One could see a person's moral standing from the person's words and actions. Mu Yurong used to look down on people, and she always behaved arrogantly as if everybody else was beneath her. However, it was not the same with Ye Zhuo. There was no sign of arrogance at all. To say the least, Zhou Yuelian's first impression of Ye Zhuo was extremely favorable. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Zhuo Zhuo is a very good child. The reason why we managed to move out from the basement is due to her contribution. Zhou Yuelian patted Ye Zhuo's hand and said in all sincerity, Zhu, it's not easy living as a single woman. You shouldn't be stubborn anymore. Go and find someone to be with instead. This way you'll be more at ease too. Ye Zhuo shook her head. I'm living pretty well this way. After experiencing a series of heartbreaking events in the past, Ye Zhuo would never believe in love anymore. In the past, she pledged eternal loyalty to that man. But in the end, what did she get in exchange? She got deceived. Zhou Yuelian heaved a sigh. Zhu, for a man like that, is it really worth it? Zhou Yuelian was a witness of that incident back in those years. She watched helplessly as Ye Zhuo stepped into the trap of love, step by step. No one knew better than her how terrible Ye Zhuo's life was over these years. I didn't do it for him. There was no expression on Ye Zhuo's face as she held Zhou Yuelian's hand and said, I really do feel that I'm living pretty well alone. Zhou Yuelian continued to speak. Zhu, you're only 38 years old this year. You're still young, so you can't feel like there's no good man in this world just because of a failed relationship. You should learn to let go of the past and accept new things. Little Lian, I know that you're doing this for me. However, I really don't have the time to think about those things now. I only want to protect Zhuo Zhuo. She told the truth. After experiencing so much, Ye Zhuo did not have the slightest idea what she wanted now. The only thing she wanted to do was to watch Ye Zhuo grow into an adult and find the happiness that she deserved. In fact, she had let go of the past. It was water under the bridge, so what was there to be disappointed about anymore? Every living thing in this world is a life. Everything in this life is destined, and not the slightest bit is controlled by man. I'm only worried that it's going to be too hard for you to be on your own. Zhou Yuelian turned to the side and hugged Ye Zhuo. They were both women, so she was well aware of how difficult life was for a single mother. Ye Zhuo patted Zhou Yuelian's back. Little Lian, I'm fine. It had been so many years, yet Ye Zhuo did not find it to be too arduous. Realizing that Ye Zhuo was not looking into dating again, Zhou Yuelian did not continue to press on this topic anymore. It was 10 in the morning in the blink of an eye. Ye Zhuo was preparing to cook. Ye Zhuo walked out and said, Mom, there's no need to make lunch anymore. I ordered takeout for us. All right.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Zhou Yuelian said sulkily, Child, why are you wasting money on takeout? We're a family, so it will be fine to have anything. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, It will be fine as long as you don't mind the takeout, Auntie Lian. Ye Zhuo had just received a large sum of commission, and there were guests in the house coincidentally. She wanted to seize the opportunity to have a proper celebration. At 11:30, the takeout was delivered just on time. Looking at the logo printed on the takeout's packaging, Lin Shasha was rendered speechless. The restaurant was famous for its scrumptious food, and the average individual's bill there was extremely high. It was a restaurant that common people could not afford to eat at. Ye Zhuo was too generous. As a result, the hosts and guests were elated during the meal. Li Boyong saw Ye Zhuo's post on her Moments page at once. She looked amazing in the photo with well-defined eyes and brows. Then he looked at the girl posing next to her. Quickly, Li Boyong's depression changed. If he was not mistaken, the girl was Lin Shasha. She was his cousin's middle school classmate. He heard his cousin bring her up frequently during conversations in the past. From what he knew, Lin Shasha did not do well academically and did not manage to get into high school. She joined the workforce after graduating from middle school. She was also his cousin's so-called teaching reference of a bad example. The saying of birds of a feather flock together was true. If Ye Zhuo wanted to excel, she would not be mingling with people like Lin Shasha. Ye Zhuo really had abandoned herself in degeneration. In the evening, Ye Zhuo went to work at the barbecue shop. Li Boyong was seated at the bar while he worked on his homework. It was the first time he did not take the initiative to greet Ye Zhuo. It came as a surprise to Li Boyong that when he did not greet Ye Zhuo actually ignored him by not greeting him either. The feeling was a little unpleasant. Li Boyong could not stand it, so he walked over. Ye Zhuo. What's going on? Ye Zhuo looked up ever so slightly. Li Boyong said, Are you acquainted with Lin Shasha?
Memehememe Ye Zhuo notet.
She's a good friend of mine. Are you acquainted with her too? Li Boyong shook his head without any unusual expression on his face. However, disgust visibly emerged in his eyes. I'm not acquainted with her, but my cousin is. She is my cousin's classmate in middle school. And I heard that Lin Shasha started working after she graduated from middle school? Is that true? Everything was fine, so why did Li Boyong suddenly bring up Lin Shasha's educational background? Ye Zhuo furrowed her brows ever so slightly as she asked, What are you trying to say here? Don't misunderstand me. I don't have any opinion of Lin Shasha. Li Boyong continued to speak. I only think that we will need to prioritize our studies at this stage of our lives now. After all, knowledge can change our lives. Therefore, it's best for you to stay away from the people who only graduated middle school like Lin Shasha. Li Boyong had a favorable impression of Ye Zhuo. So he genuinely hoped Ye Zhuo would become more outstanding. There was no need for her to be overly exceptional, but at the very least, he wanted her to be able to catch up to him. What's wrong with being a middle school graduate? A good educational background can only show that a person's gained more knowledge than ordinary people. However, a good educational background doesn't represent one's accomplishment. The real accomplishment should come from one's heart, so how is it related to a good educational background? Some people are too comfortable that they are aloof and feel that it's already impressive enough to have a good educational background. In truth, these people will never know that they're the ones with a limited view of the world. Ye Zhuo enunciated her words clearly and continued, Could it be that your good educational background has allowed you to badmouth others behind their backs? Li Boyong was completely dumbstruck by Ye Zhuo's response. He was blushing scarlet from embarrassment after being criticized by Ye Zhuo to the point where he felt that the classics that he read over the years were for nothing. The extent of his knowledge was actually less than a middle school student. This realization made Li Boyong narrow his eyes. Nonetheless, he was only commenting about Lin Shasha. Why did Ye Zhuo have to be so irritated? Ye Zhuo spoke so ostentatiously because his comment had hurt Lin Shasha's image and her own ego. It seemed that Ye Zhuo was afraid that others would despise her. At the thought of this, Li Boyong felt better in his heart. Ye Zhuo calmed down first. I didn't mean that. I was only making a casual comment. Ye Zhuo then took a glance at Li Boyong. Shasha is a friend of mine, and she is a very kind, sweet person. Your casual comment had already hurt her without you noticing.
Li Boyong astilia pulujiza. Im suri.
Take note of that next time. Ye Zhuo spoke in a cold tone. Upon saying that, she turned around and walked to the other side of the shop. For some unknown reason, Li Boyong had a very strange feeling when Ye Zhuo said, Take note of that next time. It felt just like a teacher lecturing a student who committed an offense. Perhaps that was why he subconsciously apologized to her. Could it be that it was just an illusion? All of a sudden, Granny Tsun walked out from a corner. She nodded in satisfaction as she gazed after Ye Zhuo's departing silhouette. Not bad, not bad. The more she learned about the young maiden, the more fond of her she became. She was not someone who put up a facade in front of others and behaved differently behind their backs. In the gambling house, Ye Zhuo had not stepped into the gambling house for 3 consecutive days. Meanwhile, Sun Shaoqing stood at the corner with a hand on the guardrail. He spoke in a nonchalant tone. It has already been 3 days, you've lost.
Li Qiandong frowned deeply.
She's going to come for sure. Brother Fifth, you must believe me. It's not time yet. Li Qiandong was proud of himself for seeing through countless women. With his experience, how could he possibly be mistaken? Ye Zhuo would certainly turn up tonight. Unfortunately for him, there was still no sign of Ye Zhuo even after they waited for a long while. Could it be that she was still playing hard to get? Do a live streaming of you eating sh*t now. Sun Shaoqing tilted his head to look toward Li Qiandong. He looked so breathtaking that even when he was cussing, there was utterly no sense of inharmoniousness. sh*t? For real? If Sun Shaoqing did not bring this up, he would have forgotten about this deal. Sun Shaoqing stepped forward and walked ahead. Remember to send me the link to your live stream upon my return. Don't, Brother Fifth. Li Qiandong stretched out his hand to tug at Sun Shaoqing's sleeve. A man should take responsibility for his words and actions. Sun Shaoqing looked back ever so slightly as he spoke. However, it's genuinely an abomination for a man to eat *t. Upon hearing that, Li Qiandong heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Sun Shaoqing would never entrap his good friend this way. How could Sun Shaoqing really make him eat *t? Huh? Who would have thought that Sun Shaoqing would deviate from the topic of conversation by saying, "We shall replace it with raw pork intestines. I will send someone to bring you 1 kilogram of pork intestines later." What? Raw pork intestines? Sun Shaoqing wanted him to eat raw pork intestines? Pork intestines still carried a very intense funk even after it was cooked, let alone eating it raw. One should know that Li Qiandong would not even eat cooked pork intestines, so making him eat a raw one was even worse than making him eat such *t. It felt as if Sun Shaoqing could read Li Qiandong's mind. It's better for you to do a live stream of you eating a such *t then. Li Qiandong was speechless. F*ck. That was merciless. So cruel. Li Qiandong immediately yielded. I was wrong, Brother Fifth. I'll eat it. I'll eat it, is that okay? Let's head home. Sun Shaoqing kept the prayer beads while his gaze swept past the scene downstairs. Li Qiandong immediately followed him and said in a slightly reluctant tone, Brother Fifth, can we discuss the pork intestines idea? Firstly, I'm certain that Ye Zhuo is playing hard to get. Perhaps she is trying to lead you on for a few more days. If she's not coming here today, she will certainly come tomorrow. I guarantee it. I swear. Sun Shaoqing spoke in a nonchalant tone. So what if she still isn't here tomorrow? Li Qiandong clenched his teeth. I'll take 2 kilograms of pork intestines then. The reason why Li Qiandong was so confident was because he was convinced that Ye Zhuo would certainly come. Since Ye Zhuo had already drawn Sun Shaoqing's attention earlier, it did not make sense for her to give up at this crucial juncture. Consequently, Sun Shaoqing nodded ever so slightly. We shall place a new bet then. Don't worry, Brother Fifth. I will certainly not let you down this time. Li Qiandong caught up to Sun Shaoqing with a smile on his face. On the other side, Ye Zhuo and Yi San were walking home. The faint moonlight cast a layer of pure white glow over their bodies. Ye Zhuo said, Uncle, you still need to get up early in the morning every day. There's no need for you to come and get me from now on. It's fine for me to walk home alone. Yi San furrowed his brows. How is that fine? You're a girl. It is so dangerous for you to walk home alone at night. What if you're in danger? Who's going to protect you? Ye Zhuo smiled and answered, I can protect myself. Yi San took a glance at Ye Zhuo and felt rather speechless. He said, Look at you with your tiny arms and legs. Someone can pick you up with just one hand, so how can you protect yourself then, huh? Even though Ye Zhuo was very tall at about 1.72 meters, she was too skinny. Her tiny wrists looked like they would snap very easily. In fact, every time the wind blew strongly, Ye Sun felt like picking up a few rocks and placing them in Ye Zhuo's pockets. Otherwise, he was worried that Ye Zhuo would be blown away by the wind. You don't know who's going to pick up who yet. Ye Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Ye Sun shook his head helplessly. Little girl, all you do is brag. Just then, a few people were standing not too far away with cigarettes that flickered in their hands. They appeared to be standing closely together while making perverted jokes. Under the moonlight and streetlights, they saw Ye Zhuo and Ye San walking toward them. One of them hastily tossed away the cigarette in his hand. Brother Tao! Brother Tao! Look over there! Upon hearing that, the leading young man with tattoos on his body stood upright and looked toward the specified direction. Buck up everyone! Is the camera ready? Don't worry, Brother Tao, it's ready. The young man next to him raised the camera in his hand. The other few people hastily took out the steel pipes that they hid in advance. These steel pipes reflected cold radiance under the silver-white moonlight's reflection. Ye San noticed the group of people in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and felt an ominous feeling in his chest. It was fortunate that he had been picking Ye Zhuo up after work on time. Otherwise, Ye Zhuo would be at a severe disadvantage tonight. Zhuo, something feels wrong with the people in front. Remember to hide behind me later. When he was speaking, Ye San had already moved himself in front of Ye Zhuo subconsciously. Stop! Meanwhile, a steel pipe blocked Ye San's path. Ye San raised his head to see a few fierce faces. How dare you be a tyrant in Brother Sin's witness? Are you unaware that this area here is my territory? The tattooed young man grabbed Ye San's collar and lifted Ye San just like that. Hey, you're such a trash talker, huh? At that moment, Ye San had just noticed the tattoos on the young man's neck. The tattoo was especially used by the gangsters in this area. Ye San's throat was choked, and his expression changed drastically while cold sweat permeated his forehead. He stuttered. So it turns out you're Brother Tao, huh? It seems that there's a conflict between people on the same side this time. I didn't manage to recognize that it was you, sir. You're a great person who is big-hearted and magnanimous. There's no need for you to lower yourself to the same level as a nobody like me. Let go of my uncle. Ye Zhuo took a step forward from the side and displayed a nonchalant gaze. The moonlight cast a layer of faint glow on her jade-like delicate face. You have 3 seconds. Ha! The tattooed young man lifted Ye San with one hand and turned his head to look toward Ye Zhuo. He was stunned for a moment, but then his surprise slowly turned into disdain. The little girl was such a big talker. 3, 2. Ye Zhuo began counting down with her arms crossed. The corners of her lips curled up ever so slightly in a cold yet tyrannical manner. Noticing that Ye Zhuo was so despotic, Ye San panicked. Brother Tao, this is my niece. The child doesn't know any better. Please don't bother her. Zhuo, you're a child, don't meddle with these adult matters. Go home, quick. Ye San was panic-stricken. He was already a grown man, so it would not be a big deal for him to get beaten up. He would be able to recover in 3 days at most. However, it was different for Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo's skin was delicate, her arms were tiny, and her legs were skinny. If she were beaten into a cripple or became disfigured, her life would be over. Yet his niece was a fool. She was still feigning her bravery despite the severity of the situation. It was over. It was over. She was doomed. Screech. Meanwhile, the silence of the night was suddenly broken by the sound of a car braking abruptly. The person who was driving the car was Li Qiandong. Fortunately, he noticed the situation over here from afar. So many adult men were actually bullying a young girl. What a really shameless bunch of people. Witnessing this kind of situation, he had to help her out, of course. Brother Fifth, you should wait in the car for a while. I'm getting out to check on the situation. According to the trick used in romance novels, when a weak, beautiful girl was robbed, the greatest hero in the world would descend from the sky to save the girl, and the beautiful girl would be beyond grateful such that she would pledge to marry the hero. The more Li Qiandong thought about it, the more excited he became. Hence, he rolled up his sleeves in preparation to get out of the car and beat up the people. Sun Shaoqing, who was seated at the back seat, had already placed the prayer book on his lap and looked toward the outside with a gentle frown. From his visual field, he could only see the side silhouette of a person. She had a slim waist and a pair of long, straight, slender legs. In fact, her waist was so slim that it seemed like it would break with just a snap. Even though he could not see her face, he felt that the person seemed familiar for some odd reason. Then, Sun Shaoqing moved the prayer beads again without any change in his expression. Li Qiandong opened the door and got out of the car. At the same time, the word one came out softly from the delicate red lips of the person who was speaking. Ye Zhuo placed her left hand over her right hand and cracked her knuckles loudly. It may have sounded slow in description, but it was certainly swift in action. No one could see how she made her move. Pow! Thud! Li Qiandong stepped out of the car. He was dumbstruck upon witnessing the scene before his eyes. He swallowed a gulp of saliva anxiously. He could see that the weak, fragile girl had one hand squeezing the tattooed young man's neck while her other hand was slapping the man's face loudly. It did not take long before the terrifying palm marks emerged on the tattooed young man's face. How dare you offend the madam? I can see that you don't want to be in the gang anymore, right? What the F***ck? The weak, fragile girl. How did the fragile girl lift a man with just one hand? How did the fragile girl slap a man to the point where his face went swollen? Li Qiandong actually took a moment to feel his own face just from observing the scene. He suddenly felt a little pitiful for the tattooed young man. Yi Sun was dumbfounded as well. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Ye Zhuo. What the F***ck? His eyes were not playing a trick on him, right? Was this really his niece? Meanwhile, the other gangster who was lying on the ground secretly cast a glance at his companion. The companion nodded and clenched the dagger in his hand tightly. He suddenly got up from the ground and stabbed the dagger toward Ye Zhuo's chest. The tip of the dagger emitted a cold radiance under the streetlight's reflection. It happened in just an instant. Li Qiandong did not even manage to call out, "Watch out!" Pow! The person had already been kicked to the floor again by Ye Zhuo. Li Qiandong was dumbstruck again and left in shock. F***ck. That was amazing. It was then that Yi Sun reacted to the situation. He turned around and sat on the gangster's body and punched the gangster over and over again. How dare you do a sneak attack? How dare you behave rampantly? How dare you offend my niece? I'm going to beat you to death today. The gangster was stunned from being beaten up, so he apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, sir, madam. We won't do it again. The other gangsters from the side had also joined in to apologize in haste. At that point, Ye Zhuo loosened her grip leisurely. The tattooed young man that had been lifted by her dropped to the ground with a thud. He hastily begged for forgiveness. Madam, it's our fault for not recognizing you. We beg you for your generosity. Please forgive us. Leave. The tattooed young man felt as if he was relieved from a heavy burden. He then led the other gangster to flee in fear. Stop. Ye Zhuo seemed to have remembered something, so she spoke. The gangsters who were fleeing in fear stopped at once. Their expressions were filled with terror. In fact, one of them had even peed himself. Madam, is there anything else? The tattooed young man turned around and spoke shakily. Ye Zhuo raised her hands to tidy up her hair and enunciated her words clearly. Go back and inform the person who sent you here that I will let her know the reason why flowers are so red. The tattooed young man hastily nodded. Sure, madam. So, can we leave now? Ye Zhuo then waved her hand to dismiss them. The tattooed young man immediately ran away without looking back. He ran as if he had motorized legs because he was afraid that Ye Zhuo would change her mind in the next second. All thanks to Ye Zhuo, these people became marathon running candidates after they reformed themselves. Of course, this was much later on. Let's go home, uncle. Ye Zhuo turned around to look toward Yi San with an expression that was calm beyond comparison. She made it look as though the person who exuded tyranny and evilness earlier was not her. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo looked at Ye Zhuo in bewilderment and said subconsciously, "Sure, madam." At this point, he seemed to have realized something, so he hastily caught up to Ye Zhuo and corrected himself, "Sure, my niece." At that point, Li Qiandong was able to catch a glimpse of the person's face clearly. Was it Ye Zhuo? Li Qiandong drew a cold breath. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo furrowed her brows in displeasure and rolled down her sleeves slowly. Her glance swept over him as she said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman before?" Her gaze was ice-cold, akin to the freezing ice in the dead of winter. All of a sudden, Li Qiandong's legs buckled subconsciously. He had only recovered from the surprise when Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo's silhouettes vanished into the dim alley. Was that person earlier really Ye Zhuo? Li Qiandong stretched out his hand to slap his face. It hurt. It seemed as though he was not dreaming. If that person earlier was Ye Zhuo, was she putting on an act? Li Qiandong walked to the driver's seat absent-mindedly and turned his head to look toward Sun Shaoqing. Brother Fifth, that person earlier seems to be Ye Zhuo. I saw it. Sun Shaoqing rifled through one page of the prayer book in his hand. Do you think she's putting on an act? Li Qiandong asked. Sun Shaoqing flipped through another page of the prayer book but did not speak. Nevertheless, Li Qiandong continued. Brother Fifth, I think that she is putting on an act. First I was still a little uncertain, but I can confirm it now. Ye Zhuo will certainly turn up at the gambling house tomorrow night. If I lose, I won't just eat 2 kilograms of pork intestines. It won't be an issue for me to eat 5 kilograms instead. I shall wait and see. The corners of Sun Shaoqing's lips curled up ever so slightly. Ye Zhuo was still in a trance when they reached home. He went to pick Ye Zhuo up every night to protect her. He certainly did not expect that he would end up being protected by Ye Zhuo instead today. The feeling was truly quite intriguing. In contrast, Ye Zhuo did not feel anything unusual about what happened. After they arrived home, she went straight to bed after taking a shower. The next day, Li Qiandong arrived at the gambling house early and stood at the guardrail on the second floor. He monitored the situation downstairs without even blinking his eyes in fear that he would miss something. However, he still did not see Ye Zhuo's silhouette until past 3 o'clock in the morning. Time passed minute by minute. Then, a staff member made his way to the front of Li Qiandong and said respectfully, "Mr. Li, Fifth Master sent me to request your presence in the room." Noted. Li Qiandong turned around, pushed open the door of the reserved room, and entered. Sun Shaoqing was seated on the sofa. He did not seem quite like his usual self. His long legs were crossed, and he had a cigarette between his fingers and a string of prayer beads in his left hand. He looked both like God and the devil, with coldness permeating from his abstinent aura. His aura alone kept people at a distance. The tassel of the prayer beads was wrapped around Sun Shaoqing's fingers as he spoke. I thought about it for a moment and figured that we should just forget about the live streaming thing. Upon hearing that, Li Qiandong felt like he had just been pardoned. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Fifth." Li Qiandong did not even manage to finish his sentence before the deep, attractive voice was heard once again saying, "I've already ordered someone to prepare 5 kilograms of pork intestines. You can have it here." Have it here? For real?
Li Qiandong's nas buclat.
Suddenly, the door to the reserved room was pushed open, and a servant entered the room with a tray of pork intestines. It was very fresh, with blood still seeping from it. One could even smell the strange fishy stench from 10 meters away. Let's begin. Sun Shaoqing then rubbed the prayer beads in an exceedingly slow motion. Meanwhile, his tone was exceedingly nonchalant. Brother Fifth. Li Qiandong was even stuttering from anxiety. I thought you are a vegetarian? I shall become a vegetarian to accompany you from now on. Sun Shaoqing took a glance at him and said, "A real man keeps his promise and is firm in his action." Li Qiandong stepped forward and walked to the front of the table with great difficulty before he took a seat. Brother Fifth. Eat. It was only a simple word. Yet it made Li Qiandong lose the courage to decline. He picked up a piece of bloodied pork intestine with his chopsticks numbly, shut his eyes, crossed his heart, and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was really king awful. However, Li Qiandong still endured it and swallowed it down. Sadly, right after that, his stomach began to churn frantically. Then, he hastily ran to the washroom and wished that he could vomit his gallbladder out. Sun Shaoqing then stood up and furrowed his brows ever so slightly. Keep the rest for the live stream then. Upon saying that, he turned around and left the room. Li Qiandong was confused. Shouldn't Sun Shaoqing have said, "There's no need to eat the rest"? Did he mishear it? Brother Fifth was a devoted Buddhist who was kind-hearted beyond comparison. Since that was the case, how could Sun Shaoqing possibly bear to watch him eat the raw pork intestines? He was certain that he misheard that. Right. At the thought of that, Li Qiandong was relieved. He washed his face calmly and then left the gambling house. But just as he was heading out, the gambling house's manager came running after him while gasping for breath. "Please hold on, Mr. Li. What's going on?" The gambling house's manager passed a bag to Li Qiandong. "Mr. Li, this is the pork intestines that Master Fifth had us wrap for you. He wanted me to remind you to stream yourself for his audience upon your return." Li Qiandong was rendered speechless. What sort of torment was this? It was the day for Ye Zhuo's follow-up consultation with Chan Xiaoya's husband. After 1 week of consuming the prescribed medicine and a period of recuperation, Ye Zhuo appeared just like his old self without any obvious improvement. Only Ye Zhuo was aware that more than half of the parasites in his body had already been eradicated. "Has he been taking the medicine on time these days?" Ye Zhuo asked. Chan Xiaoya nodded. "We did as instructed by you, Ms. Yi. He takes the medicine on time every day." "Great then." Ye Zhuo turned over Ye Zhuo's eyelids. "Next, he will need to be soaked in medicinal baths. I will write a prescription for you. Let him soak in the medicinal bath twice a day, once in the morning and once at night." "When will my husband recover to his healthy self?" Chan Xiaoya inquired. Ye Zhuo answered. "He will be able to regain his consciousness after taking the medicinal bath for a month. By that time, he should be able to get off the bed to walk about." "Really?" Chan Xiaoya was elated. Ye Zhuo nodded and then lowered her head to write down a prescription that she passed to Chan Xiaoya. Meanwhile, the sound of rushed footsteps was heard coming from the door. "Xiaoya! Xiaoya!" The person was none other than Chan Xiaoya's mother-in-law, Li Wenru. "Mom!" Chan Xiaoya walked over to welcome her. "Qingyue, you're here." Li Qingyue, who accompanied Li Wenru, greeted her cousin-in-law. Chan Xiaoya nodded in return. Then, Li Wenru held Chan Xiaoya's hand in excitement. "Xiaoya, is the miracle doctor here?" Chan Xiaoya answered. "She's here. She's inside. Take me to her quick." "All right, please follow me." Chan Xiaoya took Li Wenru and Li Qingyue to the bedroom. At that moment, Ye Zhuo was examining Ye Zhuo's pulse. Then Chan Xiaoya took the initiative to introduce. "Mom, this is Ms. Yi." "What?" Li Wenru was stunned for a moment. Even though she was well aware that the miracle doctor was a woman, Li Wenru had never expected her to be so young. Judging by her appearance, she looked to be about 17 or 18 years old at most. Could a person like her really be a miracle doctor? In fact, Li Wenru had even doubted if the young maiden was capable of differentiating between a flu and a fever. Was she here as a prank? In Li Wenru's heart, Chan Xiaoya had always been a steady, trustworthy person. She did not expect that Chan Xiaoya would actually do something so improper this time. Chan Xiaoya had disappointed her greatly. Li Qingyue narrowed her eyes while the corner of her lips curled into a disdainful smirk. She was under the assumption that Chan Xiaoya's so-called miracle doctor was someone impressive. It turned out that the person was the fake daughter of a wealthy family that every Yunjing resident knew about Mu Zhuo. Oh, that was not right. She was known as Ye Zhuo now. Who was there in Yunjing province that did not know that Ye Zhuo was an illiterate deadbeat? Nevertheless, at the thought of the jar that contained the anox parasite, a vigilant look emerged in Li Qingyue's gaze once again. A deadbeat would not have the capability to extract parasites out of a human body. Moreover, Li Qingyue had seen Ye Zhuo in the past. Ye Zhuo always had thick makeup on in the past. Yet, the current Ye Zhuo did not have the slightest resemblance to her past self. Li Qingyue clenched her fists tightly while a glint glimmered past her eyes. "Mom, this is Ms. Yi." Noticing that there was no reaction from Li Wenru, Chen Xiaoye repeated herself. Li Wenru had only reacted to the situation after that. She nodded and cracked into a rigid smile. Hello. She was still the matriarch of a wealthy family, after all. Even though she doubted Ye Zhuo's capability, Li Wenru did not express it explicitly.
Ye Zhuo similet.
Li Qingyue stood next to Li Wenru with a hand covering her mouth. The look in her eyes turned from astonishment to disbelief. You're Muzhue. If another person were in her place, the person would feel slightly awkward upon hearing the remark. After all, the name Muzhue had a bad reputation attached to it. However, Ye Zhuo acted as if she could not understand the insinuation behind the remark. She raised her chin in a graceful yet dignified manner and said, "That's me, but I'm Ye Zhuo now." Li Wenru turned her head to look toward Li Qingyue. "Qingyue, do you know her?"
Li Qingyue nudda.
After learning that Li Qingyue was acquainted with Ye Zhuo, Li Wenru was relieved, so she said, "Qingyue, please follow me outside." "I'm sorry, Ms. Yi. I have something to say to my niece." "Please go ahead."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Li Qingyue smiled at Ye Zhuo in a friendly manner, and then followed Li Wenru obediently. Outside, Li Wenru immediately inquired about Ye Zhuo's situation. There was a word known as genius in this world. Li Qingyue herself was a rare talent too. Hence, the people that she was acquainted with were primarily people with outstanding talents as well. As a result, Li Wenru wondered if this Ye Zhuo was especially gifted in medicinal practice. Perhaps Ye Zhuo could really cure her son. Li Wenru felt much more steady in her heart at the thought of this situation. However, an awkward expression appeared on Li Qingyue's face. Auntie, how should I tell you this?" "What do you mean?"
Li Wenru furroet herbras.
Li Qingyue replied, "Ms. Yi has been commissioned by my cousin-in-law, after all. Don't mind her. Just tell me the truth, Qingyue." Li Qingyue hesitated for a moment. "All right then. That Ms. Yi in there was actually the daughter of the Mu family. She was known as Mu Zhuo." As soon as those words were spoken, Li Wenru's face turned ghastly pale. "So you're saying that she's the fake daughter of the Mu family, who took what belonged to someone else?"
Li Qingyue nudda.
"Don't be angry, Auntie. I believe that it's possible that my cousin-in-law is unaware of Ms. Ye's true identity. How could Li Wenru possibly not be furious? A deadbeat whose bad reputation was known to all was here to treat her son? Was this not a joke?" Li Wenru's face turned green with rage and then paled with fear. She was so furious that she could no longer keep calm. Ridiculous. This is truly ridiculous. "Auntie, calm down." Li Qingyue wrapped her arm around Li Wenru's arm and said in a gentle tone, "Based on what I know of my cousin-in-law, she is not a muddle-headed person who can't tell what's right and wrong. I'm sure that she has her own reasons for commissioning Ms. Yi. Perhaps, Ms. Yi really has the capability to cure Ye Zhuo." Li Wenru suppressed the rage in her heart with great effort. Has the capability? Who in Yunjing province doesn't know that the fake daughter of the Mu family is an illiterate deadbeat? If she is to be labeled as capable, then anything is possible in this world. I think that Chen Xiaoye is trying to kill Tao Tao. "Auntie," Li Qingyue continued, "one man's words can influence others into thinking badly about someone else. I believe that it's possible we might have misunderstood Ms. Yi. I think that Ms. Yi might not be as bad as she was claimed to be in the rumors." Li Wenru looked toward Li Qingyue helplessly. "You're too naive, Qingyue. You actually believe that a deadbeat is capable of practicing the art of medicine. If Ye Zhuo is really a miracle doctor, her reputation in Yunjing province won't be this awful. Everyone has eyes. If she is truly that impressive, how could anyone have the audacity to slander her? A deadbeat would always be a deadbeat. Regardless of how she packaged herself, she would never be a genius. Upon hearing that, Li Qingyue furrowed her brows. Auntie, what you said seems to make a little sense. After all, the general public's perception is always perceived to be unclouded. Before her voice died away, Li Qingyue changed the topic of conversation by saying, however, I heard from my cousin-in-law that Ms. Yi was introduced to her by her second uncle. They're a family, so my cousin-in-law's second uncle wouldn't intentionally harm her. Auntie, let's not complicate the matter too much. What if there's a favorable turn of events and a miracle is to appear? What if Ms. Yi managed to cure cousin for real? Not only did Li Qingyue's remark fail to console Li Wenru, but on the contrary, it infuriated Li Wenru even more. Chen Qinya's second uncle was Chen Dafeng. Chen Dafeng was not a simple person, but he graduated from a renowned medical university and was very skilled in pharmacology. The traditional Chinese medicine dispensary that Chen Dafeng's family ran had already been passed down for close to a century. So, how could a person like this introduce a deadbeat to treat Ye Zhuo's illness? Any person with discerning eyes could see what was happening at one glance. It was obviously because Chen Dafeng and Chen Xiaoye coveted the Yi family's inheritance. They wanted to kill Ye Zhuo and then go for the Yi family's inheritance. Shameless. Both the uncle and niece were truly shameless. The more Li Wenru thought about it, the more furious she became. She wished that she could choke Chen Xiaoye to death right away. They're doing this to kill Tao Tao so they can usurp our Yi family's inheritance. Huh. Li Qingyue drew in a cold breath, and her face turned paler. It can't be, right? Li Qingyue noticed the change in Li Wenru's expression. She quickly said, Auntie, let's not indulge in blind conjectures anymore. It's possible that she and her uncle were deceived by Ye Zhuo. I can personally guarantee you that my cousin-in-law is not the kind of person who plots against her husband. She loves Ye Zhuo very much. Otherwise, Ye Zhuo wouldn't have insisted on marrying her by threatening to commit suicide back in those years. As soon as the statement was made, it immediately brought up some bad memories in Li Wenru's mind. Chen Xiaoye came from a common family, and her parents were just ordinary wage earners. It was completely out of her league to marry into the Yi family. Had it not been Ye Zhuo who insisted on marrying her by threatening to commit suicide, how could she possibly allow Chen Xiaoye to marry into the family? Li Wenru was not very fond of Chen Xiaoye. The truth had proven that she had not misjudged her because Chen Xiaoye was precisely the B** that Li Wenru knew she was. She was actually trying to kill her son now. Lin Wenru stood up swiftly with a whoosh and stormed toward the bedroom in a rage. Auntie! Li Qingyue immediately caught up to Li Wenru. In the room, Ye Zhuo had already left, leaving only Chen Xiaoye, who was giving Ye Zhuo a sponge bath. The towel was soaked in medicinal herbs, so there was the faint scent of medicinal herbs lingering in the air. B***tch. Li Wenru walked over and delivered a slap to Chen Xiaoye's face. Mom! Chen Xiaoye's face turned sideways from the brute force of the slap. Then she turned back and looked at Li Wenru incredulously. B***tch. Wicked woman! Li Wenru said in rage. You don't deserve to call me mom. Our Tao Tao must really be blind to fall for a wicked woman like you. Mom, what's going on? Chen Xiaoye covered her face while her entire body was trembling. She knew that her mother-in-law despised her all this time. However, the woman had never hit her before. Li Qingyue tapped on Li Wenru's back to soothe her. She took a step forward and said in a gentle tone, Cousin-in-law, please don't be mad at Auntie for being so furious. Do you know who Ms. Yi is? What do you mean? Chen Xiaoye was stunned for a moment. Ms. Yi was the eldest daughter of the Mu family in the past. You should be aware of the matters with regards to the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Li Qingyue then continued. Even the skilled doctors from local and foreign countries couldn't cure my cousin's illness. Ms. Yi is only 18 years old this year. Is she really capable of curing my cousin? Moreover, I heard that Ms. Yi is even illiterate. Chen Xiaoye continued to speak. Mom Qing, you've misunderstood Ms. Yi. Ms. Yi is a very gifted person. This is the prescription written by her for Ye Zhuo. Look at her penmanship. Do you think this is written by an illiterate? It was a very pleasant-looking Lu-style Chinese calligraphy writing, that was written in forceful, vigorous strokes with adequate profoundness. Li Qingyue narrowed her eyes. She noticed that none of the medicines listed in the prescription was effective in eradicating parasites, but only slightly effective in nourishing one's body and vitality. It seemed that all of this hype about curing him was just a false alarm. For a second, she was truly under the assumption that the deadbeat Ye Zhuo was so capable. Li Wenru tore up the prescription passed to her by Chen Xiaoye instantly. She pointed at Chen Xiaoye and said, "I won't give you the permission to feed my son some nonsense medicine. Please get out and leave our family now." Chen Xiaoye's entire body was shivering. "Mom, you're going to end Tao's only way to live." "Shut up, B*Tsich. Li Wenru delivered another slap. "Do you think that I'm unaware of your filthy scheme with Chen Dafeng? You want to kill Tao Tao so you can usurp our family's inheritance. Let me tell you this. As long as I'm here, you will never get it. You will never possibly prevail."
"No.
I don't." Tears streamed down Chen Xiaoye's face. "I hope that Tao can get well soon more than anyone else. If I can, I'd give up my life in exchange for Tao's life." It was not a lie. She had been married to Tao for many years, and their relationship had always been inseparable. Li Qingyue stood on the side. "I can understand your feeling, cousin-in-law, and I'm also aware that there's a saying that one will try anything in a desperate situation. Ms. Ye's bad reputation is clearly out there, so how can you expect us to trust her? Get out. Get out now." Li Wenru pointed at the door and instructed. Cough, cough, cough. Meanwhile, Tao, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up. He sat upright and vomited a huge gulp of fresh blood. The bright red blood stained the white blanket. "Tao Tao! Ye Zhuo!" Li Wenru and Chen Xiaoye pounced toward him simultaneously. "Xiaoye!" Tao held Chen Xiaoye's hand and said weakly, "I'm so sorry that I couldn't protect you." Chen Xiaoye shook her head while crying.
I'm fine.
Upon saying that, Tao looked toward Li Wenru. "Mom, I'm begging you not to make things difficult for Xiaoye. You doing this is making me feel really sad in my heart." Li Wenru wiped away her tears. "Silly child. This B*Teach is trying to get you killed. Why are you still defending her?" Tao spoke with great difficulty. "Mom, you've misunderstood Xiaoye. Xiaoye is not that kind of person. There's no need for all of you to let a dying man like me affect the family's good relationship. Mom, I hope that when I'm gone, you will treat Xiaoye like she is your own daughter. You won't die. My silly child, you won't die."
Li Wenru baulat alot.
Tao continued, "I know my body well and that I can't escape death regardless. Just let me give Ms. Ye's prescription a try. Otherwise, I won't die in peace." After being ill for such a long time, Tao was well aware of his condition. He knew that he did not have much time left. Rather than just do nothing and die this way, he might as well give Chen Xiaoye a gleam of hope. He knew that Chen Xiaoye trusted Ye Zhuo. He was already prepared to go, but he did not wish to leave behind any regret in Chen Xiaoye's life. Upon hearing that, Li Wenru held Tao's hand and said while bawling, "Tao Tao, my silly child. They are trying to kill you. That Ye Zhuo is good for nothing. How can she be skilled in medicinal practice, huh?" Tao squeezed Li Wenru's hand. "Mom, I've never asked you for anything much all my life. Will you please promise me this for once? I'm begging you." At this point, Tao vomited another gulp of fresh blood. Noticing her son's condition, Li Wenru had no other choice but to nod in consent. All right. I promise you. Thank you, Mom." Tao hastily turned his head to look toward Chen Xiaoye. "Xiaoye, thank Mom quick." "Thank you, Mom." Li Wenru turned her head away because she refused to look at Chen Xiaoye. She really had no idea what sort of drug Chen Xiaoye must have fed Tao that made Tao trust her so much. What a B*Tc. Tao, just rest and recuperate." Upon saying that, Li Wenru turned her head to look toward Chen Xiaoye. "Come with me for a moment." "Mom, don't make things difficult for Xiaoye, please." Tao clutched Li Wenru's hand tightly. Li Wenru patted Tao's hand. Don't worry. Chan Xiaoya followed behind Li Wenru as they went to the study room. Then, Li Wenru's originally smiling face immediately dimmed. Chan Xiaoya, if Tao Tao is unable to pull through this time because of you, I want you to pay for his life with your life. Chan Xiaoya looked at Li Wenru and said calmly, Ms. Yi said that the effect can be seen in a month after taking this medicine. Don't worry, Mom. If anything were to happen to Yi Tao, I won't drag out my ignoble existence either. Please give me a month. In the end, Chan Xiaoya bowed deeply in salutation. Li Qingyue stood outside the door and eavesdropped on the conversation going on inside. Her eyes were filled with gloomy coldness. Now that she had confirmed that the prescription given by Ye Zhuo was utterly useless, she would not stop Yi Tao from continuing to consume it naturally. If he were to die from consuming the medicine, it would save her the effort of having to take action. Yi Tao was the only son of the Yi family, and he had yet to bear any heir to the family until now. Li Wenru loathed Chan Xiaoya to her bones, so if anything were to happen to Yi Tao, who would be the sole successor of the family? It would be her, of course. She had already been plotting for this day for way too long. In the end, heaven rewarded the faithful one. Now, she would only need to wait for Yi Tao to fall into eternal sleep patiently. It did not take long before Li Wenru opened the door and walked out of the study room. Li Qingyue immediately stepped forward. Auntie, Li Wenru replied. Qingyue, let's go.
Ema kema. Li Qingyue nudda.
After walking out of the villa, Li Qingyue said, Auntie, you didn't get into an argument with my cousin-in-law in there, right? Cousin-in-law is really something. How can she trust Ye Zhuo so much, huh? If anything were to happen to Yi Tao, you and uncle. The remaining words to her sentence were self-explanatory. Meanwhile, Li Wenru heaved a sigh. Your cousin is obsessed with her. What can I do? Qingyue. It's good that I still have you by my side in this period. Li Qingyue was her maternal niece, after all. Additionally, she was so outstanding. If anything were to happen to Yi Tao, Li Qingyue would be the Yi family's only hope. Li Qingyue said, Don't worry, Auntie. I will always be right by your side, no matter the situation. Just like how you were there for me when I was young. Good child. Li Wenru hugged Li Qingyue. She was visibly moved. That be asterisk Chan Xiaoya. I won't let her go so easily. From an angle that Li Wenru could not see, the corners of Li Qingyue's lips curled into a proud arc. After Li Wenru and Li Qingyue left, Chan Xiaoya returned to the room once again. Yi Tao laid on the bed and looked at Chan Xiaoya. He said guiltily, I'm sorry, Cha, for letting you down. It's fine. Yi Tao, I'm willing to do anything for you as long as you can get well. Chan Xiaoya looked at Yi Tao and said with a hoarse voice, Do you really believe that Ms. Yi can cure you?
Yi Tao noted.
Did you know that Ms. Yi is the child from the Mu family's switched at birth incident? Her reputation in the circle is really awful. Yi Tao held Chan Xiaoya's hand. A gentleman gets along with others but does not necessarily agree with them. A vile person does not get along with others but pretends to agree with them. That is all hearsay. I trust you and I trust Ms. Yi too. Thank you. Chan Xiaoya lowered her head and kissed Yi Tao's forehead. On the other side of things in the gambling house, Li Qiandong stood at the guardrail on the second floor, observing the situation downstairs. He wanted to prove to Cao Shaoqing that Ye Zhuo was playing hard to get. He was certain that Ye Zhuo would step into the gambling house again. However, he had not seen Ye Zhuo at all these days. Li Qiandong narrowed his eyes. Could it be that she is using another trick? Mr. Li, Fifth Master is looking for you. The voice of the gambling house's staff member interrupted Li Qiandong's train of thought. Coming. Li Qiandong turned around. Cao Shaoqing was seated on the sofa with a laptop placed on his lap. His fingers moved across the keyboard swiftly, with his beautiful finger as charming as jade enshrouded in a layer of faint coldness. Turn on the laptop. I have something to send to you. Ah, sure. Li Qiandong immediately picked up the laptop next to him and logged into his account. Cao Shaoqing operated the laptop with one hand while his other hand grabbed the prayer beads on the table, habitually as he began rubbing it. I've sent it. What's this? Li Qiandong was puzzled. Sun Shaoqing replied, send it to Neohuru. He'll know what to do. Li Qiandong was stunned for a moment and then asked, is this the newest version of the OS system?
Sun Shaoqing nodded gently.
OS was the artificial intelligence system developed by Tsin Enterprise. Sun Shaoqing began developing it from the age of 16, and finally managed to make a breakthrough when he was 20 years old. He then brought the OS AI system into people's daily lives. After 10 years of development from Tsin Enterprise's scientific research team, the OS 3.0 era was finally initiated. However, just as they were about to make a breakthrough to version 4.0, an unprecedented difficulty emerged. The AI development would allow mankind to develop it themselves, but it would turn into something that would dominate mankind if there was any small error. This was not just a shocking statement to attract attention. Mankind would be too powerless in the fight against technology. Therefore, the team had no choice but to stop the research and halt the 4.0 plan. Li Qiandong did not expect that Sun Shaoqing would trust the expert, Neohuru, so much. Even though he idolized Neohuru a lot, he did not think that the expert had the capability to do what was required. It was the OS AI system. The professional research team assigned to it was made up of 1,000 people that had only managed to break through to version 3.0 after developing it for 10 years. Could Neohuru, who worked alone, bring it to version 4.0? Li Qiandong logged on to the international tech website in shock. He brought up the chat box and typed, is the expert there? I have something that I'd like to seek your assistance. Go ahead. It was a very brief reply. Li Qiandong described the problem briefly. How much? Li Qiandong did not expect that the expert's reply to be so straightforward. He turned around to look at Sun Shaoqing. Brother Fifth, the expert is asking how much. Pass me the laptop. Li Qiandong passed the laptop to Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing hooked the prayer beads at his thenar and received the laptop. He typed a message before sending it. You may decide on the commission when the task is complete. Are you sure? I'm sure. Even though there were only 2 words, it exuded a gush of invisible domineeringness. So, it turned out that all the capitalists had no lack of money, just as expected. Ye Zhuo rubbed her nose habitually on the other side of the screen. Deal. Sun Shaoqing operated the laptop to send over the file, and the person on the other side clicked accept. Sun Shaoqing then continued to type. How long will it take? The time is not guaranteed, but it won't exceed 2 months. Ye Zhuo took a glance at the document and figured that it was on an AI system. In order to fix the system without the complete infrastructure, she estimated that it would take about 1 month. In short, 2 months was considered a conservative number. If it were in her own world, it was just a trivial issue that could be solved in a day. It had been a very long time since Sun Shaoqing had last encountered such a confident person. Sun Shaoqing moved the prayer beads in his hand again, while his other hand was still on the keyboard. The light cast from the laptop screen enshrouded his facial features faintly at that moment. Then he raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Can I add you on WeChat? Sun Shaoqing had never been so curious about a person like this before. After sending the message, he stared at the screen closely in fear that he might miss something. After a while, the person finally replied. Sun Shaoqing hastily clicked on the chat box. The reply was a line of ice-cold words. Sorry, I'm not interested in private chat. He could feel the coldness emanating from the person's body even from across the screen. It was Fifth Masterson's first time taking the initiative to ask to add someone on WeChat. It was beyond his expectation that he would be rejected. The feeling was rather exciting. Heh. Sun Shaoqing smirked faintly while the red mole at the corner of his eyes seemed to become more lively. The sight of Sun Shaoqing's excitement was so charming that it could drive anyone crazy. Nevertheless, Li Qiandong felt chills run down his back after hearing the unexpected chuckle. Brother Fifth, what's going on? According to his understanding of Sun Shaoqing, every time Sun Shaoqing laughed this way, nothing good would come out of it. Then Sun Shaoqing shut the laptop with one hand and asked, Did you find out anything about Neohuru? W has been blocked a few times. And he is still tracking the person down. Li Qiandong continued. The International Division's reply is that this is an unknown user. Unknown user. It was acceptable to him that W could not do it. Nonetheless, he did not expect that there was actually someone that the International Information Division could not investigate. This Neo-Huru person was rather intriguing. Sun Shaoqing's finger that was moving the prayer beads halted to a stop. The red prayer beads were wrapped around his fair white fingers. The red beads were enchanting, while the white hand was almost translucent, as if it was enshrouded in a layer of cold glow. Continue to investigate until there's a result.
Li Qiandong nudda.
The expert Neo-Huru is really impressive. I'd really like to meet him. Brother Fifth, do you think that the expert Neo-Huru is a male or a female? Before Sun Shaoqing could answer, Li Qiandong continued. Judging by the expert's chatting style and capability, I have a feeling that he is a man. How can a common woman have an IQ as high as this? Every time he chatted with Neo-Huru, the words he sent over exuded domineeringness. Neo-Huru's reply was very brief, and he had never wasted time engaging in nonsensical chatter. Moreover, even W in the International Division could not find anything about this person, so he could imagine how capable this person was. How many female tech moguls were there in China, anyway? Could a woman be this impressive? As a result, Li Qiandong felt that the expert was most certainly a man. Apparently, only men like them could be so remarkable. Meanwhile, Sun Shaoqing stood in front of the window and gazed down at the scenery, while moving the prayer beads in his hand. Have you looked up the registration information of Neo-Huru on the international website? The website would verify its user's account upon them furnishing their identity card. Upon hearing that, Li Qiandong's eyes lit up as he said in excitement, "That's right. Since we can't find the expert himself, we can start from the website. I shall talk to W now." "Go ahead." Sun Shaoqing nodded ever so slightly. Next, Li Qiandong hastily contacted W. On the other end of the video call, W pulled on a long face. "Brother Li, do you really think that I haven't looked into Neo-Huru's registration information yet?" "You have?" Li Qiandong asked. "Mom." Li Qiandong added eagerly. "So is the expert Neo-Huru a male or a female?" "The expert is certainly a man, right?" W shook his head. "I don't know. I thought you've looked into this?" W replied. "I said that I've looked into it, not that I managed to get a result. Neo-Huru is too impressive that there's utterly no trace of his registration information on the website. All the information is left blank." Li Qiandong said in puzzlement. "Doesn't the website mandate registration using real names? This person is an expert for a reason." Li Qiandong was rendered speechless while W continued. "There's no update from the International Division either, right?" Li Qiandong shook his head. After hanging up the call, Li Qiandong passed W's message to Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing furrowed his brows ever so slightly once he received the update. Neo-Huru did not even leave behind any registration information on the website. Who the heck was he? "Brother Fifth, if there's nothing else, I shall head home first." "Go ahead."
Sun Shaoqing spoke nonchalantly.
After Li Qiandong returned to his home, he logged onto his account on the International Tech website, opened the chat history, and discovered that Sun Shaoqing had actually taken the initiative to propose to add Neo-Huru on WeChat. Unexpectedly, Neo-Huru rejected him. Li Qiandong opened his mouth in astonishment, while his eyes were filled with astonishment. The expert behaved just like an expert. Impressive. He was growing more and more curious about the expert now. In a quiet room in the Mu family's home, the moonlight was shielded by the thick, heavy curtains, yet one could still see a person sleeping on the bed. Don't. The person on the bed jolted awake from a nightmare and turned on the reading lamp in a panic. That person's face was as pale as a paper while layers of cold sweat permeated from her forehead. Who else would it be if not Mu Yorong? Mu Yorong had that nightmare again. Even after she had awakened, she still could not forget the dream. It was the same agony and despair she felt before she died in her past life. As soon as she remembered the face of the man, She could not refrain from feeling terrified. It was a form of terror that came from the bottom of her heart. She would not allow history to repeat itself in this life. She would not. Then Mu Yorong clenched the blanket tightly in her shaky hands. After a moment, she brought up the system and typed a name into it. After a while, the system displayed an error 404 page. She could not find any information related to him. The feeling of her fate being in someone else's control was too unpleasant. Meanwhile, a blurry silhouette appeared before her eyes. Oh right. There was still Fifth Masterson. She would certainly get married to Fifth Masterson in this life, and stand on the highest peak of the world. However, in order to attract Fifth Masterson's attention, it would not be enough for her to just depend on her looks. She needed to depend on her capability as well. It seemed that she still needed to put in more effort with Li Qiandong. Hence Mu Yorong narrowed her eyes to focus. Ye Zhuo continued to work in the barbecue shop daily. The temporary job that lasted a month was about to end soon. Ye Zhuo had just stepped into the shop when she heard a voice speaking in English. Her footsteps halted for a moment. She was fluent in 10 languages in her past life, while the people around here were all elites, so there was no need to mention their linguistic skills. At that very moment, she could not stand hearing such a rigid pronunciation of words, and felt the urge to correct the reader. Noticing Ye Zhuo's arrival, Li Boyong took the initiative to greet her. "You're here, Ye Zhuo."
Ye Zhuo noted.
Li Boyong continued. "I'm practicing English. Are you interested in the English language?" At this point, Li Boyong suddenly remembered that Ye Zhuo did not even finish middle school, so perhaps she could not even distinguish the 26 basic alphabets in English. How could she possibly be interested in English? In truth, it's very easy to learn English. If you're interested, I can teach you. I'm the class representative for my English class. Li Boyong's gaze was filled with pride in his final sentence. There were many types and ranks between students too. The poor students would mingle with other poor students. The good students would mingle with other good students. Li Boyong was good-looking, and he was a class leader too. That made him the ideal boyfriend for many of the girls in his class. Since he offered to teach Ye Zhuo, he felt that she would certainly feel very honored for the opportunity. "No thanks, I'm good." Ye Zhuo respectfully turned down his offer. "No, I'm good." Li Boyong did not expect that Ye Zhuo would reject his offer. He looked at her in astonishment and said, "English is an international language. I think that learning a little English will not be a disadvantage to you." Then Ye Zhuo rubbed her nose and said humbly, Frankly, my English is pretty good." "All right. Forget it if you don't want to learn." Li Boyong wanted to help to pull Ye Zhuo out of the hopeless situation that she was in. However, he did not realize that it was not her goal to pull herself out. Instead, it seemed that she wanted to stay there. Forget it. Forget it. No wonder there was a saying that one can't put sand on a wall. It was still fine if she acknowledged that she could not be put on a wall. However, she enjoyed lying to herself so much. Ye Zhuo was speechless by his reaction. Why was he furious? Was it because he could not stand being challenged? "Do you really understand English?" Li Boyong asked another question. "And can you speak it fluently?"
Memehememe Ye Zhuo noted.
Li Boyong's gaze was filled with mockery and contempt when he replied, "Honesty is the wonderful tradition of China. I hope that we can continue to pass on this tradition." It would be fine if she admitted that she did not understand English because no one would make fun of her anyway. However, a hypocrite girl like Ye Zhuo was destined to be like this for the rest of her life. Ye Zhuo was confused by his remark. Was Li Boyong insinuating that she was not honest? She suspected that Li Boyong had been influenced by rumors that he heard, dreaming up something and creating something out of nothing. At this point, though, she could prove that she was right. "Boyong!" Qian Lingyu's voice was heard coming from the inside. "Coming." Li Boyong walked into the house. "I thought I told you not to talk to her anymore? Why won't you remember that?" Qian Lingyu's tone sounded very unpleasant. "We were only greeting each other." "Mom, you overthink." Qian Lingyu heaved a sigh. She was not overthinking. All this was because Ye Zhuo was too beautiful to the point where she was afraid that Li Boyong would not be able to control his feelings. After all, Li Boyong was restless from hitting puberty. Qian Lingyu said in a sincere tone, "Boyong, I'm a very open-minded parent, and I know that children of your age are more sensitive. As a result, I'm not opposed to letting you socialize with others. There's an old saying that birds of a feather flock together. Boyong, the person that you should date is not little Yi, but someone similar to your classmate, Zhao Shuahua. Did I say anything when I see you traveling home with Zhao Shuahua after school every day?" Zhao Shuahua was a typical rich kid. She was chauffeured in various luxury cars after school every day. Every once in a while, Zhao Shuahua would choose to walk home with Li Boyong when she was in the mood. Zhao Shuahua was the daughter of a wealthy family in the city, but who was Ye Zhuo? Noted.
Li Boyong nudda.
Meanwhile, Sister Lu came running in while gasping for air. Lingyu, what's going on?" Qian Lingyu asked. Sister Lu said, "There's a table of foreign customers seated at Zone C. I can't speak English. What do I do?" The barbecue shop was located in a rather good area. Foreigners would frequently come to the shop to have meals, but most of the time, they were able to converse in the Chinese language. It was a rare occasion to encounter foreigners who could not speak Chinese. At this point, Sister Lu had noticed Li Boyong standing next to Qian Lingyu. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Boyong, I remember that you're a class representative in your English class, right?" Upon hearing that, Qian Lingyu smiled and said, "That's right. Our Boyong does really well in English. He'll do fine." Li Boyong was blushing ever so slightly. Then I shall give it a try then." It was a good opportunity for him to practice his spoken language. Based on his capability, Li Boyong felt that it should not be a problem for him to communicate with foreigners. There was genuinely a table of foreign customers seated in Zone C where a total of 7 people, 4 males and 3 females, sat. Li Boyong stepped forward and greeted them. "Hello, what would you like to order?" He was a high school student after all, and he was doing rather outstandingly. Such a simple day-to-day conversation was not an issue for him. Nonetheless, the tip of Li Boyong's nose was still sweating a little. He was a little nervous. It was Li Boyong's first time communicating face-to-face with foreigners using only English. Sister Lu said to Qian Lingyu softly, "He is not illiterate like us. He is a scholar after all." Qian Lingyu's eyes were filled with pride. "Why would I say that education is the only way out, huh? Nevertheless, it also depends on the person. Not everyone is capable of doing what he's doing. In summary, my son Boyong is smart." Sister Lu nodded and acknowledged, "You're right." Realizing that someone could finally communicate with them, the female foreigner seated in the center who was giving the order felt rather relieved. She smiled and said, "Can you please explain to us what kind of meat this is? Also, there are some of us here who are allergic to raw ginger and fish. Will you please inform the kitchen to be careful when preparing the food? Oh right, do you sell Australian spiny lobster here? We'd like to order an Australian spiny lobster. Please steam half of it using China's way of steaming it in clear soup, and serve the other half raw." Li Boyong could still understand the first half of the statement, though with great effort. However, the latter half of the statement was a little difficult. The person was speaking too quickly. Additionally, due to Li Boyong's nervousness, he only picked up the words fish and raw ginger out of the entire conversation. "I'm sorry. Will you please repeat yourself?" "It's okay." The middle-aged woman with blonde hair and blue eyes smiled and repeated what she had said. This time she spoke at a slower speed. Li Boyong still had trouble understanding, so he scratched his head and said, "Did you say that you prefer having fish?" Upon hearing that, the middle-aged woman hastily waved her hand. No. We don't want to have fish. We're allergic to fish and raw ginger." Allergic. It was possible that the more panicked he was, the more chaotic the situation got. In addition, Qian Lingyu and Sister Lu were standing next to him. This time Li Boyong could not hear a single thing clearly, and his face blushed scarlet from panic. "I'm sorry. I'm still having trouble understanding." Li Boyong was almost stuttering. Fortunately, the middle-aged woman kept her cool and continued, "It's fine. Don't be nervous, okay? Is there anybody else here who can speak English?" Even though Qian Lingyu did not understand English, she could tell that something did not feel right about the situation. She stretched out a hand and poked at Li Boyong's shoulder. "What's going on, Boyong?" Li Boyong turned around with his face flushed scarlet. "Mom, is there anybody else in our shop who can speak English? You can't understand them?" Qian Lingyu looked at Li Boyong in astonishment. Li Boyong scratched his head. "They have too many requests. I'm afraid that I might mess it up." Qian Lingyu had just boasted how impressive Li Boyong was to Sister Lu earlier. When Li Boyong suddenly came and delivered the blow, it made Qian Lingyu feel a little humiliated. Meanwhile, Li Boyong suddenly remembered something. He raised his head and looked toward Qian Lingyu. "I heard that Ye Zhuo's English is rather good. Why don't we let her give it a try?" Upon hearing that, Qian Lingyu's gaze was filled with contempt. Her.
Li Boyong nudda.
Even though he believed that Ye Zhuo did not understand English at all, he wanted to let Ye Zhuo give it a try. Did Ye Zhuo not boast that her English was rather good just this evening? He wanted to see how good she actually was. Sister Lu said, "I shall get little Yi now." Before Qian Lingyu could react to the situation, Sister Lu ran over to find little Yi. Soon, Sister Lu returned with Ye Zhuo. Li Boyong felt relieved to see Ye Zhuo's arrival. He could finally stop worrying about him being an embarrassment since Ye Zhuo would be more embarrassing than him. He could still hold a simple communication with the foreigners at the very least, could Ye Zhuo? With the contrast set by Ye Zhuo, he would still be the outstanding, great student in Sister Lu and Qian Lingyu's minds. Noticing Ye Zhuo's arrival, Qian Lingyu felt rather speechless. She said, "Sister Lu, so you really called her over, huh?" Ye Zhuo walked to the customers right away with a smile on her lips. "How may I assist you?" As soon as she spoke, the eyes of the middle-aged woman and a few other customers at the table lit up. They were shocked by her pronunciation. The middle-aged woman covered her mouth and said, "Oh my God! Are you a foreign citizen? Have you lived abroad before?" Ye Zhuo shook her head ever so slightly. "I'm not a foreign citizen, but I've visited America before. It is a great country with rather enthusiastic people. The travelers that were out in another country would always enjoy hearing others praise their own country." Therefore, the smile on the middle-aged woman's face grew wider. Then, she mentioned the requests that she had for the order. Ye Zhuo wrote it down one by one. Next to her, Qian Lingyu and Li Boyong were dumbfounded. Even though Qian Lingyu did not understand English, she could tell that Ye Zhuo was really impressive just by seeing how she interacted with the group of foreigners. How did this happen? How could she speak English so fluently when she did not even graduate middle school? It was impossible. To make matters worse, Li Boyong was the class representative for his class, so how could he possibly lose to a middle schooler? In the past, Qian Lingyu frequently praised Li Boyong in front of Sister Lu and belittled Ye Zhuo. Now Ye Zhuo was proving her wrong right in front of Sister Lu's eyes. Could she still feel good in her heart? Not only did she feel awful inside, but she was also having trouble putting up a good front. Qian Lingyu was not the only person who felt awful. There was also Li Boyong who joined in her misery. His original intention of making Sister Lu summon Ye Zhuo was to bring shame to Ye Zhuo. Yet, unexpectedly, Ye Zhuo did quite the opposite. It was a beautiful triumph for her. She was brilliant. Soon Li Boyong's palm was sweating. He raised his head to look toward Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo still stood over there. The bright light above her shone down on top of her head. Under the lighting, her originally delicate face appeared even more attractive. The crowd behind her turned into her background to accentuate her features. She was beautiful and very confident too. Not a trace of nervousness could be seen on her alluring face. It looked as if she was not talking to 7 foreigners but a bunch of her close friends instead. She conversed naturally and expressed the quality and grace that represented the powerful country of China to perfection.
No.
She should not be behaving in this manner. Li Boyong clenched his fists. Ye Zhuo was not supposed to be this way. His educational background was far superior to Ye Zhuo's, and so was his family background. As a result, Li Boyong had always felt a sense of superiority over Ye Zhuo all this time. Today, Ye Zhuo gave his false sense of superiority that he had always been proud of a ferocious stamp. Ye Zhuo's action created a huge distance between him and her. And Li Boyong naturally felt awful. In fact, he still could not believe that this was real. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo did not overthink the situation. After she was done communicating with the foreigners, she headed to the back kitchen with her little notepad. The customers from this table were allergic to fish and raw ginger, so she needed to inform the chefs in the back kitchen about this matter. The few foreigners turned around and gave a thumbs up to Qian Lingyu, and the others while clearly muttering the word good. Qian Lingyu and Li Boyong felt rather awkward. Just then Sister Lu exclaimed emotionally, "My God! I didn't expect that little Yi would be so impressive. I couldn't tell at all. Do you agree, Lingyu?" Yes, she is." The corners of Qian Lingyu's lips widened into a rigid smile. Qian Lingyu pondered for a moment before she said, "Actually, it's still not that uncommon for a person to speak good English without any educational background. Haven't you seen the news, Sister Lu? Remember the old woman picking up trash in that tourist spot, who is also good at speaking English? So what if she could speak some English?" At the end of the day, she still needed to work for Qian Lingyu. She was just a wage earner. What was there to be arrogant about? Her son was studying in an elite high school, and he would go on to an elite university in the future. When he was out in society, he would be an upper-class person who would marry a woman who is fair, rich, and beautiful. Her son would be at the peak of humanity. Ye Zhuo could only wait and work for Qian Lingyu for the rest of her life. At the thought of this, Qian Lingyu felt much better in her heart. Upon hearing what his mother had said earlier, Li Boyong felt much better too. Qian Lingyu was right. So what if she could speak English? She could speak English so fluently, yet she was still working for his family, right? His status was still higher than Ye Zhuo's. Ye Zhuo's educational background was still poorer than his. Even if she could speak English, it could not save her from her poor educational background and lowly status. Li Boyong turned his head to look toward Qian Lingyu. "Mom, I'm going to return to my room to read." He would certainly need to put more effort into studying so that he could get accepted into a good university. By then, Ye Zhuo would still be a middle school graduate while he would be a postdoctoral research student with outstanding academic achievements. "Go ahead." Qian Lingyu nodded affectionately. After Li Boyong left, Qian Lingyu looked toward Sister Lu. "Sister Lu, it's not enough for a person to have good linguistic skills. The person will need to be good inside out. Only then is the person considered truly capable. I'm going to wait and enjoy the luxury life that my Boyong can provide for me in the future." Sister Lu replied, "I think little Yi is not a common person, and she will certainly achieve great things in the future." "What sort of things will she achieve, huh?" Qian Lingyu had on a disdainful expression. "She's only capable of uttering a few English words, right?" Sister Lu continued. "She is not only good at speaking English, Lingyu. Could it be that you haven't noticed that the business of our barbecue shop suddenly got better since little Ye's arrival?" This was a situation that was obvious to all. Nevertheless, Qian Lingyu was rendered speechless by this remark. She answered, "How is the business in the shop getting better related to her? I've just recently upgraded the barbecue seasoning recipe. The volume of customers suddenly increased because the food tastes better." In the beginning, Qian Lingyu was under the assumption that the business suddenly grew better due to Ye Zhuo too. Afterward, she realized and convinced herself that that was not the case. It was because she coincidentally changed the recipe of the barbecue rub just when Ye Zhuo started to work here. As a result, this matter was utterly not related to Ye Zhuo. Upon saying that, Qian Lingyu said impatiently, "All right, Sister Lu. Don't idle around here anymore. Go to the back kitchen and see if there's anything that you can help out with." Sister Lu went back to the kitchen and found Ye Zhuo cleaning the serving trays. She hastily walked over to Ye Zhuo and said in an admiring expression, "Little Yi, that was truly impressive of you earlier. You spoke so fluently that I was dumbfounded." Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Auntie Lu, I'm not that impressive. You've exaggerated. In her past life, the people around Ye Zhuo were all renowned moguls. It was really not a big deal for one to speak some English. As a result, Ye Zhuo did not think much about this matter. You were impressive. You were very impressive, of course. Sister Lu continued. Little Yi, other than English, can you speak any other languages? Sister Lu had a strange feeling that Ye Zhuo was undoubtedly capable of speaking other languages as well. Ye Zhuo picked up the serving tray and said with a carefree expression, other than English, I can only speak Russian, French, Japanese, German, and Korean. Can only? Did that sound human to you? Sister Lu swallowed a gulp of saliva and looked at Ye Zhuo in shock. Little Yi, which school did you say you were studying at? North Bridge, answered Ye Zhuo. Sister Lu did not pay much attention to Ye Zhuo's words in the past because of Qianlingyu. Now, she was fully convinced of Ye Zhuo's capabilities. Ye Zhuo was not here to work. She was only here to relieve Ye Shu. Meanwhile, Granny Tsin did not turn up tonight. After spending time with the old woman for over half a month, Ye Zhuo found that she was feeling unaccustomed to the old woman suddenly not coming. She looked in the direction of the streets a few times throughout the entire night. However, the old woman did not turn up until it was almost time for closing. After closing, Ye Zhuo did not leave at once, but she headed to the bar and found Qianlingyu. Yes, little Yi? Ye Zhuo spoke. Auntie, it's been almost a month since I started working here. So, Qianlingyu raised her head to take a glance at Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo was here to request for a full-time position, right? She knew it. She knew the day would come. Auntie, when my mother wanted to resign in the past, you said that you needed 1 month to hire a new staff. As a result, I started working here to replace my mom for 1 month's work. Have you hired a new staff member? I'm resigning the day after tomorrow. She came over here to give Qianlingyu a gentle reminder in order to prevent any dispute when the time came. What? Qianlingyu looked at Ye Zhuo incredulously. Ye Zhuo was not here to beg her for a job? Ye Zhuo was actually here to discuss her resignation. But why? Why would she want to resign, huh? Qianlingyu chuckled and then said, Little Yi, the business in the shop is getting busier these days. I can see that you're a speedy worker, so why don't you stay and become a full-time employee? I will increase your monthly wage by $500. This is an offer that no one else gets. Ye Zhuo's current salary was $2,500 a month, so her salary would be $3,000 with the $500 increment. $3,000 was not a small number. In fact, Qianlingyu was just doing this to prove herself right about Ye Zhuo. She could almost tell Ye Zhuo's next move. Ye Zhuo would certainly be very excited. It was an additional $500 after all. You've misunderstood, Auntie. Ye Zhuo then said. This is not related to salary, but it's because I'm about to go back to school soon. What? Did she refuse the offer even with the $500 of increment? Qianlingyu looked at Ye Zhuo in astonishment. She did not expect Ye Zhuo to be so greedy for money to the point where she would even use going back to school as an excuse to renegotiate terms. She was a young girl out in the working world, so how would school reopening be related to her? There was a slight tint of mockery in Qianlingyu's eyes that was not very distinct. Qianlingyu had observed that Ye Zhuo worked very diligently and believed it was because she wanted to continue to work here once her agreement expired. Could she really bear to bring herself to leave? Qianlingyu was certain that she was doing all this for no other reason than to push up her pay because Ye Zhuo realized that business in the barbecue shop was getting better these few days. Nonetheless, she had already given her a $500 increment. What more did Ye Zhuo want? In addition, the reason behind the business of the barbecue shop getting better was not because of Ye Zhuo. It was because of her original barbecue recipe. Ye Zhuo was truly shameless. Did she really think that she was some fairy maiden? Was she implying that it was because of her physical appearance that the business of the barbecue shop improved exponentially with lines out the door? What a joke. The reason why Qianlingyu decided to give Ye Zhuo $500 of increment was out of pity for Ye Zhuo. She did not expect that Ye Zhuo would be so unappreciative, and even want to seize the opportunity to extort more money from her. Did Ye Zhuo really think that her experience as the shop owner for so many years was all for nothing? Qian Lingyu continued. Since you've already made up your mind to leave, I won't keep you then. I will settle the account of your salary the day after tomorrow after closing. Ye Zhuo wanted to pull a smart trick on her, huh? No way. All right. Thank you for taking the trouble to do that. After Ye Zhuo left, Li Boyong walked out of the house. Mom, is Ye Zhuo resigning? He heard Ye Zhuo mentioning something about returning to school earlier. Could it be that Ye Zhuo was really still in school? Did he misunderstand Ye Zhuo? Qian Lingyu turned around and replied, She's not resigning. She is trying to put up a front with me. She really thinks that she is someone important, huh? Put up a front? Put up what sort of front? Li Boyong asked in puzzlement. Qian Lingyu continued, She can see that our business is getting better these days with her own eyes, right? She is assuming that the situation was contributed by her face. As a result, she is using her resignation to threaten me, so I will agree to increase her salary.
Li Boyong nudda.
So that is the case, huh? So, did you increase her salary then, Mom? Qian Lingyu answered. I agreed to increase her salary by $500, but she thinks that it's too little. She wants to resign, right? I shall fulfill her wish and allow her to resign then. If I have the money, I can hire as many staff members as I want. Does she think that the world stops revolving when she leaves? Li Boyong was stunned for a moment. So, is Ye Zhuo really resigning? Qian Lingyu smiled and said, Don't worry. She's only doing this to scare me. She won't bear to leave. The salary offered by our business is considered high in this area. That's not even including the additional $500 per month I've offered her. Where else can she get a job as good as ours here? Perhaps no other place could offer such a high salary in the entire Yunjing province. Ah! Li Boyong nodded and felt relieved. Time passed quickly, and 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. It was Ye Zhuo's final day working in the barbecue shop today. It was quite a coincidence that Granitson, who had not turned up for 3 days, had actually come tonight. Granitson, where did you go for the past few days? Ye Zhuo was delighted to see Granitson. Granitson answered, I had a headache for a few days, so I laid in bed and rested for 2 days. Are you all right, Granitson? Ye Zhuo had only just realized that something was off about the color of Granitson's face. She stretched out her hand to examine Granitson's pulse with her full attention. After a moment, Ye Zhuo loosened her grip on Granitson's hand. Granitson, you've been having this headache issue for the past 20 years, right? Granitson looked at Ye Zhuo in astonishment. Ye Zi, how did you know? I know a little about the traditional Chinese medicine practice. Then? Ye Zhuo continued, Granitson, I've encountered someone with a headache like yours before. If you trust me, I have a prescription that will cure your problem. Really? Granitson's eyes lit up brightly as she looked at Ye Zhuo. Her headache was not an issue on usual days, but when it flared up, she could almost die from the agony to the point that she could not even get up from her bed. She would be in pain for 2 to 3 days in a row. She would get these headaches about once every month. So now that she heard that Ye Zhuo had a prescription that could cure her headache, she was elated. Ye Zhuo nodded, picked up a pen, and wrote down the prescription on a notepad. Then she tore the paper off and passed it to the granny. This is the prescription. Keep it. Granitson received the prescription. All right. Thanks, Ye Zi. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, It's just a small favor. Oh right, what would you like to have tonight? In response, Granitson read out the names of a few dishes. After Granitson finished her meal, Ye Zhuo informed Granitson that she was leaving the next day. Upon hearing that, Granitson looked at Ye Zhuo as if she was unwilling to part with Ye Zhuo. Oh Ye Zi, you're leaving, huh? So I won't be seeing you again from now on, right? Ye Zhuo said with a smile. Granitson, I've written my phone number on the prescription. If you miss me or if you encounter something, you can call my number to reach me. Oh right, there's this too. Keep it. Upon saying that, Ye Zhuo took out a stack of cash notes from her pocket and stuffed it into Granitson's hands. Ye Zhuo had withdrawn the money from the bank in advance. It was not easy for an old woman to live alone, so Ye Zhuo wanted to do something to the best of her abilities for the old woman. Granny Tsin's eyes reddened. Thank you, Ye Zhuo. You're welcome. The shop closed by midnight, and Ye Zhuo went to look for Qian Lingyu. Qian Lingyu passed an envelope to Ye Zhuo and said, "There's 2 months' worth of salary here." Ye Zhuo received it with both her hands. Thank you. Qian Lingyu continued. Have you really considered the offer and decided to leave?
Memehememe Ye Zhuo nodded.
In response, a faint smile appeared on Qian Lingyu's face. I wish you the best of luck in your new job then. Ye Zhuo frowned ever so slightly. She could not figure out why Qian Lingyu constantly thought that she dropped out of school. Hence she figured that she might as well not explain herself anymore. She smiled and thanked Qian Lingyu. Qian Lingyu gazed after Ye Zhuo's departing silhouette and sneered once. Just wait. It will not take 3 days before Ye Zhuo regrets her decision. By then, she would certainly come back to beg her shyly. The next morning, the family of 3 sat in the living room to have breakfast. Ye Zhuo said, Zhuo, my body is well already. I will be going back to work in the barbecue shop from today onward. After 1 month of recuperation, Ye Zhuo was looking much better that even the wrinkles on her eyes faded. She looked just like a different person, and her face was glowing with health. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo peeled the egg in her hand leisurely. I've already resigned from the job at the barbecue shop. The job is exhausting and the salary is too low. There's no need for you to work there anymore from now on. Hearing that Ye Zhuo had already quit the job, Ye Zhuo panicked a little. Zhuo, I know that you pity me, but I really am well now. I'm not doing anything at home anyway. Even though the barbecue shop doesn't pay well, I can still make a little money to subsidize the expenses. Ye Zhuo did not want to become a deadbeat who relied on the support of her daughter. Furthermore, she certainly did not want to become her daughter's burden. Ye Zhuo took a sip of milk and then raised her head to look toward Ye Zhuo. Mom, if you really feel that you can't stand being bored at home, I have an idea. Go ahead. Ye Zhuo continued. I have some spare money with me now. I'm thinking of renting a shop and getting you to manage it. I can see that the food business is doing pretty well, so why don't we open up a shop then? Is that doable? Ye Zhuo furrowed her brows ever so slightly. I don't have the skill. Will anyone come to dine in a shop that I own? Ye Zhuo chuckled and said, I thought Uncle and you frequently praised me for cooking well. I can teach you. If the business is doing well, we can hire staff members to help out too. I think that it's doable. Yi San said, Zhuo's culinary skills are great. If she were to teach you well, we would certainly be able to make a good profit from it. Sis, don't look down on the food business. It is a small-scale business, but if the business is good, it's much better than working for others. Uncle is right.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Ye Zhuo still found the idea to be unstable. It was easier said than done. The act of owning a business and a shop could not be accomplished just by talking about it. If the business were not doing well, the owner would not even be able to sustain the rental.
Ye Zhuo furrowed her brows.
The rental for those slightly better locations in our city is very expensive and costs tens of thousands a month. There's no need for you to worry about money. The money I have now is more than sufficient to rent a shop. When Mrs. Yi's husband is cured, she will pay a sum of consultation fees to me too. In addition, I am confident that we won't lose any money in our business venture. At the mention of Chen Xiaoya, a worried look emerged in Ye Zhuo's eyes once again. Zhuo, can Mrs. Yi's husband truly be cured in 1 month? When Ye Zhuo visited the house for Yitao's follow-up consultation, Ye Zhuo followed her as well. It was evident from Yitao's appearance that he had already reached his end. However, in response to the question, Ye Zhuo smiled as radiant as the peach blossom basking in the March spring. Don't worry. Mr. Yi will recover for sure. For some unknown reason, Ye Zhuo suddenly felt at ease about Yitao's matter. Perhaps it was the moment she saw Ye Zhuo smile. Nevertheless, she was still concerned about the food and beverage business. Noticing that Ye Zhuo still remained in a state of apprehension, Yi San could not refrain himself from saying, Sis, you have to be bold in business. You have to be bold to invest. You can't do it if you're overly cautious this way. I'm just going to be blunt. A person like you will never make a good fortune in your life. Ye Zhuo was different from Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo was bold and he had the courage to give anything a try. What a waste that he did not have the brains for business. All right then. Ye Zhuo did not want to overthink it. I will follow your suggestion. Good. I will write down the recipes for you after breakfast. You can practice at home while I go and hunt for a location. All right.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Ye Zhuo left the house and arrived at a nearby street to see if there were any shops looking to rent now. It was a coincidence that she really did manage to find a shop front that was looking to transfer their lease. The shop was deserted with just a woman seated in front of the table. She was playing happy poker on her phone and did not even realize when Ye Zhuo entered the shop. Hello. It was only until after Ye Zhuo had spoken that the woman noticed someone in the shop. She hastily stood up and said, "Girl, would you like to dine here?" Ye Zhuo shook her head ever so slightly. "I saw your post on transferring the lease of this shop at the door?" "Yes, I am planning to transfer the lease." The woman sized up Ye Zhuo while nodding. Ye Zhuo then asked, "How much for the transfer fee?" The woman did not think that a young girl like this could afford it. So she continued to play the game on her phone while she answered in a dismissive manner. "The transfer fee for the lease of this shop is 80,000 bucks. Everything in the shop will be handed over to you, and we won't keep anything. The rental fee is 30,000 bucks a month, and it is paid once a year. There are still 6 more months remaining now. In other words, if you want to take over the shop, you need 260,000 bucks. Unlike the woman, Ye Zhuo was not surprised by the quoted number. Not the slightest change could be seen on her beautiful face. Meanwhile, the woman narrowed her eyes. Could it be that this young girl was a low-profile wealthy person? At the thought of this, the woman's attitude became much more enthusiastic. She took Ye Zhuo on a leisurely tour around the shop and explained the situation in the shop meticulously. She even touched on the purchasing channels of the business. Everything else is quite good except for the location, which is a little out of place. Ye Zhuo furrowed her brows ever so slightly. The auntie chuckled and replied, "Even though the location is a little out of place, if the food is good, the customers will still come. The human touch is a decisive factor in everything. I believe that the business will certainly do well, as long as you put effort into managing the business. We are in a rush to transfer the lease because we are moving abroad. Otherwise, I would not bear to transfer it too. You have no idea how good our business was just a few days ago. It's just that I don't have the time to manage the shop anymore because we are moving abroad. Additionally, the head chef has left, and that is why it's deserted now. Every business person was a mischief maker, and the ability to lie came naturally to them. She knew that Ye Zhuo was still young, so she suspected that the girl could be easily swayed. One should know that there were utterly no customers visiting the shop because the location was way too remote. They had already lost tens of thousands now, so they wanted to transfer the lease away eagerly. Unfortunately, people these days were not easy to fool. "I may consider renting it if the transfer fee is waived," said Ye Zhuo. The woman knew that she stood a chance upon hearing that. The fish had taken the bait. "Girl, you must be kidding me. The things in the shop were all personally purchased by us. Look at the decoration of the shop. It's so tasteful. And it's all built with the best materials. I can't reduce the $80,000 transfer fee." Ye Zhuo was not a fool either. She smiled and said, "Auntie, I don't like to beat about the bush either. If you have the intention to transfer the lease, let's sign the contract then. If you don't, I will look for another shop." "Go ahead and look for another shop then." The woman put up a front on purpose. Losing 80,000 bucks was nothing much for her. They had already put up the post regarding the lease transfer about 3 months ago. Yet they were surprised that no one came to ask about it. Meanwhile, if some dupe would come and take over by paying 180,000 bucks of rental, they would be forever grateful. Nonetheless, it was normal for people to be greedy. Who wouldn't want to make an extra 80,000? Nonetheless, Ye Zhuo did not bother to haggle, so she turned around and left. The woman did not seem to mind either because she felt that Ye Zhuo would come back to her for sure. So she watched helplessly as Ye Zhuo's silhouette was about to leave her sight without any intention to turn around. Suddenly, the woman panicked, so she hastily went after Ye Zhuo. Don't go, girl. Look at you being so impatient. I can see that we're fated to meet, so let's just do as you wish. I shall waive the 80,000 bucks for you. Let's sign the contract then. I'm in a rush to move abroad. All right.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
The woman's eyes lit up. She did not expect that Ye Zhuo was actually so easily swayed. Had she agreed just like that? The young girl behaved just as expected. Apparently, she had way too little knowledge of the world and its people. There was a saying that inexperienced people often had less fear. Since she agreed to rent a place in such a remote location, she will have plenty of time to cry about it in the future. Let's go. We have come to an agreement. When the contract is signed, you can't back out anymore. The woman concealed the pride in her eyes very well.
Ye Zhuo similet.
Don't worry. I can guarantee that I won't back out. All right, follow me. 1 hour later, Ye Zhuo walked out of the street with the lease contract in hand. The woman gazed after Ye Zhuo's departing silhouette and shook her head helplessly. She could see that the young girl was beautiful. What a waste that she did not have any intelligence to go with her looks. Renting a remote shop like this, she would lose money sooner or later. In the Tsin family's home, Granny Tsin passed a prescription to the butler. Old Zhang, please buy the medicine listed on the prescription. The butler received it with both his hands and said respectfully, Yes, madam. Zhou Xiang walked into the room from the outside and asked out of curiosity, What medicine is that, Mom? It's a medicine that can cure my chronic headache. Granny Tsin believed Ye Zhuo without a shadow of a doubt. Upon hearing that, Zhou Xiang said in astonishment, Really? Madame Tsin had been having this problem for a few decades, and she had consulted both traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and Western practitioners. Sadly, none of it worked.
Granny Tsin nodded.
Of course it's real. Zhou Xiang answered. Mom, where did you get the prescription? It was given to me by my granddaughter-in-law, said Granny Tsin proudly. What? Zhou Xiang thought she had an auditory hallucination. Zhou Xiang looked at Granny Tsin and was confused. She wondered if the old woman wanted to have a granddaughter-in-law so badly that it had driven her mad. Was she hallucinating? Granny Tsin repeated herself once again with a smile. I said this prescription was given to me by my granddaughter-in-law.
No, ma'am.
How did you get a granddaughter-in-law, huh? Zhou Xiang asked. I'm going to get changed first, then I'll tell you in a while, said Granny Tsin. A few minutes later, Granny Tsin got changed and walked out of the room. Zhou Xiang was shocked. My God! Why are you dressed this way? She could see that Madame Tsin was dressed in tattered clothes such that even the beggars on the street would tear up from the sight of her. It looked like someone in the family abused Madame Tsin. Madame Tsin said smilingly, If I don't dress this way, how can I get a granddaughter-in-law? After experiencing the incident with Mu Yorong, Madame Tsin was especially reserved and cautious in her effort to get a granddaughter-in-law. As a result, she dressed like a beggar on purpose. Her trick was actually rather effective. Poverty was just like a mirror that detected evilness. Any sort of bad character would reveal its original form in the reflection of this mirror. Granny Tsin managed to see many things that she was not used to seeing on usual days in her disguise. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiang was rendered speechless. Are you sure that you want to look for a granddaughter-in-law dressed like this? Would she really not scare the granddaughter-in-law away in her current state? Granny Tsin held a bottle of sunscreen spray and sprayed it on her body while she said, Not everyone is the same as Mu Yorong. Let me tell you this, Xiang. I met an amazing girl. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, and speaks with a sweet voice. She doesn't even mind that my clothes are tattered. I like her so much. Granny Tsin was a beauty known to all when she was young. Hence, not many people were lucky enough to be praised by her for being beautiful. Even Mu Yorong, the prettiest girl in her school, only deserved to be labeled as looking all right by Granny Tsin.
Granny Tsin's remark piqued Zhou Xiang's curiosity.
Is she really as beautiful as you described? The television was playing the most popular drama series at the time coincidentally. Granny Tsin pointed to the female lead character on the television and said, "She is 100 times prettier than that young maiden."
No.
I retract my statement. She is 1,000 times prettier. The female lead character was the hottest female artist now named Song Chenyu. Song Chenyu was so beautiful that fish dived into the water in shame, just like the meaning behind her name. She made a debut with her shockingly beautiful face, and she was reputed to be the most beautiful woman in China by local and foreign media channels. In truth, no one was more beautiful than Song Chenyu in the entire entertainment industry. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiang was someone who had a strong liking for beauty, so she was very fond of Song Chenyu. She had a rather close relationship with Song Chenyu in private too. It was only Madame Tsin who could not seem to remember Song Chenyu all this time. Zhou Xiang was rather speechless. She said, "Mom, you're exaggerating. If she is really that beautiful, you should call her a fairy then." Granny Tsin said with a proud expression, "You're right, Xiang. My granddaughter-in-law is really a fairy." Zhou Xiang was speechless. She suspected that Madame Tsin was fabricating rumors, creating something out of nothing in her head. "Mom, do you know who Chenyu is? She is the most beautiful woman in China." Her. Granny Tsin was speechless. She added, "She is the most beautiful woman in China? If she is the most beautiful woman in China, my granddaughter-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world." Upon saying that, Granny Tsin continued, "My granddaughter-in-law is not only pretty, but she is also skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. Is this fish person capable of that? If my granddaughter-in-law is in the entertainment industry, the fish person won't have a place there anymore." "What do you mean by the fish person?" "Her name is Song Chenyu," Zhou Xiang remarked. "Let me ask you this. Is the meaning of the word you and Chenyu's name related to a fish?" "That's right." Zhou Xiang nodded. Granny Tsin then added, "Isn't she a fish person then? Anyhow, this fish person is not as beautiful as my granddaughter-in-law." Zhou Xiang was at a loss for words. Madame Tsin was too skilled, so she admitted defeat. Granny Tsin said, "When the butler is back, have him send the medicine to the kitchen. I'll drink it when I'm home at night. I'm heading out for a while." Zhou Xiang replied with a frown, "Mom, is that medicine really effective? Are you sure that you weren't swindled?" Granny Tsin turned around to look toward Zhou Xiang. "Don't worry, my granddaughter-in-law won't swindle me. The swindlers today are very good at acting. Who knows if she is putting up an act? Don't worry." Granny Tsin patted Zhou Xiang's hand. "The granddaughter-in-law that I've personally chosen is flawless. She was not a blind person, so she could tell if someone was putting up an act." Zhou Xiang continued, "Where are you going? I'll have the driver send you." Granny Tsin waved her hand. No need. I'm just going to take a stroll." Madame Tsin had already formed a new habit. As long as she was going out, she would put on her robe. The butler returned with the medicine not long after. Zhou Xiang received the medicine and pondered for a moment. She realized that she still could not be at ease with the situation, so she said, "Uncle Zhang, will you please call up Dr. Lin to come for a visit?" "All right." The butler nodded. Dr. Lin came over soon. Zhou Xiang passed the medicine bought by the butler to the doctor. "Dr. Lin, will you please take a look and see if there's anything wrong with the medicine?" Dr. Lin took the medicine, unwrapped the packaging, and placed it in front of his nose to sniff it meticulously. After a moment, he placed down the medicine and raised his head to look toward Zhou Xiang. "There's nothing wrong with the medicine. The only problem is that it won't have much effect on Madame Tsin's headache." Upon hearing that, Zhou Xiang furrowed her brows ever so slightly. She knew that Madame Tsin was tricked. No one in this world was perfect in all aspects. She was beautiful, yet she was skilled in traditional Chinese medicine? Was that not absurd? Yet, somehow Madame Tsin was still fully convinced about this girl. Zhou Xiang nodded. "All right, noted. Thank you for taking the trouble to come here, Dr. Lin." "It's no trouble, it's what I should do," Dr. Lin added. "Madame Tsin's headache is a symptom caused by factors relating to a cold. She will need to recuperate slowly, It can't be rushed. Don't stop taking the medicine prescribed by me yet. Any medicine contains a little toxicity. It's best not to consume useless medicine like this in order to prevent delaying Madame Tsen's treatment progress. Dr. Lin was a very famous Western medicine practitioner in Yunjing province. He was confident that he could cure Madame Tsen. He needed the Tsen family's trust after all. There was hope for Madame Tsen to get a full recovery if she consumed the medicine prescribed by him. How could a junior without any reputation and fame deserve to be compared to him? All right. Zhou Xiang nodded repeatedly. If there's nothing else, I shall make a move first. Dr. Lin bid it farewell. Zhou Xiang stood up with him and ordered the butler to see Dr. Lin to the door. At the barbecue shop. The shop opened at 6:30, and customers began arriving to eat in succession. It was business as usual. The weight on Qian Lingyu's heart was finally lifted. She knew that business in the shop was getting better because of the new recipe and not because of Ye Zhuo. Who was Ye Zhuo anyway? Qian Lingyu returned to the house to get some rest and felt relieved. She did not sleep well at all last night because she was very worried that business would be bad today. Qian Lingyu went back out to take a look after she woke up from her nap. Then she felt sick to her stomach at once. In fact, she was still under the assumption that she was hallucinating. Sister Lu. Sister Lu. Qian Lingyu called for Sister Lu loudly. What's going on? Sister Lu was startled. Qian Lingyu continued. What's going on with tonight? Why are there fewer customers than usual? One should know that there was a long line out the door at this time yesterday, yet half of the tables in the shop were empty now, to her surprise. Sister Lu looked toward Qian Lingyu and hesitated for a moment. I think that it's possibly due to little Yi. Due to Ye Zhuo? Qian Lingyu furrowed her brows ever so slightly. Sister Lu nodded and said, many customers left right away after realizing that little Yi was not around. They even claimed that they wouldn't come again if they were to find out that little Yi had resigned. Upon hearing that, Qian Lingyu's expression turned very unpleasant. She had not expected that Ye Zhuo's influence over the barbecue shop's business was so immense. These people were actually here for Ye Zhuo's beauty, to her surprise. Who told you that little Yi has resigned? Little Yi is only on a break for the time being. She will be back at work in a few days. Sister Lu was stunned for a moment. Huh? Little Yi hasn't resigned. Qian Lingyu's expression was getting even worse as she struggled to hide her disappointment. She hasn't. Go and tell them that little Yi will be back at work tomorrow. Ah, sure. Sister Lu nodded and walked over hastily to tell the customers that Ye Zhuo had not resigned, and that she would be back at work tomorrow. As a result, the customers replied that they would come and eat whenever little Yi was back at work. Noticing that, Qian Lingyu was furious. She was under the assumption that Ye Zhuo would be back begging her for the job. It was beyond her expectation that she would have to stoop so low to beg Ye Zhuo now. The very thought disgusted her. However, it was a crucial juncture now. There was no question whether or not she should beg Ye Zhuo to return. After all, nothing was more important than her business now. Boyang, you have Ye Zhuo's WeChat number, right? In order to keep up the appearances of a boss, Qian Lingyu had deleted Ye Zhuo's phone number, thinking that Ye Zhuo would certainly come and beg her. Unfortunately, that left her without Ye Zhuo's contact number, even though she wanted to reach out to her now. Ido. What's the matter, Mom? Li Boyang walked out from the inside. Qian Lingyu said, send her a WeChat message and tell her that I shall increase her salary to 5,000 bucks. Make her come back to work. Huh? Li Boyang was stunned for a moment. It was as if he had never imagined that his mother could be so generous. Mom, are you sure? Mom. Qian Lingyu nodded. Why though? Li Boyang continued to ask. Don't ask so many questions. Just do as you're told and send the message to Ye Zhuo. Li Boyang realized that Qian Lingyu was upset just by her facial expression, so he did not inquire further. He brought up his WeChat app and sent a message to Ye Zhuo asking if she was available. He realized that Ye Zhuo was not online because he did not get a reply after he sent the message. Meanwhile, Qian Lingyu was in a flurry of panic. She was constantly asking Li Boyong, "Has little Yi replied?" No. Li Boyong shook his head. After half an hour, Qian Lingyu asked again, "Has she replied?" Li Boyong shook his head once again. Qian Lingyu clenched her teeth in rage. The little bee asterisk to Ye Zhuo has not replied even after half an hour. She was obviously doing it on purpose. She has gone too far. She has really gone too far. Meanwhile, Li Boyong suddenly uttered, "Mom," she replied. Qian Lingyu's eyes lit up. What did she say? Before he said anything, an awkward expression appeared on Li Boyong's face. Ye Zhuo said that she has to go to school so she can't work. Was $5,000 still not enough? That little bee asterisk tch. Her appetite for money was too huge. Qian Lingyu was almost infuriated to death. She clenched her teeth and said, "Tell her that her salary has been increased to $7,000. The basic salary in Yunjing province was $2,500. $7,000 was the salary of an ordinary white-collar worker, so Ye Zhuo should not have an excuse to reject her offer anymore." "All right."
Li Boyong nudda.
After a while, Li Boyong said, "Mom, Ye Zhuo said that this is not about the money. What was it about if it was not about the money?" Qian Lingyu's face turned pale in anger. She really did not expect that Ye Zhuo would demand such an exorbitant price. Even $7,000 was not enough to satisfy her. Qian Lingyu pondered for a moment and figured that the profit that Ye Zhuo could bring to the shop was more than just the small amount of $7,000. So she inhaled a deep breath and said, "Tell her that her salary will be increased to $15,000. Upon hearing that, Li Boyong looked at Qian Lingyu in astonishment. He was under the assumption that he might have misheard his mother. "Mom, did you say $15,000? Qian Lingyu nodded. "Mom, 15,000. Li Boyong suppressed the shock in his heart and then sent a message to Ye Zhuo. It came as a surprise to Li Boyong because Ye Zhuo had actually rejected this offer as well. It was 15,000. "Mom, Ye Zhuo said it really isn't about the money." Qian Lingyu was almost dying in anger because she had already raised it to 15,000. What else did Ye Zhuo want? Could it be that she wanted her salary to be increased to 100,000? Why was she so shameless? "Mom, what should I reply now?" Li Boyong asked. "Don't bother," Qian Lingyu said furiously. "The little bee asterisk tch is putting up a front. It's fine if she doesn't come. I don't believe that the barbecue shop can't survive without her. Even if Ye Zhuo were to search through the entire Yunjing province, she would not be able to get a job that paid a wage of $15,000 monthly. She was uncultured, and she did not have much working experience. Who would pay $15,000 to hire a server? Was that person a fool? So I won't bother her then?" Qian Lingyu nodded. Don't bother. Just wait. In less than 3 days she'll come begging us." Upon saying that, Qian Lingyu added, "If she were to regret and come looking for you on WeChat, don't reply to her." "All right," Li Boyong added. "Mom, will Ye Zhuo come begging us for real?" "Of course." Qian Lingyu was confident. She didn't want to come back even when I offered her $15,000. When she does come begging later on, she won't get such a high offer anymore. Boyong, just wait for Ye Zhuo to regret.
Li Boyong nudda.
Granny Tsin strolled around the park for a few rounds in her disguise before she returned home. She was preparing to have her medicine, but she discovered that the kitchen did not prepare the medicine at all. Granny Tsin sought the butler and asked, "Old Zhang, why haven't you instructed the kitchen to prepare my medicine?" The butler had yet to speak when Zhou Xiang walked over and said, "Mom, about the medicine that you had Butler Zhang buy. I already had Dr. Lin take a look at it. Dr. Lin said that those are all ordinary medicinal herbs that won't have much effect on your headache. I haven't even tried it, so how would he know that it's not effective?" Granny Tsin asked. Zhou Xiang replied, "Mom, Dr. Lin is a famous doctor in Yunjing province, so he has surely given you good advice. Any medicine contains a little toxicity, so it is best not to take any new ones. You can take the medicine prescribed by Dr. Lin with peace of mind." Granny Tsin pursed her lips. If he is a miracle doctor, Why hasn't he cured my illness until now? I can see that he is a quack. He is incapable, yet he is trying to deny my granddaughter-in-law's capability. Mom, you've had the headache for over 2 decades, so it has to be treated slowly. How can it be accomplished within a short period of time? I trust that Dr. Lin will certainly cure you. Granitson waved his hand. Oljong, have the kitchen prepare the medicine. Do it quickly. There was no telling what sort of drug the young maiden fed to Madame Tsin such that Madame Tsin trusted her so much. Madame Tsin was old, but she would rather trust a young maiden's words than a doctor's advice. Was her action not akin to treating her health like a joke? Zhou Xiang furrowed her brows ever so slightly. Dr. Lin advised you not to take other medicines simultaneously when you're taking his medicine. Otherwise, it will only delay the treatment progress. Upon hearing that, Granitson said in anger, I won't take the medicine prescribed by Dr. Lin then. From today onward, I will only take the medicine prescribed by my granddaughter-in-law. Zhou Xiang heaved a sigh. Mom! Granitson heaved a sigh as well. She stretched out her hand to hold Zhou Xiang's hand and said in an earnest tone, Xiang, I know that you're doing this for me, and you're worried that something might happen to me. I've been having this illness for over 2 decades, and do you know how I endured it for the past 20 years? Every time I have a flare-up, I'm in so much agony that I wish I could die. Even when I'm not sick, I have trouble sleeping every night. Over the past 20 years or so, I haven't been able to sleep through the night soundly. Xiang, just let me give this a try. Zhou Xiang married into the Tsin family for over 3 decades, and she had an intimate relationship with Madame Tsin like they were mother and daughter. Upon hearing that, Zhou Xiang felt awful, and tears welled up in her eyes beyond her control. Mom, you're going to recover. You're going to recover for sure. Madame Tsin clutched Zhou Xiang's hand tightly. So, just let me give it a try, Xiang. What if I really can be cured? Seeing Madame Tsin's behavior, Zhou Xiang could not bear to reject her again, so she nodded and said, All right. Please take it for a few days and give it a try. However, we should agree in advance that if anything were to happen during the process, we should stop taking the medicine immediately. Madame Tsin was as joyous as a 3-year-old kid when Zhou Xiang finally nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Xiang. Ye Zhuo is amazing. She will certainly be able to cure me. Who's Ye Zhuo? Zhou Xiang was stunned for a moment. Granitson replied, Ye Zhuo is my granddaughter-in-law. The young maiden's name is Ye Zhuo, huh? Zhou Xiang clarified.
Madame Tsin nodded.
When Dr. Lin found out that Madame Tsin wanted to stop his treatment and take the useless medicine prescription, he was furious. One should know that he was a famous doctor in Yunjing province. Could it be that a famous doctor whose name was well known all over the country could not measure up to a nameless junior? Was that old woman from the Tsin family so old that she was demented? Dr. Lin came to the villa where the Tsin family lived on the same day, and took away the medicine kit that he left with the Tsin family. Realizing the situation, the butler hastily informed Zhou Xiang. After all, Dr. Lin had always been in charge of treating Madame Tsin's illness since they came to Yunjing province. Upon hearing that, Zhou Xiang did not procrastinate as she hastily rushed over to the scene. What are you doing, Dr. Lin? Why are you suddenly leaving? Dr. Lin carried the medicine kit in his hand. His brows were tightly furrowed, while his expression was extremely unpleasant. I advised you about not seeking treatment from 2 different doctors for one illness. Since Madame Tsin has already found a master to treat her illness, I won't stand in the way. Zhou Xiang smiled and said, Dr. Lin, where did that come from? Everyone knows that you're the most famous doctor in Yunjing province. We're relying on you to cure my mom's illness. Besides you, where else can we find a doctor who is brilliant and skilled? Who had no penchant for flattery? It was no exception even for a famous doctor like Dr. Lin. Upon hearing that, Dr. Lin's expression calmed down a little. Yet I heard that Madame Tsin has already stopped taking my prescribed medication. Zhou Xiang continued, You've misunderstood, Dr. Lin. We've only stopped your treatment temporarily. It's not that we don't trust you, but the person who provided the prescription to my mom is a junior member that she admired. It's the junior member's kind intention, so we can't reject her as senior members naturally. Don't worry, Dr. Lin. Even if the treatment has been halted temporarily, we will still pay the consultation fees and medical costs during this period. Dr. Lin, just think of this as giving yourself a short break. Dr. Lin could still accept the first part of Zhou Xiang's statement, but his expression immediately changed drastically when he heard the latter part of the statement. Could it be that in your eyes, I'm that kind of vain person subjected to flattery? What was Zhou Xiang trying to imply here? Did she think that she could solve every problem with money? Traditional Chinese medicine prioritized rapport. Since I don't have a rapport with your mother-in-law, we should stop here. Certain matters can't be forced. Upon saying that, Dr. Lin turned around and walked away. Dr. Lin, we can figure this out together. Zhou Xiang hastily caught up to Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin stopped walking. It's fine for me to stay, but I stand by what I said. Do not seek treatment from two different doctors for one illness. Commissioning two doctors for one patient was a humiliation to doctors. Suddenly, Madame Tsin's voice was heard coming from behind. Since Dr. Lin wants to leave, just let him leave. Xiang. Mom! Zhou Xiang turned around. Madame Tsin raised her head to look toward Dr. Lin. There's the door. Please help yourself, Dr. Lin. Upon hearing that, a cynical look emerged in Dr. Lin's eyes. Madam, it's not that I'm bluffing. Your headache is a symptom caused by coldness. In the medical field, the cold syndrome is an incurable, deadly symptom. It's a coincidence that my first ancestor studied this syndrome in the past. Other than myself, even if you were to search through the entire China, let alone Yunjing province, you won't be able to find a second person capable of curing your headache. I believe that you understand this, or else your headache would have already been cured 20 years ago. Dr. Lin's remark was both a reminder and a warning. After all, it really seemed that no one else could cure Madame Tsin other than him. Therefore, he refused to believe that Madame Tsin would not beg him to stay after hearing what he said. Perhaps Dr. Lin is unaware that however strong you are, there is always someone stronger, right? Madame Tsin's voice sounded rather cold. Dr. Lin turned his head to look toward Madame Tsin. Then I hope that you will recover soon and live a long life, Madame Tsin. I'm just going to be blunt here. If you were to regret this and wish to commission me again in the future, you would not have the chance to do so anymore. Don't worry. I'm an old woman who won't ever regret my words and actions. All right, I shall remember that. I'd like to remind Madame Tsin to remember your words today. He refused to believe that anyone else could cure her cold other than him. In less than a month, the old woman would regret this. By that time it will be far too late. The Tsin family had just relocated to Yunjing province, so Dr. Lin did not know too much about them. He thought that the Tsin family was just an ordinary wealthy family. As a result, he made remarks that disregard others' feelings. After saying what he wanted to say, Dr. Lin turned around and left. Zhou Xiang panicked, and she was about to go after Dr. Lin. However, Granny Tsin held onto Zhou Xiang's hand. Don't bother. Zhou Xiang heaved a sigh. Mom, but your health. I'm fine. I still have Ye Zhuo. The old woman patted Zhou Xiang's hand. Zhou Xiang could only give up. However, she did not put any hope on Ye Zhuo's prescription. In her mind, she was already planning to send someone to commission Dr. Lin again when Madame Tsin had cooled down. In a cafe, Mu Yorong sat at a table next to the window. She seemed to be waiting for someone as she was constantly looking out the window. It did not take long before a young woman with a delicately made-up face walked toward her under the guidance of the waitress. Qingyue. Mu Yorong greeted her with a smile. I'm sorry for being late. Li Qingyue looked apologetic. Mu Yorong said with a gentle voice, It's fine. We're besties, so there's no need to fuss about this. I ordered your favorite cappuccino and almond biscotti for you. Li Qingyue was just an orphan girl living under someone else's roof now. But 5 years later, Li Qingyue would dazzle everyone. In Mu Yorong's memories from her past life, Li Qingyue relied on her sole effort to eliminate the Yi family's only son Yi Tao. Afterward, she seized Yi Enterprises and turned it into hers. In fact, she had even acquired Li Enterprises, and in the end, she had even gained a steady foothold on an international scale. As a result, Mu Yorong was figuring out a way to turn Li Qingyue into her ally at once after being reborn. Earlier, Mu Yorong had made the first move to save Li Qingyue, and that was why Li Qingyue trusted Mu Yorong very much now. They engaged in small talks for a while before Mu Yorong entered the main topic by saying, "So how are things at the Yi family? Do you still need more anox?" Li Qingyue hesitated for a moment before she talked about the incident where Ye Zhuo came to the Yi family's home to treat Yi Tao's illness. Upon hearing that, Mu Yorong looked up in slight astonishment. "Ye Zhuo? Are you sure that you aren't mistaken? Since when was Ye Zhuo skilled in medical practice? What the heck was going on? How could Ye Zhuo have changed so much?" All sorts of thoughts ran through Mu Yorong's mind at once.
Li Qingyue nudda.
"I'm sure. That person was Ye Zhuo. Oh right, this is the prescription given by her. You can take a look if there's anything wrong with it." Even though Li Qingyue had already examined the prescription and found that there was utterly nothing wrong with it, she was still slightly concerned. What if she missed something? It was still better for her to be cautious in this matter. Mu Yorong took the prescription and brought up the system to examine it. After a while, Mu Yorong's face cracked into a smile. "Don't worry. This prescription won't have any effect on the anox disease." She knew that Li Qingyue was being overly concerned. How could a deadbeat be skilled in the art of healing anyway? Ye Zhuo was just the deadbeat of the Mu family in the past. Now that Ye Zhuo was back in the slums, she would still be unable to escape Mu Yorong's control. She would remain as the bastard child of a mistress in this life. In Li Qingyue's perception, Mu Yorong was an all-powerful person who could do anything. In fact, it was Mu Yorong who provided her with the information regarding the anox parasite. Before encountering Mu Yorong, Li Qingyue was using a very common slow poison on Yi Tao. It was a stealthy poison that could not be traced from clinical testing. However, if this incident were exposed, she would be doomed. Nonetheless, the anox parasite was different because it was a parasite after all. Moreover, Yi Tao had a history of traveling abroad, so no one would be able to figure out that someone intentionally caused Yi Tao's illness. Therefore, given the information she received from Mu Yorong, Li Qingyue felt relieved that Ye Zhuo's prescription was utterly useless. "Yorong, I can now be at ease with your confirmation." Mu Yorong smiled faintly and raised her cup to Qingyue. "May our friendship last." "To long-lasting friendship." Li Qingyue raised her cup as well. "Yorong, I must say that I think that fake sister of yours is really different from the past. Should you keep an eye on her?"
Mu Yorong smirked.
"She's just a deadbeat who can't do anything, never mind her." Mu Yorong was a little threatened by Ye Zhuo in the beginning, but she paid no attention to Ye Zhuo anymore now. She had been reborn, so she was well aware of many advantageous opportunities. Furthermore, she had the system and Goldfinger with her now, in addition to being the daughter of a wealthy family. What did Ye Zhuo have? Not only did Ye Zhuo have nothing, on the contrary, she was the bastard child of a mistress that everyone despised. Ye Zhuo was rather busy recently. She was busy renovating the shop on one hand while she was working on completing the OS system on the other. To compound to her work, she still had to find time to guide Ye Zhuo on her cooking skills. The main cuisine served in the restaurant was rabbit hot pot. Even though rabbits were really cute, rabbit meat was truly delicious too. The main job when it came to preparing the hot pot was to stir-fry the hot pot base. Ye Zhuo began fumbling her way step by step according to the recipe given by Ye Zhuo. Nonetheless, it did not take long before an enticing fragrance wafted out of the kitchen. Yi Xin returned home after delivering parcels. He could feel that he was almost drooling upon smelling the fragrance from the kitchen. "Sis, what are we having for dinner tonight?" "We're having rabbit hot pot." Ye Zhuo's voice was heard coming from the kitchen. "Take a shower first, and dinner will be ready when you're done." "All right." Ye Zhuo had already served the hot pot on the table when Yi Xian came out of the shower. A layer of chili oil floated on the surface of the boiling soup while a ring of blanched vegetables, meatballs, duck blood, bacon, and beef slices surrounded the side of the hot pot. One would drool from hunger just at the sight of it. Whoa! It smells amazing. My sis is awesome.
Ye Zhuo gave Ye Zhuo a thumbs up.
Sis, with your cooking skills, we will certainly be able to make a good profit from the opening day. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Stop being verbose, tell Zhuo to come for dinner quick. I'm going to make a hot pot dipping sauce. All right. Ye Zhuo nodded and came to the door of Ye Zhuo's room. He shouted aloud, I'm coming in, my niece. Come in, the door is not locked. As soon as Ye Zhuo opened the door, he saw Ye Zhuo seated in front of her laptop with her hands typing away on the keyboard swiftly. Her fair, jade-like fingertips formed a sharp contrast with the black keyboard. One of her hands was clutching the mouse while she cradled a phone between her head and her shoulder as if she was on a call with someone. If the silver one is not available, use the white then. It doesn't matter which brand it is, but it has to support environmental protection. The formaldehyde must not exceed the prescribed limits. The warm light cast a layer of faint glow on her face while the calmness and quietness of life looked great on her. Ye Zhuo was dumbstruck in bewilderment. He had never known that a person could operate a laptop so swiftly while talking on the phone. Could it be that this was how a legend did two things at once? It was amazing. Ye Zhuo's hands were moving faster and faster, just like the speed of his hands when he was playing a game. Furthermore, the laptop screen was displaying symbols that Ye Zhuo could not read. It looked just like an alien language that was constantly transforming, such that the sight of it made Ye Zhuo dizzy. In an instant, Ye Zhuo hung up the call and shifted her gaze to look toward Ye Senior. Are you looking for me, uncle? Ye Zhuo recovered from his temporary daze in surprise. Oh, dinner's ready. Uncle, you can start with my mom first. Don't need to wait for me. Ye Zhuo continued to use her hands. I will join when I'm done with this and have saved it. Ye Zhuo knew that Ye Zhuo was doing something important, so he did not disturb her anymore. He said, Do finish up quickly so that you can have dinner. We are having hot pot tonight. All right.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
About 15 minutes later, Ye Zhuo completed the final code, clicked save, and checked to make sure that there was no other issue. Then she came to the living room for dinner. At that time, Ye Zhuo was seated on the sofa playing games in the living room. On the other hand, Ye Zhuo was studying a book on owning a shop and managing it. She did not have much experience in owning a shop, but she had a rather intelligent brain, so she could count on studying to gather more experience to avoid any detours. Mom, uncle, have you both eaten? Ye Zhuo asked in astonishment. Ye Zhuo was busy playing games, so Ye Zhuo responded at once as she closed the book. We haven't eaten yet. We're waiting for you. Mom, there's no need to wait for me during meals next time. You'll just need to leave some for me, said Ye Zhuo. The meal tastes better with more people. Ye Zhuo turned on the induction cooker, and the fiery red soup immediately started to boil again. Zhuo, go and bring over the Coke in the fridge. Upon saying that, she raised her head and turned toward Ye Senior. Sen, stop playing games. Come and eat now, quick. Coming. Ye Zhuo walked to the dining table with his phone clutched in his hand and took a seat. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo came with the Coke. She noticed that Ye Zhuo was fully absorbed in the game, so she could not refrain herself from asking, Uncle, what is that game you are playing? King of Glory. King of Glory? Is it fun? Ye Zhuo asked. It's really fun. Ye Zhuo held the phone with both his hands with an excited expression on his face. Stop running if you dare. Why are you running? F***CK. F***CK. Someone is hiding in the bushes. Come and save me quick. Monkey, come and save me quick. This monkey must be an elementary school student, right? Do you even know how to play? Stupid monkey. How do you know that your teammate is an elementary school student? Ye Zhuo asked out of curiosity. Ye Zhuo replied. His skill is so amateur. I can tell that he is an elementary school student just from my intuition. A person with amateur skills must be an elementary school student? Ye Zhuo blanched her favorite minced shrimp in the hot pot and thought to herself how it was unfortunate that elementary school students had to bear the blame. Nonetheless, it did not take long before the minced shrimp was cooked. Ye Zhuo scooped out a piece of minced shrimp and took a small bite. The spicy, umami, fragrant hot pot soup base concealed the fishy stench of the minced shrimp. It seemed chewy yet smooth with the unique scent of rabbit meat. It made one feel like having the second bite right after taking the first and wishing that one could swallow everything, including their tongue. It was irresistible. The minced shrimp was made by Ye Zhuo herself, so she looked at Ye Zhuo nervously. What do you think, Zhuo? It's delicious. It's really scrumptious. Ye Zhuo gave Ye Zhuo a huge thumbs up. I've never tasted minced shrimp that is so delicious. Really? Ye Zhuo was in disbelief. Ye Zhuo nodded and picked up a piece of minced shrimp for Ye Zhuo too. Taste it yourself, Mom. Ye Zhuo took a bite and looked rather astonished as well. It was apparent that she genuinely had not expected the minced shrimp to taste this good. After tasting the minced shrimp herself, Ye Zhuo was confident in the restaurant's future business. She was fully motivated at once. After dinner, Yi-san asked, "My niece, so how's the renovation with the restaurant now?" Ye Zhuo updated. "The renovation will be done in a week. When the papers from above are approved, we will be able to open for business." "So soon?"
Ye-san asked in surprise. Ye Zhuo nodded.
"That's because it's only a simple renovation. That is why it can be done so soon." "Oh right, Mom. We still have to go to the hospital tomorrow to get our medical certificate." It was a food service industry after all, so they needed to get their health certificate issued before they could apply for a food hygiene license. "All right."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Ye Zhuo and Yi-san still had no idea where the restaurant's location was. Thus, Ye Zhuo took them to check out the restaurant after dinner. The size of the restaurant was huge at a total of 80 square meters, including the back kitchen. The renovation workers had already clocked out by now, so the three of them stood in the shop and talked to each other while echoes could be heard. "Zhuo, how much is the monthly rental for this place?" Ye Zhuo asked. Yi-san answered, "I can see that the size of the shop is quite spacious, so I bet the rental is 20,000 to 30,000 bucks a month at the very least, right?"
Ye Zhuo nodded.
"Yes. The rent is 30,000 bucks a month." Even though Ye Zhuo was well aware that the rental in Yunjing province was not cheap, she was still startled by the staggering price. 30,000 a month? Wouldn't that be 360,000 bucks a year? Ye Zhuo was calm and composed, and there was even a faint smile on her lips. It was as if they were not discussing a matter of 360,000 but rather 36 bucks. He soon began to calculate. "The monthly wage for my package delivery job is 5,200 bucks. So 360,000 bucks is 5 years worth of my salary." He would not have known had he not calculated, so the figure certainly caught him off guard. Nonetheless, Ye Zhuo spoke nonchalantly. "To receive gains, you must invest first." Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman with permed hair walked into the shop from the outside while holding sunflower seeds in her hand. "Is this shop rented by you?"
Ye Zhuo nodded.
"Yes." The curly-haired woman continued. "My surname is He, and I'm selling snacks over there." "There. Look, it's that Nutcracker snack shop. Let me tell you this. The location that you rented is problematic. Whoever rents it will lose money. I've seen this place switch ownership 10 times. Let's not discuss the older ones but talk about the most recent one. The shop that transferred its lease to you is known as Zhang's Braised Meat Rice, and they lost a few tens of thousands." Ye Zhuo's face turned ghastly pale upon hearing about the losses. "Really?" The curly-haired woman smiled and added, "Look at me. Do I look like a person who is trying to deceive you? Oh right, did the boss of Zhang's Braised Meat Rice tell you that they're moving abroad? In truth, the Zhang family hasn't moved abroad at all. She moved to the shop next to us to sell snacks. It's now known as Zhang's Snacks." The curly-haired woman was furious when she recalled this incident. She was supposed to be the only snack shop in the area. Yet Zhang's Snacks suddenly opened up next to her. Moreover, Zhang's Snack was selling their products at a cheaper price than hers, so a large portion of her business was forcefully seized. Otherwise, it was supposed to be a busy time for the shop now. How would she find the free time to take a stroll? The reason why the curly-haired woman took the initiative to come over and talk to Ye Zhuo was that she had a selfish motive too. There was a saying that, an enemy's enemy is a friend. When Ye Zhuo realized that she was swindled, she would certainly look for the owner of Zhang's snack to pick a fight. By then, Zhang's snack would not be able to operate its business, so the curly-haired woman's business would resume as usual. At the thought of this, the curly-haired woman said emotionally, "Do you think that the owner of Zhang's braised meat rice is immoral? They should have admitted that they'd lost money. They even lied to you that they are moving abroad. They're willing to say anything for money. Bah, they're really shameless." The more Ye Zhuo listened, the more panicked she became. A moment ago, she was very confident about the success of the business, but now she felt like someone poured cold water all over her enthusiasm. She felt cold from her head to her toes. The rental was paid yearly, and they would lose 360,000 bucks even before they began operating their business. What should she do then? Zhuo. Ye Zhuo raised her head to look toward Ye Zhuo.
Ye Zhuo smiled faintly.
Mom, it's fine. Don't worry. Human effort is the decisive factor, and all businesses are run by humans. I believe that we will certainly be able to run the business well. Her smile was just like the plum blossom blowing gently in the March wind and also akin to the cold ice suddenly encountering the blazing sun. It removed the coldness from Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo felt much calmer for no apparent reason as she looked at the side of Ye Zhuo's face. Nonetheless, upon hearing that, there was a look of speechlessness in the curly-haired woman's eyes. The young people these days spoke like they were in a dream and were apparently open to lying to themselves. Could she run a business properly in a shop like this? It was simply absurd. Young maiden, please excuse me for being blunt. It's the location that makes it difficult for you to operate your business. It's going to be very difficult. My advice is for you to transfer the lease quickly before you even start the business. Otherwise, the days of losing more than your capital will be upon you later. The days of you constantly crying will be upon you later too. Ye Zhuo smiled in return. Thank you for your warning, Auntie. I know that you're doing it out of your kind intention, but I'm also confident that we will be able to get the business up and running. Since the young maiden failed to appreciate her kind intention, she figured there was no need to persuade the young girl any further. Anyhow, she was not the one who would lose money. Young maiden, you're still very young. Just remember what I told you today, and you can decide for yourself if you want to believe it. I still have other affairs to attend to over at my shop. I won't stay here any longer. After the curly-haired woman left, Ye Zhuo said out of concern, Zhuo, is it really going to be fine? Ye Sun wrapped his arm around Ye Zhuo's shoulder. Sis, we must trust Zhuo. Our Zhuo is so amazing. She is capable of investing in stocks and managing money. The task of operating a small restaurant is certainly nothing difficult for her. There's no need for you to worry for nothing.
Ye San trusted Ye Zhuo very much.
Even if Ye Zhuo were to claim that the earth was a cube, he would think that Ye Zhuo was right. Meanwhile, Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Uncle is right. Mom, just trust me this time that I will certainly run the business well. Besides, we're done preparing everything now. Is it really practical to back out now? Ye Zhuo chuckled and decided that she would not overthink the situation. All right, anything you say. All things were difficult before they were easy. They would certainly be able to build a good life for themselves as long as they worked together with one heart. In the Tsin family's home, the servants served the brewed medicine to Madame Tsin. The medicine tasted very bitter. In fact, it was more than 10 times more bitter than the medicinal herbs that Madame Tsin used to consume. She had just taken one sip before she could not refrain herself from spitting it out. What's going on, Mom? Zhou Xiang was startled. Madame Tsin furrowed her brows. The medicine is really bitter. Zhou Xiang quickly followed up. Mom, why don't we just commission Dr. Lin again? Don't take the medicine if it's too bitter. Good medicine tastes bitter to the mouth. Go and get me some candied fruits, Madame Tsin requested. Zhou Xiang was still feeling worried. Mom, do you really not want to commission Dr. Lin? No, Madame Tsin waved her hand dismissively. Zhou Xiang heaved a sigh and fetched the candied fruits for Madame Tsin. Madame Tsin finished a bowl of bitter medicinal soup with the candied fruits to make it easier. Then Zhou Xiang said, "Mom, you must tell us if you feel unwell in any part of your body. Don't just hold it back." Madame Tsin had to rely on medicine to control her headache issues on usual days. So now that she suddenly stopped taking Dr. Lin's medicine, Zhou Xiang was very worried for real. I know.
Madame Tsin nodded.
I'm going to head upstairs to rest. You should sleep early too. All right. It was the following day. Zhou Xiang had always slept in and woke up late. Madame Tsin would be up by the time she woke up on usual days. However, she was surprised not to see Madame Tsin around. Zhou Xiang furrowed her brows and then looked toward the servant on the side. "Where's Madame?" The servant answered. "It seems that Madame has yet to awaken." Yet to awaken? Zhou Xiang checked the clock and found that it was already past 9. She felt that something was off. Then she remembered the medicine that Madame Tsin consumed last night. In an instant, Zhou Xiang's heart was racing. Could it be that something bad happened to Madame Tsin? The more Zhou Xiang thought about it, the more anxious she became. If there was really something wrong with the medicine, then she would have become the murderer who had killed the old madam of the house. If she had known earlier, she would not have let the old madam take the medicine last night. What should she do now? If something happened to the old madam, she would not be able to continue living anymore. Zhou Xiang was so anxious that her eyes were red. She rushed upstairs and knocked on the door. "Mom! Mom! Are you inside?" The door was locked from the inside. She knocked for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Zhou Xiang did not have a key, so she had no choice but to get assistance from a few servants. She planned to use violence to break the door open. Then Zhou Xiang asked the butler to invite Dr. Lin over. After all, she was one with experience in handling matters. Although she was very anxious, Zhou Xiang was still able to order everything in a calm and an orderly manner. The door was very strongly built. The 5 servants spent a few minutes before the door was forced open. Madame Tsin was sleeping on the bed, her body covered by a thin blanket. The room was very silent, and there was no telling if Madame Tsin was still breathing. Zhou Xiang was so worried that her heart almost stopped beating. "Mom!" When Madame Tsin did not respond, Zhou Xiang raised her voice and called out again, "Mom!" But Madame Tsin still did not react. Could it be? Could Madame Tsin have really? Zhou Xiang's eyes immediately turned red. She rushed over and hugged Madame. "Mom! What happened to you? Mom!" Madame Tsin was in a deep slumber when she was suddenly awakened by a burst of crying. She thought that it was still the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, when she opened her eyes, the sun was shining through the window. It seemed that she had not seen such bright sunlight for a long time. It felt like she a blind person who suddenly gained vision and saw light for the very first time. Madame Tsin was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at the crying Zhou Xiang with a blank expression. Xiang, what's wrong?" Zhou Xiang widened her eyes and looked at Madame. "Mom, you're all right? I thought you..." Madame Tsin said in puzzlement. "What did you think was wrong with me?"
Zhou Xiang hugged Madame Tsin excitedly.
"Mom, you're all right. You're all right. I was scared to death just now." Seeing Zhou Xiang act this way, Madame Tsin seemed to understand what was going on. She smiled and patted Zhou Xiang's back. "Silly child, what could have happened to me?" Zhou Xiang sniffed. "You usually get up at 6 in the morning, but it's almost 10 today. I knocked on the door outside, but you didn't respond. I thought. It's almost 10? Madame Tsin looked at Zhou Xiang in surprise. Zhou Xiang nodded. Yes. Madame Tsin didn't expect to sleep past 9. She only remembered that she fell fast asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow last night. 23 years. She finally had a good night's sleep. Madame Tsin was so happy that her eyes turned red. 23 years, Xiang. I've waited for this day for 23 years. I can finally sleep well. I feel like my whole body is full of strength now. This is all thanks to Ye Zhuo. Zhou Xiang said in disbelief. Mom, did you really not have any trouble sleeping last night? Madame Tsin's illness was a chronic illness. and insomnia had become a common occurrence. Usually, even if she took sleeping pills, they would not have any effect. This was also the reason why she would usually get up early. From the looks of it, that little girl by the name Ye Zhuo was indeed capable. Zhou Xiang had originally intended to give the medicine to Madame Tsin as a test. She did not expect the medicine to be so effective. Madame Tsin had only taken it once and it had already improved her sleep. It's true. The old lady was so happy that she cried. It's been 23 years. I've really missed how it feels like to have a good sleep. This elated feeling could only be understood by people who had just recovered from a serious illness. Others simply could not empathize with it. Zhou Xiang held Madame Tsin's hand. Mom, you must be hungry from sleeping until now. What do you want to eat? I'll order the kitchen to prepare it. Madame Tsin thought for a moment. I want to eat caviar and lobster noodles. Zhou Xiang nodded. Then you should freshen up first. I'll go to the kitchen and ask them to cook the noodles. Okay. Half an hour later, Madame Tsin came down from upstairs. Zhou Xiang had just arrived at the dining hall with a bowl of caviar and lobster noodles. Mom, the noodles are ready. Eat it while it's hot. Okay. The old madam was in good spirits. Even her appetite had improved. In a short while, she had finished a bowl of noodles. At this moment, the butler ran in while panting. Madam, I went to look for Dr. Lin, but Dr. Lin refused to come. He said that unless old madam personally went to apologize to him. Dr. Lin arrogantly felt that he was the only one in Yunjing City who could cure Madame Tsin, so he dared to say this. It seemed like the old woman had no other choice but to bow to him and beg for his help. Madame Tsin frowned slightly and asked, Xiang, did you ask old Zhang to look for Dr. Lin? Zhou Xiang nodded slightly and explained. You didn't answer no matter how many times I knocked on your door. I was worried that there was something wrong with the medicine last night, so I asked the butler to look for Dr. Lin. Madame Tsin raised her head to look at the butler. Old Zhang, do you think that Dr. Lin still wants me to apologize to him? The butler nodded awkwardly. Madame Tsin felt that the whole idea of it was so ridiculous that she laughed. Everyone says that doctors are benevolent. I think that Dr. Lin's heart must have been eaten by a dog. You want me to apologize to him? Dream on. He doesn't deserve to be a doctor at all. My granddaughter-in-law's medical skills are 1,000 times better than his. 10,000 times better. Zhou Xiang smiled and said, Mom, it's all thanks to Miss Ye Zhuo this time. Otherwise, I might really have to beg Dr. Lin. How about this? Where does she live? Mom, I'll go with you to thank her properly and also call Shaoqing to come along. Zhou Xiang was full of curiosity toward Ye Zhuo. She was beautiful. Her medical skills were not bad. She couldn't really be like a fairy, right? Zhou Xiang really couldn't imagine what a fairy who was even more beautiful than Song Chenyu looked like. Madame Tsin stood up and said, You're going to scare away my granddaughter-in-law. We should approach her step by step. We can't rush it. We have to take things as they come. I'll go find her myself. You don't have to follow me. But if you go alone, won't it show that our family is not being sincere? Zhou Xiang said.
No.
Ye Zhuo is not that kind of person. Besides, I still have a little secret to tell Ye Zhuo. After I talk to her, I'll invite her to our house. At that time you can thank her however you want. Zhou Xiang nodded. That works too, Mom. I'll get the driver to send you. All right, I'll go upstairs and change my clothes first. Soon after, Madame Tsin changed and went downstairs. She was wearing the same old tattered clothes. Zhou Xiang asked curiously, Mom, why did you change into this set of clothes again? Madame Tsin gave a mysterious smile. It's a secret. On the other hand, Dr. Lin had been waiting for a long time, but Butler Zhang had not come back. What was going on? Could it be that the old woman from the Tsin family had died? At that thought, Dr. Lin's eyebrows flared up. If she had really died, what would he do? Although the Tsin family had just moved to the Yunjing province, they much more generous than the other wealthy families. He was still hoping to cure Madame Tsin's illness and make a small fortune. Dr. Lin hurriedly called the butler. He did not expect the butler's reply to make him feel as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. It was the kind of cold water that drenched one from head to toe. Not only was the Tsin family's old madam fine, her condition had actually improved. Improved? Without his treatment, how could Madame Tsin's illness have improved? How could there be any other doctor in the Yunjing province who was even better than him? Dr. Lin found it unbelievable. His medical skills were the best in the Yunjing province. If he claimed to be the best, no one dared to claim to be second. Who was the person who helped cure Madame Tsin's condition? If he had known that Madame Tsin would be cured by someone else, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. He would not have insisted Madame Tsin apologize to him. If he had gone to the Tsin family house with the butler, he would not have single-handedly given others the opportunity to claim any credit for curing Madame Tsin's condition. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Dr. Lin now wished he could beat himself to death. Suddenly, the rapid ringing of a phone sounded in the air. Could it be Butler Zhang? Dr. Lin's eyes lit up. The old woman's condition must have worsened. He knew it. No one in the Yunjing province was more skilled than him. Hello. Dr. Lin deliberately delayed for a while before he picked up the phone. After all, it was the Tsin family's turn to beg him. He thought Butler Zhang's voice would appear on the other end, but he did not expect it to be a young female voice. Hey, Afu, I've already had a look at the house. It has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and it's located in the school district. The full payment is 5 million, and the down payment is only 2.6 million. When are you going to transfer the money over? Dr. Lin was stunned. Vindi, when did you change your number? I just changed it. Didn't you write it down? Dr. Lin was silent, and his expression was very ugly. Afu, I'm talking to you. When are you going to transfer the money over? I don't have that much money at the moment. No money? Didn't you say that you recently met an old lady with a lot of money? Do you not want to buy a house for us, mother and son? It would have been better if she did not mention this, but when she mentioned this, Dr. Lin's expression became even uglier. Don't worry about the money first. Give me a little more time. The female voice on the other side sounded a little unhappy. All right then. Afu, are you coming to my place tonight? Chingye said that he misses you. Dr. Lin was going to refuse, but when he heard the name Chungye, the dark cloud on his face dissipated a little. All right, I'll come over after work. At the same time, a low-profile black Bentley stopped by the side of the road. A shabby old lady walked out of the car with a cane and waved at the driver. You can go back. The driver nodded and drove the car away. Madame Tsin stood under the thick camphor tree. The thick leaves provided shelter from the blazing sun. She whipped out an old-looking phone from her pocket and dialed a number. The call was quickly picked up. Hello. The voice was very clear and light, as if it could dispel the scorching heat. It made people feel relaxed and happy. Guess who I am? Madame Tsin deliberately pinched her nose while saying that. On the other end of the phone, Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Granny Tsin. Easy, you are really smart. You guessed it was me at once. As expected of the granddaughter-in-law she had taken a fancy to, Ye Zhuo said proudly, Of course. I'm so smart. By the way, Granny Tsin, where are you now? Madame Tsin looked at her surroundings. I'm here at Sunshine Market 318 North Shai Road. Yi, where do you live? I'm coming to find you. My home is nearby. Please wait there and don't move about. I'm coming to pick you up. Okay. Not long after Madame Tsin hung up the phone, she saw Ye Zhuo running over from the other side of the road.
Granny Tsin.
Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo waved at Madame Tsin. Ye Zhuo was dressed very casually today. She was wearing a red t-shirt and jeans. Under the sunlight, her legs looked slender and long. Her granddaughter-in-law was so beautiful and her legs were so long. Madame Tsin could almost imagine what her great-grandson looked like. Ye Zhuo. Madame Tsin opened her arms to welcome Ye Zhuo.
Ye Zhuo hugged Madame Tsin. Granny Tsin.
Madame Tsin's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Before arriving here earlier, She had specially sprayed durian essence on her body, and she smelled like durian. However, she did not see a hint of disdain in Ye Zhuo's eyes. Ye Zhuo continued, "Granitsin, my house is over there. Let's go." The two of them chatted along the way and soon arrived at the Ye residence. Ye Zhuo took out her keys and said, "Granitsin, this is my house." As soon as she opened the door, Madame Tsin smelled a fragrance. As the restaurant was about to open, Ye Zhuo had been experimenting on various recipes at home for the past few days. Hearing the noise, Ye Zhuo walked out of the kitchen in an apron. "Zhuo is back. Who is this old lady?" Ye Zhuo introduced. "Mother, this is the Granitsin I told you about. Granitsin, this is my mother." "Hello, Mrs. Ye." Madame Tsin greeted her with a smile.
Hello, Granitsin.
Madame Tsin said. "Mrs. Ye, if you don't mind, you can just call me Auntie."
Auntie Tsen.
Ye Zhuo wasn't the kind of person who was pretentious. She beckoned Madame Tsin to go into the house and have a sit. Ye Zhuo quickly went in to pour some water for Madame Tsin. Madame Tsin calmly sized up the surroundings. The house interior was very ordinary, but it was very clean and tidy. It could be seen that the owner of the house was a person with a noble heart. Ye Zhuo brought over a plate of cut fruits. "Auntie Tsin, here, have some fruit." "Thank you, Mrs. Ye." Ye Zhuo had always been a very kind person. She smiled and said, "Auntie Tsin, just treat this place as your own home. Please don't stand on ceremony with us." By noon, Ye Zhuo had cooked and prepared a large table of delicious food. Madame Tsin had a huge appetite. "It's really been a long time since I've eaten so happily. Mrs. Ye, your cooking is really superb," Ye Zhuo said. "Auntie Tsin, if you like to eat, you can come often in the future." "Really?" Madame Tsin looked at Ye Zhuo in surprise.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
"Auntie Tsin, do I look like I'm joking with you? It must not be easy for an old lady to survive with no one to rely on. It was just a meal. If she could help in the slightest, she would happily do so." Madame Tsin was very touched. There were indeed various different people in this world. The Mu family were extremely ungrateful people. On the other hand, Ye Zhuo and her mother were good people who didn't ask for anything in return. This trip to the Yunjing province wasn't in vain. After eating, Ye Zhuo walked Madame Tsin out. As the two of them walked out of the community gate, Madame Tsin held Ye Zhuo's hand and said, "Ye Zi, you're really amazing. I only drank that prescription once, and I didn't have any trouble sleeping last night. Ye Zi, how can I thank you? It's said that a life-saving grace must be repaid with one's body. It just so happens that I have an eldest grandson. Why don't I let him repay you on my behalf with his body?" Ye Zhuo was stunned and looked at Madame Tsin in surprise. Madame Tsin continued, "Ye Zi, don't worry. My eldest grandson is very handsome. He's also very lovable. Everyone calls him the most handsome person in the capital." Finally, Madame Tsin added, "And my family has a mine. We really do have a mine." After visiting the Ye family and seeing Ye Zhuo, Madame Tsin was completely relieved. Ye Zhuo did not seem like the kind of person who was greedy for money. Therefore, Madame Tsin did not want to hide the truth anymore. She wanted to confess to Ye Zhuo. Originally, she thought that if Ye Zhuo's family members were the kind of people who were greedy for money, and would even sell their daughter for fame and fortune, she would support Ye Zhuo. She would help Ye Zhuo escape from her family. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, "Granitsin, it's already the 21st century. Why are you still talking about repaying me with your grandson's body? By the way, where do you live? I'll call a cab to send you back." Madame Tsin grabbed Ye Zhuo's hand. "There's no need, Ye Zi. My chauffeur will come to pick me up in a while." Ye Zhuo was stunned. She did not take Madame Tsin seriously when the old lady mentioned that her family owned a mine. Could it be that the old lady's family really had a mine? Madame Tsin continued. "Ye Zi, let me tell you something. Our family really has a mine. My eldest grandson is also really handsome. Are you really not going to consider marrying my eldest grandson?" "Granitsin, I know you mean well, but I'm still young. I just want to focus on my studies," Madame Tsin said. "Studying and being in a relationship are two different things. My eldest grandson was known as a super genius when he was still in school. After the two of you fall in love, he can help you with your homework and warm your bed. If he does anything make you unhappy in future, I'll make sure he kneels and begs for your forgiveness until you're happy again. It's a dream come true, just like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Since your eldest grandson is so outstanding, he will definitely meet a better girl. In my heart, Ye Zhuo, you are the most outstanding girl in the world. Other than you, no one is worthy of my eldest grandson. In fact, Madame Tsin even felt that Sun Shaoqing was not worthy of Ye Zhuo. Other than having some money, being handsome, and a genius student, Sun Shaoqing had no other merits. He was not old, but he always carried himself around like an old man. He recited Buddhist scriptures and ate vegetarian food all day long. He was as dull as a gourd. He was almost 30 years old, but he had not even touched a little girl's hand. He was like an idiot. If not for the fact that she liked Ye Zhuo so much, she would not have been willing to marry her to Sun Shaoqing as his wife. She was really a good grandmother. She was simply the best grandmother in China. Ye Zhuo was a little embarrassed by Madame Tsin's praise. She touched her nose and said, Granny Tsin, falling in love is a matter between 2 people. Your eldest grandson is so outstanding. He must have his own opinions. What opinions does he have? What opinion does he dare to have? If he dares to have any other opinion, I'll smash his head. I'll break his legs. Madame Tsin wanted to strike while the iron was hot. That's why, Ye Zhuo, do you want a husband? As long as you agree to it, I'll send him over to you later. Ye Zhuo was rendered speechless for a moment before replying. I don't want. Madame Tsin quickly corrected her. Ye Zhuo, you're saying the script all wrong. You should have said that you want me to send him over to you. Then, I'll send my eldest grandson over. After saying that, Madame Tsin continued, It's okay if you don't need him now. When you need a husband, just let me know. I will send my eldest grandson over immediately. Okay. Ye Zhuo nodded with a smile. Really? Madame Tsin's eyes lit up. Before Ye Zhuo could react, Madame Tsin extended her little pinky finger to Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo, let's pinky swear. Whoever goes back on her word will be a puppy. Ye Zhuo stuck out her pinky to pinky swear with Madame Tsin. Her hands were slender and fair, and her skin was as smooth as butter. It was a stark contrast to Madame Tsin's hands. Madame Tsin muttered like a little child. Pinky swear and hang yourself, let this deal be sealed for 100 years. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, Yes, let this deal be sealed for 100 years. At this moment, a car stopped across the road. It was a very low-key Maybach. It looked like the old lady's family really had a mine. The driver opened the car door and got out. He said respectfully, Madame Tsin nodded and turned to look at Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo, our driver is here to pick me up. I'll be going back first.
Goodbye, Granny Tsin.
Goodbye. Madame Tsin sat in the back seat and spoke to the driver. Little Wang, isn't it hard for you to drive me in and out every day? Are you tired? The driver, Little Wang, was stunned. Having been the old lady's driver for some time now, this was the first time she had spoken to him. I'm not tired. Madame Tsin continued. Little Wang, do you think that little girl from just now is pretty? The driver, Little Wang, could not guess what the old lady was thinking, so he could only tell her the truth. Yes. Hearing this, Madame Tsin said with a proud face, Of course. How can my granddaughter-in-law not be pretty? Little Wang was rendered speechless. So, it turned out the Madame Tsin's main point was just to show off in front of him that her granddaughter-in-law was very beautiful. When Ye Zhuo returned home, Yi Sun had already returned and was sitting in the living room, chatting with Ye Zhuo. Zhuo, it's great that you're back. Tomorrow is your aunt's birthday. Your mother and I were just discussing about going to your aunt's house tomorrow. You've been back for a long time but have yet to see your relatives. This is a good chance for you to meet them and get to know them. Aunt's house. Ye Zhuo was stunned for a moment before she realized that Ye Zhuo not only had a younger brother, but she also had 2 older sisters and an older brother. The aunt that Yi Sun was talking about was Ye Zhuo's elder sister, Ye Shuang. Okay. Ye Zhuo nodded and continued. What time will we be going over tomorrow morning? I'll sleep earlier tonight. Ye Zhuo had been very busy working on the OS system these few days, and she had been staying up late every single day. Not too early, Ye Zhuo continued. We'll leave at 9 in the morning. The next morning Ye Zhuo woke up early. After her morning jog, she accompanied Ye Zhuo and Yi Sun to Ye Shuang's house. They took the bus and walked for more than 2 hours before they reached their destination. Ye Zhuo did not expect to find that her aunt was quite well off. The double-story villa was extremely grand. In front of it was a large garden, and on the left side of the garden were 2 large fountains. Standing in front of the luxurious villa, Ye Zhuo appeared a little reserved. Ye Zhuo held Ye Zhuo's arm and said, Mom, in the future, I will buy 20 villas like this for you and Uncle. 1 of them will be yours to live in, and 19 of them will be rented out. I will let you sit at home as the landlord and landlady. The both of you can just collect money every day. Really?
Ye sen Sait ekcitetli.
It sounded like he was bragging, but he felt that his eldest niece would definitely be able to do it. Ye Zhuo said, Of course it's true. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, I am very happy that you are such a filial daughter. Obviously, she did not take her daughter's words to heart. In the Yunjing province, an ordinary villa would cost at least 7 million yuan, and a double-story villa like this would cost at least 10 million yuan. Not to mention 10 million yuan, even if it was 1 million yuan, their family would not be able to afford it. Yi Sun walked up and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was the nanny. When the nanny saw Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo, she did not show much respect. Instead, her eyes were filled with contempt. These shameless poor relatives had come again. The nanny did not immediately allow them in. Instead, she turned her head and said, Madam, we have a few visitors. Soon after, Ye Shuang walked out from inside. Who's here? Out of the Yi sisters, Ye Shuang was the one who had married the best. Ye Shuang had married Lin Haifu, who was known as the miracle doctor of the Yunjing province. Lin Haifu's medical skills were second to none in Yunjing province. If he claimed to be the best, no one dared claim to be second best. She and Lin Haifu had 2 daughters. The eldest daughter was a well-known lawyer, and the youngest daughter was currently studying at a top university. It was not an exaggeration to say that Ye Shuang fared the best out of everyone in the Yi family. Therefore, she had always felt superior in front of Ye Shuang and Yi Sun. Although they were siblings of the same mother, they were not from the same world.
Big sister. Ye Zhuo greeted Ye Shuang. Ye Shuang nodded.
It's you guys. Come in quickly. Nanny Zhang, go get a few pairs of disposable slippers. After saying that, Ye Shuang seemed to have just seen Ye Zhuo and asked, Who is this? Ye Zhuo said, Big sister, this is my daughter Ye Zhuo. Zhuo Zhuo, this is your eldest aunt. Nice to meet you, eldest aunt.
Ye Zhuo greeted politely.
Ye Shuang sized up Ye Zhuo from head to toe, and there was an imperceptible look of contempt in her eyes. She heard rumors that this Ye Zhuo was the idiot that grew up in the Mu family, and could not even recognize Chinese characters. Since she couldn't even read Chinese characters, it was probably pretty embarrassing for Ye Zhuo to bring her here. The contempt in Ye Shuang's eyes became more and more obvious, and she perfunctorily welcomed Ye Zhuo, Yi Sun and Ye Zhuo in. Dad, Mom, little Sui, little Shu and little Sun are here. A row of people sat on the sofa in the living room. They were Ye Zhuo's parents, Ye Dafu and Yao Zuifen, and Ye Zhuo's third sister Ye Sui. Speaking of which, Ye Dafu and Yao Zuifen were also an interesting pair of parents. Among these 5 children, their favorite was their second son Ye Shui. After him, the favored their eldest daughter Ye Shuang. This was because Ye Shuang had the ability to marry a good husband and support her parents financially. In fact, Ye Shuang always had the final say in the Yi family. She was literally an unwavering presence. All major and minor matters of the Yi family could only be carried out with her consent. Even the second son Ye Shui, who was the favorite son of the Yi parents, had to bow down before Ye Shuang. When they heard Ye Shuang's words, Ye Dafu and Yao Zuifen acted rather indifferently. They did not even raise their eyes to look at the guests who had just arrived. It was obvious that they did not like Ye Zhuo and Yi Sun. Father and mother, Yi Sun called out nonchalantly. Ye Zhuo always had a problem with his parents. He had never brought up all the biasness and favoritism by his parents during his younger years. Back then, when Ye Zhuo got married, his family didn't have enough rooms to cater for the newlyweds. Hence, despite being only 17 years old, Ye Zhuo was chased out of the house by his parents. Helpless, Ye Zhuo had no choice but to seek refuge with Ye Zhuo. Later, when his parents' house was demolished and divided into 4 houses, his parents left all of them to Ye Zhuo. It was a common saying that all parents doted on their children. However, sometimes Ye Zhuo doubted whether he was even his parents' biological child. Ye Zhuo had a bone to pick with his parents. Similarly, Ye Dafu and Yao Zuofen also disliked Ye Zhuo very much. In their eyes, Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo were the 2 most useless children in the family. Ye Zhuo did not like to study since he was young. He was a gangster in his class. He dropped out of school at a young age and became a part-time worker. Now, he was already in his 30s, but he was still single. In their opinion, Ye Zhuo was even worse. Ye Zhuo was the most beautiful daughter in the family. The old couple hoped that Ye Zhuo could marry into a good family and help out her family in the future. They did not expect that this wretched daughter of theirs would actually get pregnant before marriage. She was a disgrace to their family. Following Ye Zhuo's footsteps, Ye Zhuo also greeted her parents and introduced them to Ye Zhuo. Zhuo, this is your grandpa and grandma. This is your 3rd aunt. Grandpa, grandma, 3rd aunt. Ye Dafu and Yao Zuofen responded indifferently. They did not so much as smile at Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo smiled and said to Ye Zhuo, "Little Zhuo, your biological daughter is really beautiful. I wonder how are her academic results? How does she usually rank in the class?" Before Ye Zhuo and the others arrived, Ye Zhuo had heard that Ye Zhuo's biological daughter could not even hold a candle to 1/10 of Mu Yorong. Mu Yorong was an outstanding student in her class. On the other hand, Ye Zhuo could not even recognize Chinese characters. What was a person who could not even recognize Chinese characters called? A fool. Children usually take after their parents. Even if someone so lowly like Ye Zhuo was raised in a wealthy family, she was still a good-for-nothing, just like her stupid mother. She was unlike Mu Yorong, who evidently excelled in all parts of her life despite being brought up by a useless person. Ye Zhuo was very regretful now. When Mu Yorong was still her niece, she had not treated Mu Yorong well. If she had known that Mu Yorong was the true daughter of a wealthy family, she would definitely have treated Mu Yorong as her ancestor. It was too late to say anything now. When it came to the topic of education, Ye Zhuo's face was full of superiority. One had to know that her 2 daughters were both top students. Ye Zhuo could not even compare to the wisdom on her daughter's pinky finger. Without waiting for Ye Zhuo to answer, Ye Zhuo raised her head and looked at Ye Zhuo. "Your name is Ye Zhuo, right? It's okay if your grades aren't good. Although your 2 cousins' grades are average, it shouldn't be a problem for them to teach you. If you have any questions that you don't understand, you can ask them." Ye Zhuo took the opportunity to flatter her eldest sister. "Big sister, don't be so humble. If Xian and Shue's grades are average, then what does our Ziwa count as? Doesn't that mean she's not even worthy of being called a bad student?" The people that Ye Zhuo was most jealous of were Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo was prettier than her, and Ye Zhuo had married into a better family. To top it off, Ye Zhuo even had 2 good daughters whom she could show off to keep up with appearances. However, although Ye Zhuo was jealous of Ye Zhuo, she did not show it. After all, Ye Zhuo's lived a better life than her. Ye Zhuo's husband, Lin Haifu, was famously known as the miracle doctor in the Yunjing province, and he knew many wealthy and influential people. Therefore, she was always sucking up to Ye Zhuo, while burying any jealousy that she felt toward her eldest sister deep in her heart. Who did not like flattery?
Ye Zhuo's flatteri plaset Ye Zhuo'ngi menseli.
That's true. I've never had to worry about Xian and Shue since they were young. At this moment there was a sound from outside the door. A young woman entered the house. She wore a smart suit and her long curly hair was draped over her shoulders. Her facial features were not too stunning, but they were very well groomed. She wore a confident expression on her face. This was the eldest daughter that Ye Zhuo was so proud of, Lin Xian. Lin Xian was 25 years old this year, and she was an excellent lawyer. Oh my! Our Xian is back. How was work? It must have been very tiring, right? Our Xian has lost weight. Seeing Lin Xian, Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo immediately got up to welcome her. Their faces were full of benevolent smiles. Ye Zhuo in particular held Lin Xian's hand and fussed over her granddaughter endlessly. She looked like a good grandmother who doted on the younger generation. She was acting like a completely different person from the time Ye Zhuo was first introduced to her. There was not the slightest smile on Lin Xian's face. There was even a hint of impatience on her face. She did not have a good impression of her mother, and her relatives from her mother's side of the family. Even her grandparents were no exception. This kind of hypocritical poor relatives only took a fancy to their family's money. If she was not Lin Xian, and she was only the daughter of a poor family, would they still dote on her like this? Lin Xian greeted her grandfather and grandmother without much passion. Xian, come here. This is your fourth aunt's biological daughter, Ye Zhuo. After saying that, Ye Zhuo continued. Ye Zhuo, this is your cousin Lin Xian. Your cousin is currently working in a law firm. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, you can ask her for advice. Eldest cousin. Ye Zhuo's tone was light. Lin Xian turned her head to look at Ye Zhuo. Her originally impatient eyes suddenly revealed a stunning light. Ye Zhuo's biological daughter was extremely beautiful. Looking at her face, one would immediately associate it with the phrase, devastatingly beautiful. But what was the use of being beautiful? Ye Zhuo was also beautiful, but in the end, she still became a mistress and gave birth to an illegitimate daughter. Lin Xian did not take Ye Zhuo seriously. What kind of future could a person like Ye Zhuo have? At most, she would be like her mother. With her beautiful face, she could become a mistress and give birth to an illegitimate daughter in the future. Lin Xian was full of righteousness. She really did not want to get involved with this group of people. If it was not her mother's birthday today, she would never have come back. She nodded casually at Ye Zhuo, and then turned to look at Ye Zhuo. Mom, I'm a little tired. I'll go back to my room to rest. Hearing Lin Xian say that she was tired, Ye Zhuo hurriedly said, Sure, go. Get some rest. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Lin Xian nodded. Xian, wait a moment. Ye Zhuo suddenly grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Seeing Ye Zhuo's hand pressing on hers, Lin Xian's eyes revealed a look of disgust. Ye Zhuo was an old woman who didn't pay much attention to detail. She didn't even trim her long nails. There was a layer of black dirt hidden under her long nails. Lin Xian tried her best to hold back the nauseating feeling that was rising in her heart. What's wrong? Ye Zhuo continued. Grandma has something nice for you. Old man, hurry up and bring it over. Ye Zhuo immediately walked over with the bag. This is the amaranth stock that your grandma specially marinated for you. Ye Zhuo continued. Xian, grandma remembers that this was your favorite when you were young. Only you and Shui get to eat grandma's amaranth stock. No one else can. Lin Xian and Lin Shui were her two most outstanding granddaughters. Ye Zhuo naturally had to curry favor with them. In the future, when they got married, they would have to be filial to their grandma in return. Thank you, Grandma. Lin Xian took the bag. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, My dear child, there's no need to be polite with Grandma. Quickly go in and get a good rest. Lin Xian carried the bag into the house. As soon as she entered, she threw the bag in her hand into the trash can. She felt disgusted by such a dirty thing. She couldn't stand touching it for a second longer. Soon after, Sui's daughter Ye Zhuo also arrived at the house. Ye Zhuo was very much like Ye Zhuo, and was especially good at flattery. One moment she praised Ye Zhuo for getting younger, and the next moment she praised Ye Zhuo for taking good care of her skin. She spewed sweet words one after the other. Her mouth looked like it was smeared with honey. Ye Zhuo was so good at talking, but when she looked at Ye Zhuo, who was sitting on the sofa like a block of wood, she did not know how to say anything nice. It is one thing for her to be an idiot, but her personality is so unlikable. Ye Zhuo frowned slightly as a look of disdain appeared in her eyes. Ye Zhuo should be embarrassed that her daughter turned out this way. Ye Zhuo took off the bracelet on her hand and put it on Zhou Ziyue's hand. Ziyue, this bracelet is for you. Zhou Ziyue was flattered. Auntie, you're too generous, it's too much. Ye Zhuo smiled and said, what's there to be embarrassed about? You're my niece and you're so sweet. Among all these nieces, you're the one I like the most. This bracelet was just released this year, and only young people like you look good in it. Auntie is already old. Ye Zhuo had deliberately put on a show for Ye Zhuo to see. She assumed that when Ye Zhuo saw that she had given Zhou Ziyue something, this little niece of hers would definitely be envious and jealous. She would then definitely regret that she did not curry favor with her eldest aunt. Zhou Ziyue held Ye Zhuo's arm as she said, Aunt, you're not old at all. You don't even look like a sister when you stand next to my mother. You guys look more like mother and daughter. If one were to claim to be old, my mother would be the one. Ye Zhuo glared at Zhou Ziyue unhappily. Damn girl. If she wanted to curry favor with Ye Zhuo, so be it. Was there a need to drag her biological mother, to the ground? Was she that old? But on account of the bracelet, she let the matter slide. Ye Zhuo was very happy to be flattered by Zhou Ziyue. You lass, you only know how to make me happy. Zhou Ziyue said. Aunt, you are very young to begin with. Oh right, Aunt, the bracelet you gave me must be very expensive, right? I seem to have heard my classmate mention this brand before. As she spoke, she glanced at Ye Zhuo. Mu Yorong had excessively shared information to her about Ye Zhuo's situation in the Mu family. She was an idiot. On top of that, she was not loved by anyone in the family. As a fake heiress, she had definitely never seen such a good bracelet. Ye Zhuo piped in. It's not expensive. It's only 20,000 yuan or so. 20,000 yuan or so. Zhou Ziyue's eyes lit up. This aunt of hers was indeed rich. 20,000 yuan was considered a measly amount. She scanned Ye Zhuo's entire body. Including her clothes, she would not even amount to 20,000 yuan. Not to mention 20,000, she was probably not even worth 2,000 yuan. Ye Zhuo was not interested in the content of these conversations. She logged into the international website and accepted a mission that could be completed with a cell phone. After all, she was only interested in making money now. She had just clicked to accept the mission when the other party sent a message over. The pirate youth typed, F*CK, F*CK, F*CK. Are you the great god Neohuru? Neohuru.yz replied. Is there a problem? The person on the other end of the screen took off his glasses and wiped his eyes several times seriously. He seemed to be in disbelief that he was so lucky to have the great god Neohuru accept the mission. As Neohuru.yz's fame grew, there were more and more high-level fake accounts who copied the moniker Neohuru.yz. He was worried that this was also a high-level fake account. After looking at it for a long time and confirming that it was the real Neohuru.yz, the person quickly sent another message. Great God, please add me as a friend. Ye Zhuo was focused on coding and did not see the message. After a while, she sent the completed task to the other party. Done. After confirming that there are no problems, please click on the completion button. The person on the other end of the screen was stunned. Neohuru.yz was truly a god. A normal person might not even be able to complete that task in a week, but Neohuru.yz finished it in half an hour. Thank you, God. God, you're amazing. As soon as he sent this message, he received the system message that Neohuru.yz had agreed to add him as a friend. F*CK. The god added me as a friend. The man was jumping from joy and he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he kissed the young woman beside him. We've arriving at to my house soon. Today is my mother's birthday. Can you act a bit more mature? The young woman smiled and said, Which god? Why are you so excited? It's Neohuru.yz, the god that our research institute calls a miracle. Really? Let me see. The young woman, who was also from the research institute, was equally excited. Really? Look. Soon after, the car stopped and the driver in the front seat said, Miss, we're here. The young woman returned the phone to the man. As she got out of the car, she said, Send me a screenshot of your friend list. I want to post it on my WeChat moments to show off. My circle of friends will definitely die of envy. This was great god Neohur.yz, a legend in the eyes of the entire research institute. If she could use this opportunity to form a relationship with Neohur.yz, even if it was just a little bit, it would be a great honor. Okay. After getting out of the car, the young woman helped her boyfriend straighten his tie, and then went to ring the doorbell. The person who opened the door was none other than Ye Zhuo. Mom! Shui is home. Ye Zhuo was full of smiles. Then she turned to look at the young man beside Lin Shui. Lin Shui held onto the young man's arm as she introduced. Mom, this is my boyfriend Zhang Ziheng. Zhang Ziheng rubbed his eyes out of habit. Hello, Auntie. You can just call me Little Zhang. Ye Zhuo had long known of Zhang Ziheng's existence. She did not expect the young man to be even more handsome than in the photos. Most importantly, he came from a good family background. Zhang Ziheng was a rich young master from a wealthy family. Little Zhang sounds a little distant. I'll call you Ziheng. Shui. Quickly lead Ziheng into the house. Ziheng, why do you come bearing gifts? Our family does not lack anything. You are not allowed to do this in the future. Arriving at the living room, Lin Shui introduced everyone to Zhang Ziheng. When she reached Zhuoyi, Lin Shui was stunned and at a loss for words. Ye Zhuo said from the side, Shui, this is your fourth aunt's biological daughter, Ye Zhuo. Hearing this, Lin Shui's eyes flashed with a mocking look. Oh, so you're my cousin Ye Zhuo? I'm your cousin Lin Shui, and this is my boyfriend Zhang Ziheng. Ye Zhuo put down her phone and looked up at Lin Shui. Nice to meet you, cousin-in-law. The moment Ye Zhuo looked up, Zhang Ziheng was stunned. His eyes instantly lit up. He did not expect that Lin Shui would have such a beautiful cousin. Lin Shui furrowed her brows furiously. As expected of the daughter of a mistress. The daughter of a mistress was born to seduce others. She held onto Zhang Ziheng's arm and asked curiously, I've heard Yurong talk about you. She said that you can't even read Chinese characters. Is this true? After saying this, she seemed to sense that her tone was somewhat inappropriate, so she said, I'm sorry, cousin Ye Zhuo. I'm just too curious. Our Chinese characters are so complicated, and there are some unfamiliar characters that I've never seen before. It's normal that you can't recognize them. Not to mention you. There are some unfamiliar characters that I might not even recognize even if I saw them. Ye Zhuo smiled slightly and looked down at Shui Lin. Cousin, you are too modest. I'm just a common person. How can I compare to you? Lin Shui could not tell if it was just an illusion or something else, but she could see some coldness and mockery in Ye Zhuo's eyes. It should be an illusion, right? How could an idiot have that kind of look? She was the blessed daughter of wealthy family. In comparison to her, Ye Zhuo was nothing but a pitiful person. Ye Zhuo, who was standing by the side, said, Shui, you must be tired from the bus ride. Take Ziheng upstairs to the guest room to rest. Okay. Lin Shui nodded and brought Zhang Ziheng upstairs. When they arrived upstairs, Zhang Ziheng asked curiously, Shui, what's the background of your cousin? Is today your first time meeting her? Lin Shui said casually, Her? She's just an illegitimate daughter that my fourth aunt gave birth to. She's that fake daughter of the Mu family from before. She just recently reconnected with her birth mom. Hearing that, Zhang Ziheng's interest was piqued. She's that fake daughter of the Mu family, Mu Zhuo, who doesn't know anything? Coming from a wealthy family and well connected to other wealthy families, Zhang Ziheng had naturally heard of Ye Zhuo's history. Lin Shui nodded. Yes, it's her. I heard that the Mu family had to spend money to bribe some people to get her into high school. She was also lucky to have entered the Mu family by accident. If she had stayed by my fourth aunt's side, she probably wouldn't have been able to enroll into junior high school. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziheng's expression was turned sour as if he had eaten a pile of such asterisk tea. When he first saw her earlier, his impression of her was that Ye Zhuo was pretty good looking. Well, now he knew that she was nothing but a pretty face. She was but an empty shell with no other merits to boast about. To call Ye Zhuo a fake heiress who knew nothing was a high praise for someone like her. This was because Ye Zhuo's reputation in the Mu family was really rotten to the core. I've heard about the Mu family's fake daughter before, but I didn't expect that the Mu family's fake daughter was actually your cousin, Zhang Ziheng finally said after being silent for a long while. Seeing the change in Zhang Ziheng's expression, Lin Shui continued. Actually, this caught me completely off guard as well. Sigh. Speaking of which, my fourth aunt sure has it tough for her. Previously, she had to raise Mu Yurong all by herself. Yurong's results are excellent, and she is also so smart. At the very least, fourth aunt still had hope for someone to take good care of her in the future. Now that she's reunited with her biological daughter, Ye Zhuo, I can't imagine how my fourth aunt is going to live through the rest of her days. The person my mother is most worried about right now is my fourth aunt. After giving birth to such a daughter in the future. Sigh. At the end of her speech, Lin Shui let out a heavy sigh, as if she was worried about Ye Zhuo. Mu Yurong was so outstanding. She would definitely be able to get into a good university in the future and stand out. Would Ye Zhuo be able to do so? Up until now, Ye Zhuo couldn't even recognize a few words. It was better to count on red rain falling from the sky than to count on her to get into a university. One could already picture Ye Zhuo's future. She could only remain a lowly person and live in a shabby basement for the rest of her life. Are you saying that Yurong is the true daughter of the Mu family? Zhang Ziheng asked. Yes. Lin Shui nodded. She is the true daughter of a wealthy family through and through. Although Yurong has always lived in the basement with my fourth aunt, she is not inferior to others at all. On the contrary, Ye Zhuo, who grew up in a wealthy family and received the best education, is nothing but a useless piece of trash. Zhang Ziheng nodded. Hearing Lin Shui's side of the story, Mu Yurong was indeed far more superior. Suddenly, Lin Shui seemed to have recalled something and continued. Oh right. Hurry up and send me a screenshot of your friend list. I'm going to post it on my moments. Okay. Zhang Ziheng nodded. He opened his phone, logged onto the international website, and sent the screenshot of his friend list to Lin Shui. Lin Shui immediately posted it to her WeChat moments. There were many students from the research institute on her WeChat. As soon as the screenshot was posted, her moments exploded. Even many of her friends who did not actively share and comment on stuff on their moments came to comment. I am a laughing bird. F*CK. F*CK. Is this really the real god Neohura.yz? Ran Chi. Getting a rub-off on the god's aura. The Wanderer. For real? It can't be a fake account, right? Wu Chao. Share with us the contact of the real god. Lin Shui also received a lot of private messages. Everyone wanted to get to know Neohura.yz through Lin Shui. Lin Shui looked up at Zhang Ziheng. Ziheng. If only you could add Neohura.yz as a friend on WeChat. What are you thinking about? Zhang Ziheng said speechlessly. That's the real god. Do you think people like us get to casually add him as friends on WeChat? I heard that even Dr. Warren couldn't get hold of Neohura.yz WeChat account. Hearing this, Lin Shui instantly gave up. Who was Dr. Warren? Dr. Warren had made a great contribution to human research. He was a legendary figure that could go down in history. Downstairs in the living room, Lin Fuhai, the head of the Lin family, had returned. Lin Haifu was 53 years old this year. Perhaps it was due to his profession that he took good care of himself and looked like he was only in his 40s. Yao Zuifan and Yi Dafu, the old couple, stood beside Lin Haifu on both sides. One took Lin Haifu's suit, while the other handed him a pair of slippers. Not only did they not look like Lin Haifu's elder, but they looked more like servants of the Lin family. Truth be told, Lin Haifu did not treat Yi Dafu and Yao Zuifan as his parents-in-law at all. He knew that if he were not the famous Dr. Lin Haifu, and was just a mediocre and ordinary person, these two old people probably would not even look at him. They were just looking out for themselves and doing what benefited them the most. Ye Zhuo took the initiative to introduce Ye Zhuo. Zhuo, this is your uncle-in-law. Quickly greet him. Ye Zhuo put down her phone and stood up. Her tone was the same as before. Uncle-in-law. In the eyes of Lin Haifu, Ye Zhuo was just a little girl. He would never waste his time on a useless person. He nodded at Ye Zhuo perfunctorily. Ye Zhuo did not mind it at all. She sat down and continued to look at her phone. Soon after, Ye Dafu and Yao Zuifen's favorite son, Ye Shuai, also came over with his wife and children. Ye Shuai and Lin Xiaowei were cultured people. They looked very simple and did not talk much. But when they opened their mouths, they were all over their big sister and big brother-in-law. Their words were laced with endless flattery. They did not even bat an eye at anyone else in the room. Ye Shuang smiled and said, "Since everyone is almost here, let's get ready to eat. Wait a little longer." Lin Haifu looked up at Ye Shuang. "Mr. Li hasn't arrived yet." Ye Shuang understood what Lin Haifu meant. "Oh, right. There's still an important guest who hasn't arrived. Gosh, my memory is failing me." About 10 minutes later, the very important guest that Ye Shuang had mentioned arrived. He was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. He was only 1.6 meters tall, but he weighed about 200 kilograms. His head was directly connected to his shoulders, and his neck could hardly be seen. He was wearing a golden chain as thick as a finger. Overall, he looked a little comical. At the dining table, Lin Haifu took the initiative to introduce him to everyone. "This is Li Hongwei. He is my patient and also my good friend. Hongwei, these are all my relatives. We are all a big family. Don't be shy, sit wherever you like." Ye Zhuo frowned slightly. Why did she feel that Li Hongwei kept glancing over to look at Ye Zhuo? It was truly uncomfortable. Ye Zhuo turned her eyes slightly and glared at Mr. Li. Her cold eyes were as sharp as knives. When he suddenly met Ye Zhuo's gaze, cold sweat immediately broke out on Li Hongwei's forehead. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze and picked up his glass to drink to ease the awkwardness. This was a very strange feeling. Ye Zhuo clearly looked like she was only in her teens, but when he saw that gaze of hers, he could not help but feel afraid. That kind of fear was almost instinctive. As the turbid wine entered his throat, the fear in Li Hongwei's heart slightly dissipated. When he heard Ye Shuang say that she was going to take everyone out to sing after dinner, Ye Zhuo tugged on Ye Shu's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Mom, I still have something to do. Let's leave after we finish eating."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
"Okay. Let's go back after we finish eating." And so, just as they finished eating, Ye Zhuo announced that they were leaving. Ye Shuang held Ye Zhuo's hand and said with a smile, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you." "Okay."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
As two of them entered the Lin family's study, Ye Zhuo suddenly realized that Ye Dafu, Yao Zuifen, her second brother Ye Shuai, and her third sister Ye Sui were all in there. What did these people have to say to her? Ye Zhuo suddenly felt a little nervous. "Sit down." Ye Shuang pointed at the stool and said, "I'll stand."
Ye Shuang glanced at Ye Zhuo.
Even after so many years, this fourth sister of hers was still so unpresentable. "Fine, if you want to stand, then stand." After saying that, Ye Shuang continued, "I asked you to come over because I wanted to ask you, what do you think of Mr. Li?" "What do you mean?" Ye Zhuo was stunned and at a loss for words. Ye Shuang explained, "Mr. Li is 55 years old this year. Don't judge him by his looks, but he is a multimillionaire. If you get together with him, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future." That's right, this was Ye Shuang's idea. Truth be told, it wasn't that she liked Ye Zhuo that much. She came up with this idea because Lin Haifu wanted to take this opportunity to befriend Li Hongwei and convince him to be his investor. Ye Zhuo might be in her 30s this year and had given birth, but she was still really good-looking. She had mottled brows and bright eyes.
Ye Zhuo frowned.
"Big sister, you mean?" She didn't need to continue the sentence to make herself any clearer.
Ye Shuang nodded.
Ye Zhuo refused. "Big sister. I know you mean well, but I have no intention of remarrying now."
Ye Shuang smiled.
"Little Zhuo, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of letting you remarry." This fourth sister of hers was thinking too highly of herself. She thought that Li Hongwei would marry her. How funny. Did she really think that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could marry into a wealthy family? "Big sister, what do you mean by that?" Ye Zhuo asked in confusion. Ye Zhuo continued. The thing is, Mr. Li's hometown is in City A, and his wife and children are also there. Originally, Mr. Li also had a small family in the Yunjing province, but half a month ago, that woman had a car accident and had her leg amputated, so Mr. Li broke up with her. So, Mr. Li plans to set up a small family in Yunjing again. It was not uncommon for rich people to have a mistress in different cities. Therefore, Ye Zhuo did not find it strange. Moreover, her fourth sister had given birth before getting married. She was not a decent person. It seemed that she would make the perfect couple for Li Hongwei. Hearing this, Ye Zhuo's expression changed. She looked at Ye Zhuo and said in disbelief, "Big sister, you're asking me to do something that could destroy other people's families? What do you mean destroy families? Your words are too serious." Ye Zhuo smiled and patted Ye Zhuo's hand. "Little Zhu, this is for your own good. If you follow Mr. Li, you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Just lie at home and count your money. Don't worry, Mr. Li is a good person. He won't mistreat you." Ye Zhuo took a step back.
No.
That's impossible. I would never do something like that. Why not? Why not? Before Ye Zhuo could continue, Yao Zuifan stood up excitedly and pointed at Ye Zhuo, saying, "Thank your lucky stars that Mr. Li has taken a fancy to you. Who do you think you are? With your sordid reputation, you're lucky to have someone take a fancy to you. And you're still being picky. You've done more shameless things than this. What are you pretending for? Do you really think that you're still some innocent young lady?" Ye Zhuo looked up at Yao Zuifan, her eyes slightly red.
Ye Zhuo patet ye shease shoulder.
"Little Zhu, Mom's words are harsh, but it's the truth. With your current situation, you're indeed fortunate that Mr. Li likes you. Mr. Li is so rich. After you follow him, you'll become a rich lady. I'm doing this for your own good." "That's ridiculous." Ye Zhuo directly interrupted Ye Zhuo's unfinished words. "Big sister, don't say any more. I won't agree to it. Be someone else's mistress?" She couldn't believe Ye Zhuo would even consider such a thing and say it out aloud.
Ye Zhuo fronet.
She didn't expect Ye Zhuo to be so ungrateful. To think that Li Hongwei didn't despise her for being a broken woman. Yet here she was, unwilling to follow Li Hongwei. Did she really think she was still a virgin? Ye Zhuo shot Ye Zhuo a look. "Little Zhu, I told you about this good piece of information and even spoke well of you in front of Mr. Li because we are sisters. Otherwise, do you think such good fortune will fall on your head? Do you think everyone can enjoy this kind of fortune?" She was pressuring Ye Zhuo to agree to it. She couldn't understand why her little sister would pretend to be all innocent. "In that case, you can give this opportunity to someone else. I can't afford this kind of fortune." Although Ye Zhuo was soft-hearted, she was not the kind of person who could be controlled by others. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to move out from home alone with her child. Ye Zhuo continued, "Big sister, you are not only a woman, you are also someone else's wife. If someone were to introduce a mistress to big brother-in-law outside, what would you do?" Ye Zhuo choked, and her expression became very ugly. This was completely different from what she had thought. She had introduced such a good man to Ye Zhuo, and she expected Ye Zhuo to be very grateful to her. But Ye Zhuo was not in the least grateful to her. How dare she even suggest that Lin Haifu would have a mistress? How could Lin Haifu be that kind of person? It was extremely ridiculous. "Alright, you guys are sisters. There's no need to make things sound so unpleasant and ruin the harmony." Seizing a right timing, Ye Zhuo stood up and said, "Little Zhu, big sister is indeed doing this for your own good. Since Mr. Li's conditions are acceptable, I think you should consider Mr. Li. You're a single woman with a child. Have you ever thought about how you're going to live in the future?" Ye Zhuo was a scholar. He had always been upright about matters. Ye Zhuo did not expect Ye Zhuo would utter such things. Actually, Ye Zhuo did not want to get involved in this matter. However, Ye Zhuo had promised his family a house as a thank you gift if they managed to get Ye Zhuo to agree to become Li Hongwei's mistress. People would die for money and birds would die for food. Who did not like money? Moreover, he was promised a house. One had to know that the price of a house in an ordinary district in Yunjing had already risen to 30,000 yuan per square meter. Ye Zhuo raised her head to look at Ye Shuai, as if it was her first time meeting her second brother. The poor have their way of living, and the rich have their way of living. Second brother, I won't trouble you to worry about our family's matters. Little Shu, will you really not regret it? Ye Shuai asked.
No.
Ye Shuai continued. I heard that the high school fees Ye Zhuo is currently studying at isn't cheap. School is about to start soon. Do you have enough money to pay the tuition fees? There are also living expenses, school fees, rent, utilities. Don't look at me, we won't lend you any more money this year. According to tradition, every year when schools started, Ye Zhuo would ask them for money. Ye Shuai made himself very clear. This year, he would not offer her any financial assistance. If Ye Zhuo didn't agree, Ye Zhuo would definitely be expelled from school and face a future of misery. Ye Zhuo took a deep breath. Second brother, don't worry. In the future, even if we die of poverty or hunger, we won't borrow any more money from you. After saying this, Ye Zhuo opened the door and walked out of the study. This B** starred is really going against the heavens. Her mother is still here. How dare she throw a tantrum? Ye Zhuo was so angry that she threw the teapot on the table to the ground. Ye Shuai smiled and touched Ye Zhuo's shoulder. Don't worry, mother. This matter is already set in stone. No one will lend her money this year. She will come back and beg us. On top of being a single woman, Ye Zhuo to take care of her good-for-nothing daughter and gambling addict brother. She had no one else to rely on. Under such circumstances, she would definitely come back and beg them. Therefore, Ye Shuai was not worried at all. He said, Mom, just wait and see. I'll count to 7. She'll definitely come back for us. As he spoke, Ye Shuai started counting down. However, after the counting to 7, Ye Zhuo still did not turn back. It seemed that she had no such intention.
Ye Shuang fronet.
She could not let Ye Zhuo single-handedly disrupt Lin Haifu's plan. She had to think of a way to resolve this. She quickly picked up her phone and sent a message. Just as Ye Zhuo opened the door of the study, she bumped into Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei was big and burly. Ye Zhuo subconsciously took a few steps back. Little Shu. Li Hongwei stared at Ye Zhuo with lecherous eyes. His gaze was fixated on Ye Zhuo as if she were naked. Ye Shuang smiled and walked over. Little Shu, will leave you and Mr. Li alone here. Take your time and have a little chat. With that, Ye Shuang led everyone out of the study. Big sister. Ye Zhuo knew that something was wrong. So she grabbed Ye Shuang's hand. Ye Shuang swiftly passed Ye Zhuo's hand over to Li Hongwei. Mr. Li, please take good care of my fourth sister. In Ye Shuang's eyes, Ye Zhuo was just pretending to be serious. Since Ye Zhuo was too embarrassed to admit it, she would help Ye Zhuo. She would let it happen to Ye Zhuo and Li Hongwei. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Li Hongwei grapet Ye Zhuo's hand.
Little Shu, don't worry. I'm a kind-hearted person. Let's go in and get to know each other better. Li Hongwei was really satisfied with Ye Zhuo. She was beautiful and had a good figure. She was more beautiful than any of his previous mistresses. Since the Lin family and the Yi family had agreed to this matter, he didn't have to endure any longer. He couldn't wait any longer. Ye Shuang didn't give Ye Zhuo the chance to refuse at all. She directly closed the door behind her. Little Shu. Li Hongwei once again stretched out his perverted hand toward Ye Zhuo. Let go of me. Ye Zhuo batted Li Hongwei's hand away and hid at a corner. Li Hongwei's eyes flashed with a wretched light. He rubbed his hands and said, Such a wild temper? But I like it. Outside, seeing everyone but her mother walking out of the study room, Ye Zhuo sensed something strange was going on. Where's my mother? She's such a wild child, rude and impudent.
Ye Shuang fronet.
Who are you talking to? Didn't your mother teach you how to properly address your elders? You have no manners at all. A joyous laugh could be heard from the side. Mother, look at what you're saying. If she had manners, my fourth aunt wouldn't have given birth to her out of wedlock. These words were insinuating that Ye Zhuo was a bad person. The person who spoke was Lin Shui. In Lin Shui's eyes, Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo were two poor and pitiful people, so she wasn't afraid of offending Ye Zhuo. Lin Shui, Yi San said with a face full of anger. Watch your attitude. Lin Xian walked down the stairs and stood in front of Yi Senator. She then said in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. I respect you, that's why I address you as my uncle. This is Lin family residence. If you don't like our words and deeds, the main door is over there. Lin Xian had long disliked this group of poor relatives. Hearing this, Yi San was so angry that his entire body trembled with rage. It was also at this moment that he realized how important money was. Without money, even a junior could trample his dignity on the ground. Ye Zhuo did not have the time to argue with them. She went straight to the door of the study and knocked on the door. Mom! Mom, are you inside? There was no response from inside. Like Ye Zhuo, Yi San also realized that something was amiss. He quickly followed behind Ye Zhuo and knocked on the door. Sister! Sister! Yi Shuang walked over with a smile and grabbed Ye Zhuo's arm. Your mom is talking to Mr. Li inside. Why are you meddling in her affairs? Hurry up and leave. Get lost.
Ye Zhuo shuruk Ye Shuang evei.
Yi Shuang did not expect Ye Zhuo to have such great strength that she was instantly thrown off balance and fell to the ground. Seeing Yi Shuang being thrown to the ground, all hell broke loose. Ye Zhuo kept yelling for her mother, while the others fussed over their big sister who was on the floor. They even threw curses at Ye Zhuo for disrespecting her eldest aunt. Yi Dafu rushed forward to help Yi Shuang up from the ground.
Dad, I'm fine.
Let her make a scene. I want to see what tricks she can pull. The door of the study was bulletproof. Not only was the sound insulation very good, it was also very sturdily built. Not to mention one Ye Zhuo, even if 10 Ye Zhuos came, as long as the people inside did not open the door would not open at all. This moment, bang! The extremely loud sound stunned everyone. One could even feel the entire ground shaking along with it. No one had expected that Ye Zhuo would actually kick the door open just like that. Zhuo Zhuo! Seeing the door open, Ye Zhuo, who was inside, immediately ran over. Mom!
Ye Zhuo shildet Ye Zhuo behinter.
Ye Zhuo's hair was in a mess, her clothes were torn, and there was a scratch on her neck. She looked very pathetic. Li Hongwei chased after her from behind. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what was going on at a glance. B*****. How dare you bully my sister? Yi San rushed in with red eyes, wanting to beat up Li Hongwei. However, Yi San, who was as thin as a bolt of lightning, was no match for Li Hongwei. Not only did he not manage to hit Li Hongwei, but he was lifted up by Li Hongwei with one hand. Li Hongwei lifted Yi San with one hand and looked at Yi Shuang angrily. Mrs. Lin, how do you explain this? He was about to finally get some. Right at this critical moment, he was forcefully interrupted by someone. Could one expect him to be happy about it? Ye Zhuo stood there with her hands clenched into fists. She took off her UV protection jacket and draped it over Ye Zhuo. Mom, give me a moment. At this moment, Ye Zhuo was stunned. She had never seen Ye Zhuo act like this. Cold air was emanating from her body. Before anyone could react, another loud sound was heard, followed by a painful howl. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting. By the time everyone came to their senses and had a good look, Lin Hongwei was already beaten up onto the ground by Ye Zhuo. His fat head had now swelled up as big as a pig's head. Ye Zhuo just stood there, crushing Li Hongwei's fingers under her feet. Who gave you the guts to do this? How dare you bully my mother? There was a saying that all 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and currently, Lin Hongwei's facial features twisted from the excruciating pain. He wailed, I don't dare. I really don't dare. And you guys? Ye Zhuo turned her gaze to her relatives. Her eyes were ruthless like never seen before. Who gave you the right to bully my mother? Everyone was very quiet. No one made a single sound. No one expected that a trash like her would have such skills. Not only did she knock down the door, but she also gave Li Hongwei a beating. All of this happened too quickly. Ye Zhuo's eyes were red. She tugged at the corner of Ye Zhuo's shirt. Zhuo Zhuo, let's go back quickly. She could not bear to stay here for another second. Only then did Ye Zhuo release Li Hongwei. Yi Sun quickly followed behind his sister and niece. It was also at this moment that everyone finally reacted and rushed forward to help Li Hongwei up from the ground. Yi Shuang was so angry that she was about to explode. She ran over to block the three from exiting the house, all the while shouted angrily, "Yi Shu, stop right there. Hurry up and make that uncultured daughter of yours apologize to Mr. Li. That Ye is really too bold. How dare she hit Li Hongwei? Apologize." Ye Shu looked at her eldest sister as if she were looking at a stranger. "Ye Shuang, are you still human? I'm your biological sister. Shut up. I don't have such an embarrassing sister like you. If you don't think of a way to make Mr. Li forgive you today, we'll sever our ties from now on. I will not acknowledge you as my sister anymore." Sever ties? Would Ye Shu dare to sever ties with her family? Ye Shu had no one to rely on in the Yunjing province. If she really severed all ties with her family, Ye Shu would definitely not be able to continue living in Yunjing in the future. It was clear as the day. Ye Shu had no choice but to let go of her dignity and admit her mistake. Yi Dafu, Yao Zuifan and Yi Shuai walked over. "Right. We'll sever ties with you. Ye Shu, if you don't apologize to Mr. Li today, we'll immediately sever our ties with you." Ye Shu raised her head to look at them. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Standing in front of her were her parents, brother and sister. She had never thought that one day, she would stand on the opposite side of them in such a situation. They were her blood relatives, but today, they casually threw around the words sever ties. It seemed that in their hearts, they no longer regarded her as family. Thinking this, the tears that Ye Shu was holding back burst out. "You guys want to sever ties, right?" Ye Zhuo looked them straight in the eye. "We can't ask for anything better. In the future, my mother and I have nothing to do with you people." Ye Shu took a deep breath and took a step forward. "Zhuo is right. Since you want to sever ties, so be it. Anyway, I'm no longer your daughter, and I'm no longer your sister. In your hearts, I'm just an item that you can give away to others as you please. As the saying goes, he who hesitates is lost." Today, her family gave her away to Li Hongwei. Who knows what else they had planned for her? After all, if there was a first time, there would be a second time. Since she knew that there would be a second time, she might as well take this opportunity to sever ties with them. Ye Zhuo looked at Ye Shu in surprise. Truth be told, Ye Shu's reaction surprised her. In her heart, Ye Shu had always been a very soft-hearted person. She did not expect Ye Shu to be so decisive when it came to dealing with big and important issues. As they gazed at each other's faces, Ye Shu smiled at her daughter, signaling to her that she was just fine. Hearing this, Yi Shuang was almost angered to death. She never knew that her fourth sister would be so ungrateful. It seemed to her that Ye Shu would never know that she had made a mistake until she suffered a loss. "All right," Yi Shuang said with a sullen face. "Since you've put it like that, I, Yi Shuang, will never acknowledge you as my sister in the future. From now on, we are two separate individuals who are unrelated. We won't interfere in each other's business. I hope you won't regret it. Don't worry." Ye Shu raised her head firmly. "I will never regret it." After saying that, Ye Shu looked at Ye Zhuo and Ye Senior. "Let's go." "Okay." "Yi Sun, stop right there." Yao Zuifan saw that Yi Sun was about to follow them and quickly said, "If you dare to leave with this B*** today, I won't have acknowledged you as my son in future." Yi Sun turned around to look at Yao Zuifan, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. "Haven't you always only had one precious son, Yi Shuai? Do you still remember what you said to me the day I moved out of the old house? In your eyes, what's the difference between me and the stray cats and dogs by the roadside? As long as I can remember, I was brought up by my sister. Do you know that my sister even dropped out of school to work and earn money just so she could pay for my studies? From a young age, Yi Sen wore Yi Shuai's hand-me-downs, and he ate Yi Shuai's leftovers. When he was very young, he thought that it was because he was not outstanding enough that his parents did not like him. He studied hard and excitedly showed his parents 2 test papers that he had scored 100 marks in each. What did he get in return? They claimed that he had copied the answers to the test and gave him a good beating. That day, he was beaten half to death by his father with a belt. He was extremely depressed and even thought of dying. If Ye Zhuo had not saved him with her life, he would have died long ago. From then on, he knew that in the eyes of someone who didn't have you in his or her heart, no matter how outstanding you performed, they would not even bat an eyelid at you. Thinking of those past events, Ye Zhuo couldn't help but cry. In the future, I don't have any parents or brothers. I only have one elder sister. Her name is Ye Zhuo. I want to have nothing to do with you people. Ye Zhuo held Ye Zhuo's arm as he said, "Big sister, let's go." Looking at the backs of the 3 people leaving, Lin Shui's lips curled up in delight. She really hoped that these 3 shameless relatives would never come back. The 3 of you remember what you said today. If you go back on your words and come to beg us in the future, you will be worse than pigs and dogs. Ye Zhuo looked back slightly, her deep eyes were dark. Prosperity and decline never last. Life has its ups and downs. It is too early to determine who will be the one begging in future. Remember what you said and did today. You guys are worse than pigs and dogs. Lin Shui snorted coldly. This piece of trash really had a big mouth. Did she really think there would come a time that they would go to her and beg for anything? She was nothing but a lowly B***tist who lived in a basement. Ye Zhuo made it clear that she wanted to cut ties with them. But Ye Zhuo and the other Ye family members were not anxious at all, because they knew that Ye Zhuo would definitely regret her actions. In less than a month, Ye Zhuo would come back to beg them. Yao Zuifan looked at Ye Zhuo and said, "Xiao Shuang, if that B***starred comes back to beg you later, don't forgive her so easily. We can only consider forgiving her after Mr. Li forgives her."
Ye Zhuo nodded.
"Mom, I know." Ye Zhuo booked a ride on her phone. They had just walked out of the villa area when their ride arrived. Ye Zhuo sat in the front passenger seat, while Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo sat in the back seat. Ye Zhuo was looking down at her phone, revealing a part of her fair neck. She was nonchalant with a hint of laziness. As the sunlight shone in through the car window, coating her body with a layer of light, she looked docile and harmless. Where did that aggressive look from just now come from? If she had not seen it with her own eyes, Ye Zhuo would never believe that the person just now was her daughter. However, no matter how many faces Ye Zhuo had, she was still her daughter. Ye Zhuo cast aside those thoughts as she leaned against the car seat and closed her eyes to take a nap. Severing ties with the Ye family didn't have any effect on Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo. Life had to go on. All the documents were in place and the restaurant was finally renovated. The restaurant was set to open tomorrow. The name of the restaurant was very simple. It was called Ye Family's Private Kitchen. With the sound of firecrackers, the restaurant officially opened. Because no one was notified about the restaurant's opening, there were no other guests in the restaurant. However, Ye Zhuo had pre-ordered some flower baskets online, so it was still a very ceremonious opening. Perhaps the location of the restaurant was too remote, hence even after it opened, not a single customer came to eat. Ye Zhuo went out to deliver some stuff, leaving only Ye Zhuo and Ye Zhuo in the restaurant. Seeing that there were no customers, Ye Zhuo became a little anxious. She turned to look at Ye Zhuo, but her daughter had lowered her head to play on her phone. Not a hint of anxiety could be seen on her daughter's face. Ye Zhuo had been wanting to say something, but she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door. Could it be that a customer? Ye Zhuo's eyes lit up. She looked up at the door, but when she saw who had come in, the light in her eyes dimmed again. However, she still stood up with a smile. "Big sister He, you're here." Mrs. He's full name was He Fengxian. She was the owner of the snack shop on the same street. When the restaurant was being renovated earlier, He Fengxian had dropped by to advise Ye Zhuo to transfer the lease of the shop to another party. However, Ye Zhuo refused to believe her words and insisted on opening the shop. This was perfect. Karma had come so quickly. These 2 ungrateful women were going to sit in the shop and suffer great loss. Thinking of this, A gloating look appeared in He Fengxian's eyes. Little sister, what do you think? Am I right? This shop's location isn't good, right? The two of you didn't believe me. Now you're going to suffer a great loss. An awkward expression appeared on Ye Zhuo's face. If she had known this would happen, she would have listened to He Fengxian's opinion. Seeing that Ye Zhuo didn't reply, He Dengxian added fuel to the fire and continued to prod on. Little sister, you've lost quite a bit of money, right? Ye Zhuo raised her eyes ever so slightly and smiled as she replied. Auntie He, it's not time to eat yet. How can you be so sure that we'll suffer a loss? Hearing Ye Zhuo confidently say that she would not lose money, He Fengxian laughed out loud. Little girl, let me tell you the truth, don't be angry. Your shop is no longer faces the problem of losing money. You now face the problem of whether it closes down or not. Listen to my advice. You have just opened your shop. Hurry up and sell it before you lose too much money. It had been half a day since the shop opened, but there were still no customers. One really wondered where Ye Zhuo got all her confidence from. She was a pretty little thing. Unfortunately, she was not very bright. She was not made for business. A regretful look flashed across He Fengxian's eyes as she said, I still have a lot of stuff to handle at my shop, so I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go back first. Big sister He, remember to drop by when you're free. Ye Zhuo smiled and sent her out of the door. A moment later, Ye Zhuo walked in with a face full of sorrow. Zhuo, why don't we sell this shop? Originally, Ye Zhuo was also full of confidence. She felt that as long as she persisted, she would definitely be able to do well in the business. However, seeing that there wasn't a single customer on the first day of the restaurant's opening, Ye Zhuo slowly lost all her confidence. Ye Zhuo smiled and held Ye Zhuo's hand. Mom, don't be discouraged. It's not meal time yet. Go prepare 150 servings of spicy rabbit head first, and then 150 servings of appetizers. I guarantee that when it's time to eat, there will definitely be customers coming to eat.
Ye Zhuo frowned.
Zhuo, these things can't be stored. If no one comes to eat them, wouldn't it be a waste? There wasn't a single customer in the shop, yet Ye Zhuo asked her to prepare more than 100 portions of everything. Was she joking? Mom, don't worry. It won't go to waste, Ye Zhuo said with a smile. Since Ye Zhuo was so sure of it, Ye Zhuo helplessly obliged. All right then. It would be a waste if it went to waste. However, it seemed that Ye Zhuo was also the kind of girl who wouldn't back down until she hit a wall. When Ye Zhuo finished preparing everything and walked out of the kitchen, she saw a short-haired girl with a cell phone come into the shop. Excuse me, is this the Ye family's private kitchen at 612 Bocking Road? Ye Zhuo was stunned and quickly stood up. Yes. The short-haired girl smiled and said, It's quite difficult to find you here. I redeemed this coupon from the online takeaway website. It says that you are giving away a free appetizer. Is that true? Ye Zhuo was stunned. What coupon? Were they giving out free appetizers? At this moment, Ye Zhuo walked over with a smile and said, Yes, of course. Let me see your coupon. When she saw Ye Zhuo, the short-haired girl was stunned. Oh my goodness! This young lady is too beautiful. What kind of godlike beauty is this? The short-haired girl was stunned for a moment before handing her phone to Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo looked at the phone and led the short-haired girl to a seat by the window. Come and sit here. You've redeemed the coupon on your phone. This is the free appetizer. It's called Ice Forest. Try the appetizer first, and when you're done, you can place your order. Thank you. The short-haired girl continued. Then if I don't like your appetizer, can I refuse to place an order? Yes, of course. Ye Zhuo nodded slightly. If you're ready to order, you can call me any time. The short-haired girl was extremely impressed with this young lady's attitude and service. She was just joking when she said that she might refuse to order any food. She didn't expect the young lady to actually agree. After Ye Zhuo left, the short-haired girl took a bite of the appetizer. When she redeemed the coupon online, she did not expect a free appetizer to taste above average. The short-haired girl's eyes lit up and she quickly took a second bite. She did not expect to taste such an amazing appetizer. Delicious. It was really too delicious. It was better than any appetizer she had eaten before. Miss, I'm ready to order. The short-haired girl waved at Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo walked over with the iPad. What would you like to eat? While eating the appetizer, the short-haired girl said, There's a special promotion today for spicy rabbit heads, right? I want 2 rabbit heads and a hot pot for the set meal. By the way, I don't eat duck blood. Can you change the duck blood in the set meal to tofu? Sure.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
Please wait for a while. At this moment, another young couple walked in. Is this the Ye family's private kitchen? Yes. Ye Zhuo quickly walked over and invited the customers to sit down. Then she served the complimentary appetizer. Ye Zhuo was completely stunned. After the couple ordered the dishes, she pulled Ye Zhuo to the side and asked, What's going on, Zhuo? Ye Zhuo explained with a smile. It turned out that Ye Zhuo had signed up on an online gourmet food platform 3 days ago, and she had also set up a website to advertise their special promotion. Afraid that the traffic of the website would not be enough, Ye Zhuo had even specially written a script for this to increase the publicity. As a result, it attracted a lot of customers. It was the era of technology and information. All the old methods of doing business would not get them enough customers. She had to keep up with the times. This was the reason Ye Zhuo was feeling so confident.
Ye Zhuo nodded.
I see. If she were the one in charge of the business, she would only end up losing money. Her daughter was indeed capable. As they were talking, a new customer walked in. Ye Zhuo said, Mom, hurry up and prepare the dishes. That table over there also ordered spicy rabbit head. I'll go and attend to the new customers. Okay. Ye Zhuo nodded and immediately went to the kitchen. In less than half an hour, the originally empty restaurant was already half filled. The air was filled with the fragrance of the food. It made people swallow their saliva. The first customer, which was the short-haired girl, specially ordered 10 spicy rabbit heads for takeaway when she paid the bill. Miss, your dishes are really delicious, especially this spicy rabbit head. Next time, I'll bring my parents over to eat it. Thank you. Ye Zhuo smiled slightly. Next time I'll give you a discount. This is our exclusive membership card. Oh my God. Thank you, miss. The short-haired girl excitedly took the membership card. When she left the restaurant, the short-haired girl even took a photo of the restaurant and posted it on her Moments. This new Ye family's private kitchen in Yunjing is simply too delicious. It's 1 in a million. Relatives who live near Bocking Road? Don't miss it. The closer it was to mealtime, the more people came into the shop. Seeing that the business in the restaurant was so good, Ye Zhuo was suddenly full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the mealtime had passed, that the number of customers gradually decreased. After working for half a day, the mother and daughter hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. Taking advantage of their free time, Ye Zhuo cooked 2 bowls of noodles. After cooking the noodles, Ye Zhuo took out a bowl and brought it over to Ye Zhuo. Ye Zhuo was sitting at the cash register, looking down at her phone. She was completely focused. The screen displayed all English, so Ye Zhuo couldn't understand a single word. She handed the bowl in her hand to Ye Zhuo and said, Zhuo, it's time to eat. Oh, okay. Ye Zhuo reached out her hands to take the bowl of noodles. While eating the noodles, she continued doing missions. Ye Zhuo did not have the habit of looking at international forums. Little did she know that the international forums were all talking about her. Nyoher Changwa and Yudi said, F***CK. Daddy YZ has already completed 20 quests in 2 days. Happy 1985 commented, Daddy is awesome. Daddy is awesome. Nyoher.Tower's 8th brother commented, F***CK. 20 quests in 2 days. That's an average of 10 quests a day. Is he even human? An average mission that was posted on international websites, even if it was considered simple, would take at least 3 days to complete. Nyohura.yz had completed 20 missions in 2 days. One could imagine how terrifying Nyohura.yz's strength was. HuaChiXL commented, Allow me to make a conspiracy theory. Actually, Nyohura.yz is not a single person but a team of 1,000 people. After all, ordinary people do not have such strength,